Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
How could this happen? Then why are Reiner and Berthold? Connie muttered, sitting on a nearby rock with his head in his hands. His clenched fists were pale from the pressure, a reflection of the confusion and fury boiling inside him. How the hell would I know? Jean snapped, suddenly kicking the tree next to him with such force that it shuddered from the impact. Maybe they had their reasons, he added reluctantly. Marco, speaking in a hushed tone, said, Reiner shared his bread with me yesterday. They never seemed like bad people, Sasha murmured, biting her lip. Emer, Krista, Thomas, and Mina remained quiet, sitting off to the side. Armin and Mia were nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Jean yelled, slamming his fist against the tree again. I gave up a spot in the military police for this, joined the scout regiment just to get tangled in this kind of crap. Jean, calm down. Marco pleaded, stepping forward. Losing your temper won't help. Then what will? Jean barked, turning on him. What the hell are we supposed to do now? We need to find a way to talk to them, Marco replied, though his voice lacked conviction. Maybe if we could just speak with them. As if that's even possible, Emer cut in with a bitter laugh. Reiner and Berthold are top targets now. Asking to meet them would only put us under suspicion. They'll think we're collaborators. Maybe Aaron knows something, Connie said suddenly, lifting his head. Everyone turned toward him. Jean scoffed. You think he looks like someone with answers? He's just as confused as the rest of us. A new voice echoed behind them. So, you're planning to speak with Reiner and Berthold? Everyone jumped at the sound. Gawain! Connie exclaimed. What are you doing here? Their surprise was clear. Gawain hadn't been with them during the battle. His sudden appearance now only added to their growing confusion. Jean's expression darkened. He stepped forward, grabbed Gawain by the collar, and glared at him. Gawain, did you know? Jean, stop. Marco shouted, rushing toward them. Let go of him. Let him go. Mikasa echoed, stepping in as well. But Jean didn't move. His grip stayed firm, his gaze locked on Gawain's. After a long pause, Gawain sighed and said quietly, Yes. I knew. The words fell like a bombshell. You knew. Sasha gasped. I knew, 2 years ago, Gawain said, his voice steady. But I didn't tell anyone, not even Mikasa. Jean finally released his grip, stepping back in disbelief. Why? Why didn't you tell us? If I had, what would you have done? Gawain asked, looking at them calmly. Could you have hidden the truth? Could you have acted like nothing changed? Once Reiner and Berthold realized they'd been exposed, have you considered what they might have done? Silence. I understand your anger. I know you're confused. You want to hate them, and maybe you should, Gawain said, his voice softer now. But it's not that simple. Reiner, Berthold, they have their own burdens. Just like I do. When the time is right, I'll explain everything. And with that, the group stood in a heavy silence, the weight of betrayal and truth pressing down on them all. Then, when can we meet them? Krista asked quietly. I'm not entirely sure, I replied, turning away. But likely sometime today, if nothing unexpected happens. I'll head to Aaron and try to talk to him. Wait, Gawain. Marco called out, and I paused, glancing over my shoulder. He hesitated, then clenched his jaw and asked, Among us, is there anyone else like Reiner and Berthold? Yes. I nodded. The air turned cold. Everyone's expressions shifted instantly, eyes widening in disbelief. Who is it? Someone asked, their voice barely audible. Yanni Reinhardt, I said casually, shrugging. She's our next target. What? Connie blurted out, stunned. The instructor's girlfriend? Are you serious, Gawain? That's insane. Can you not yell everything for the world to hear? I rolled my eyes. Wait, does the instructor know? Marco asked, sounding unsure. Of course he does. Who do you think planned the operation to expose her? I replied, voice laced with irritation. Are you involved in this too? Connie muttered, almost to himself. Just then, Su Jingkuan walked by and gave Connie a sharp flick on the back of his head. Nobody would think you're mute if you just stayed quiet, kid. Krista looked at me, voice gentle. Gawain, what's going to happen to Reiner and Berthold? Is there any chance they could atone for what they did? I was silent for a moment before answering. If it were just their identities, maybe. But they were the ones who destroyed the walls of Shiganshina and Maria. They brought the gates down in Trost. Some things can't be undone. She looked away, saddened. So, they have to die? We need both the armored and colossal titans. Their power must be passed on, I said quietly. So it can be inherited, Marco echoed, frowning. I nodded. Yes. But inheriting that power comes with a price. I left it at that and turned to walk away, heading toward Eren. His connection with Reiner runs deeper than mine. He saw him as an older brother. Discovering the truth must have hit him harder than anyone. Mikasa followed me. When we reached him, Eren sat with a distant look in his eyes, numb and hollow. I didn't know how to begin. Armin and Mia moved aside silently, letting Mikasa and me sit beside him. No one spoke. The silence was suffocating. Yesterday, I had been racking my brain to figure out how to sway Yanni. Today, I crossed half the territory to help in the operation to capture the armored and colossal titans. And now, I had to handle the emotional fallout. 2 days of mental warfare, fighting alongside people who didn't know I was hiding something, never letting my guard down. The strain had worn me down. Now, for the first time in a while, I wasn't plotting or pretending. And with that release came the weight of exhaustion. My vision blurred. I didn't even notice when I drifted off. I woke under a sky scattered with stars. My body shifted slightly, and I realized I'd fallen asleep. My head was resting on someone's lap. A familiar red scarf draped over my chest. Mikasa? I sat up slowly. Ah. Gawain, you're awake, Mikasa said softly, blinking away sleep. She moved her legs, wincing. Ugh, my legs are numb. I instinctively reached out to massage her calves, but after a moment, I hesitated, realizing how it might look. Embarrassed, I pulled my hand back.
Gawain, you sat for a long time and didn't speak. Later, you leaned against me and told you that you shouldn't. It shocked us. Then the instructor came to look at your situation and said you were too tired. Gawain, you are too careless to rest. Mikasa didn't realize what was wrong with my behavior, staring at my face just complained. I smiled bitterly and stretched out my hand and touched my head. I sleep. How long has it been? More than 8 hours. Mikasa answered, pouting. Govan, haven't you had a good rest recently? I have enough rest, but my nerves are too tight. I have been relatively busy these 2 days. I was more relaxed when I was with you, and I fell asleep accidentally. I told the truth and added there was a sweet sentence like Eren that straight men would never say, especially when I am with you. It is the most relaxing. Yeah. Mikasa blushed and bowed his head no longer. When I spoke, I took the scarf from my stomach and shook it around for her. Also, you are the one who doesn't pay attention to rest. Captain Lowell told me about your situation. I squeezing her face and speaking. Mikasa's face turned red. I just don't want to be your drag. Mikasa whispered, and I couldn't help but rubbed her head distressedly. Pay attention to rest. Don't get tired. If you are tired, you will lose more than you gain. I don't think you're going to hold me back. Mikasa nodded obediently. She was so happy that she was praised and made people want to kiss me. Then I just did what I wanted. But dear, it's a face. Mikasa has no resistance to my behavior, and she hugged me for a long time, but it's not the time to think about it. Let's talk about it after the things inside the wall are over. By the way, how is his current state in Eren? Where did they go? Only then did I have the energy to pay attention to the situation of Eren and others. They all went to dinner. Eren, he has already wanted to open a lot with Amin's explanation. Don't worry about it anymore, Gawain. Mikasa nestled in my arms and replied, well, let's go it. I nodded, feeling a little ashamed of Mikasa. Thanks for your hard work. I have been with me until now. My legs are numb. It's not just me. Mia has also helped me for a while. Mikasa was supported by me. He stood up and stuck his tongue out and said, Gavin, I can't walk. I hugged Mikasa to the entrance of the cafeteria in a princess hug and then let her down. I wanted to hug Mikasa directly into the cafeteria, but Mikasa's skin was obviously not as thick as I am. As soon as I arrived at the door, I asked me to let her down, and then walked in with me. The canteen of the investigation corps. The successful capture of Kaiser's Titan and the super-large Titan is obviously a big victory. Not only did he have no major casualties, but he also raised his eyebrows in front of other corps, and also proved that Eren it is definitely worth celebrating. Commander Erwin had previously announced an extra meal in the canteen, and now the canteen has become a carnival place for the investigating corps, which makes people a little uncomfortable. The people in the first 9 classes who have the same feeling of discomfort with me are the investigators. After all, the investigators are not very familiar with Reiner and Berthold, and naturally they have no feelings for them, but we, and Reiner and the others however, we have eaten and lived together for 3 years, and now we are naturally uncomfortable. Trainer Reiner Brown and Berthold Hoover are my good friends. I never deny that, but Marais soldiers are not, and the people in the wall cannot accept Marais soldiers with their hands full of blood. So they have only to end up being eaten. Silently walked to the corner with Mikasa to meet up with the people in the first 9 classes. This time Aaron, Ammon and Mia were also there. Gawain, the head of Irvine, has already arranged it. After dinner, Levi will chief and instructor Su Jinkin will accompany us to see Reiner and Berthold. Perceiving my arrival, Aaron raised his head and glanced at me before opening his mouth. It can be seen that his emotions have stabilized now. Many, but they are still far from understanding. Got it. I nodded to find a seat and sat down. Everyone was eating in silence. The food in front of me tasted like chewing wax. Even Sasha, who couldn't help but rushed up when I saw the meat before, faced it. Looking at the large plate of barbecue in front of him, he looked uninterested, and ended the dinner in such a silent atmosphere. If Reiner and them represent only individuals, I will try to let them go, but they represent Marais. They are the advance team sent by Marais to invade Eldia. This is a war between 2 countries. War is not based on personal will. In order to protect other companions, I can only let them die. Let's go. When I saw everyone had finished eating, I said, and took them to find Captain Lowell and Su Jinkin, and then under the leadership of the 2 of them, walked towards the basement guarded by heavy guards. The second basement has a depth of 20 meters and narrow passages. It is fully prepared for Reiner and Berthold. After walking through a long passage, we finally came to a small room with a big iron door. Reiner and Berthold were locked in, and the head of Irwin stood at the door waiting for us. Hanji was accompanied by him. Seeing our arrival, head Elvin nodded and said, "Go in." Hanji opened the door for us and kindly reminded, "Pay attention to control your emotions. You and them are now enemies." Now, everyone pursed their lips when they heard the words, and responded in a depressed mood. I took the lead and walked in. The light in the cell is a bit dark, and there is an iron railing in the room. Behind the railing are 2 iron beds. On the iron beds are Reiner and Berthold. They are still devoid of limbs and tied by chains. The neck is fixed on the iron bed, and there are usually 2 investigators staring at them at any time, looking very embarrassed. After seeing the tragic situation between Reiner and Berthold, Krista couldn't help but exclaimed, covering his mouth and leaning against Emir. The others also looked shocked and looked at them. I don't know what to say for a while. In this state, you should not be able to become Titan. After all, the body just recovers the wounds and already consumes all the energy, and if you inhibit recovery, you will also inhibit your ability to transform. So you are harmless right now, right? I broke the silence first and said, everyone was stunned after hearing this. Indeed, Gawain, you have calculated everything. Reiner was silent. After a few seconds, he smiled bitterly and said, at this point, I just want to ask, when was our identity revealed? 2 years ago. I replied blankly. You thought you were very careful, but unfortunately I overheard the conversation. That means you kept this secret for 2 years. It must be very hard. Reiner's expression is very complicated. Then what are we in your eyes, Jaowen? Did you deceive us when you were with us? No. I shook my head. I treat you as friends, Reiner, Berthold, you are my companions and my friends, but the Marais are not. I know you are forced to do so, but I also have no choice. Is that so? Reiner smiled bitterly, and Connie finally couldn't help but said, now, this is a lie. Berthold, Reiner, you guys, have you been deceiving us all the time? This is too much. You too, tell me this is a lie. Sasha is still unwilling to accept the reality call. Reiner and Berthold was silent. Hey, are you going to escape like this? Genia said, for the past 3 years, we have lived under the same roof, our companions? Berthold, your sleeping phase is simply a work of art at that time. Everyone was looking forward to your freshly released work every day, and it was also used to predict the weather of the day. However, you, as the initiator of the aggression wall, can you sleep so soundly in front of us victims? Both is it a lie, right? Connie answered, it was also a lie to discuss the way to survive with the contemporaries, and you said it was all lie to drink with everyone after you became an uncle. Terhold looked painful but said nothing. Talk to you. Connie shouted, you, what have you been thinking about so far? There is no need to ask so much, Mikasa said blankly, we just need to know that they are enemies now. Just fine, don't think too much about the others. Mikasa, Aaron and Arming cried out in surprise. Mikasa quietly took my hand. She said this mostly because of what I said before. I have no choice, she naturally stands with me. Yes, who would want to kill humans indiscriminately? Berthold finally couldn't help snarling, who would like to do those things? It is right to be hated or killed by others. After all, we have done things that are irreparable. However, we can't bear those sins. Only by playing a soldier can we rush to a little ease. Berthold said painfully, that's not a lie, Connie, I lied to everyone, but not all lies. I really treat you as partners. I know we are not qualified to apologize at all, but is there anyone, can anyone understand us? I can understand your behavior, but understanding does not mean forgiveness. I asked them and said, Gawain. Reiner and Berthold looked at me in surprise. If you are from Marais from a perspective, you are undoubtedly heroes, but from our perspective, you are butchers and executioners. I was expressionless. We are also for the rise of the Eldian nation. Berthold and Yan suddenly exclaimed with excitement. We are fighting desperately just to redeem our sins. Shit. I sound uncomfortable with such words. A nation that treats others as dogs can never rise. As for atonement, the winner is the king, the loser is the conqueror. History is written by the victor. The Malays can discredit Aldia whatever they want. The ridiculous thing is that you take the lie seriously. Reiner and Berthold opened their mouths. I think they must have heard this kind of argument for the first time. Such a rebellious statement, but it tells the true scene after the end of the World War. This kind of statement is impossible to hear in Murray and the Wall, who have always paid attention to thought control, so not only them, but also the others are surprised, as if they have met me again. Gao Wen, is it a bit too much for you to say that? Connie said hesitantly. The investigative corps was not welcomed by Wang Zheng. It was natural to be cautious about political and historical matters. Connie, they have been in the investigation corps for a month, and naturally they know a lot about the taboos in this regard. Yeah, Gawain, it's better not to say some things. Marco also kindly reminded, it won't be good if the military police are brought in. Sasha also nodded in agreement, and I couldn't help but warm up, except Liner and Berthold. Everyone else is still my most reliable companion. You don't have to worry about me, I shrugged and said to them. My current authority is naturally higher than that of the gendarmerie. If necessary, I can mobilize them. What if the gendarmerie hears me? They are not qualified. Arrest me? Is that so? Everyone in the first 9 classes showed a surprised expression. Okay. I clapped my hands and ended the topic. Do you have anything else to say? Reiner and Berthold's eyes were complicated. Most of them bit their lips and shook their heads. Only Aaron stepped forward to look at Reiner and said, Reiner, I used to treat you as brother, sees it the same way, but from now on, we are enemies. Seeing the firm eyes in Aaron, I knew that he was not just talking about this. If he meets with Lena next time, he will never show mercy because of his previous friendship. Of course, the premise is that there must be a next time. Then let's talk about business now. I didn't ask Connie and others to leave, but asked this question in front of them. Tell me about Murray, what is its military strength? Reiner and Berthold were silent about this for a long time, and then they spoke. Gawain, Murray technology is ahead of the Wall for 100 years. You can't win. Really? I smiled disdainfully. It's true that we are 100 years behind, but who says we can't win? You don't understand the concept of being 100 years ahead. Baitholder exclaimed. They. No, I understand. I interrupted him unceremoniously. I have all-round advantages in this regard. Of course we can't win if confronted. Murray, we can crush us in terms of territorial area, total population, military strength, etc. But the power to set the table is in our hands. We dare to declare war. Will they dare to come? How do you know? Reiner and Berthold's eyes widened when they heard the words, but then they reacted. Oh, forgot you worked in the secret department. Stop the nonsense. Tell me Malay's intelligence. I said expressionlessly, too lazy to correct their wrong guess. This is impossible, Gawain. We will not betray the motherland. Berthold said firmly, and I sneered. You don't want to be able to go back alive, do you? Telling the secret can make you live better in the last days. Keeping a secret will only make you die in pain. Anyway, after inheriting your strength and memory, all the secrets will be revealed to us. Why bother? Reiner and Berthold changed the expressions on their faces a few times, and finally sighed, and the psychological defense line collapsed. We will tell you everything, just as atoning for everything we said before. Reiner said with a sorrowful smile. Well, Gawain, do we want to leave first? At this moment, Ammon suddenly interjected in a low voice, obviously knowing that what we are going to talk about next is confidential. No, I said. He waved his hand. Ammon, pay attention to record. Others listen more, as long as they are knowledgeable, and keep it confidential in the future. The country of Malaya, its full name is the Heroic People's Republic of Malaya. This name made me roll my eyes, and someone would brazenly add the word hero to their country name, which really opened my eyes. However, because Murray is a superpower in this world, it can be called invincible in the world, so it seems that no country has raised any objections to Murray country name. Let's not mention Murray's act of sticking gold on his face. The information provided by Reiner is mainly about Murray military intelligence. After all, as Murray fighters, I understand the equipment and strength of his army. Indispensable, in this respect they are much better than Grisha, who has no idea. This kind of general military intelligence is very useful for reference in 10 years, because if there is no accident, the top officer of the army will not be replaced at will, and with the level of technology during the First World War, even if the army equipment is updated, it will not be much stronger than before. Go with. The military force of Murray is divided into the external Murray Army and the internal Murray Security Bureau. The internal part of Lena is not well understood, while the external Murray Army is divided into Army and Navy under the leadership of Marshal Calvi. For this arm, the Air Force is not independent as an army for the time being. After all, there are only dozens of airships that Murray can fly, and there are not a few airplanes. In addition, the Air Force is not as decisive as the future for war. Role, so now Murray only has Army aviation. In the Army, there are 50 divisions in Mala, each with 20,000 people, with a total number of 1 million, mainly Mala and Eldia. In the Navy, there are 3 fleets in Murray, each of which has 21 warships. As for how many battleships and cruiser Reiner, they don't know. Originally, the Marae only recruited purebred Marae into the army, but Gulina and the others said that afterwards, the Marae were grateful for the idea of atonement by the Eldia and allowed them to enter the army to atone for the crimes of their ancestors, proving that they were kind. The Eldia, of course, in my opinion this statement is pure nonsense. The Malays enlisted the Eldias for the purpose of enlisting mostly because their own casualties were too large to make up for difficulties, so they moved the idea of enlisting Eldias as cannon fodder. The heavy casualties in the war caused the Eldias to take up the task and pile up the results of the war with human lives. The easy task was given to the Malays, and a large amount of credit was obtained with very small casualties. It is ridiculously sad that the Eldia of Malaya Yaran is also grateful for such behavior. In terms of equipment, the country of Malaya was similar to that of World War I on the Earth, and was still a little behind. After all, they had not fought a truly tragic world war. But in terms of heavy weapons, Marae and other countries around the world still have equipment that has reached the level of World War II. It seems that the existence of Titan makes them go further and further on the road of heavy weapons development, which is the same as the technology of the Earth. It looks a bit crooked than they are. Actually, it's said that Marae still has a secret weapon. Rainer said hesitantly, "What is it? What's its name?" I raised my eyebrows. Marae had already gotten the tank out, right? Titan is very threatening. The military refers to that thing as Titan Killer. We have never seen that thing. I heard that it is an extremely large thing. It was left unused due to the trouble of activation. It can destroy a fortress with one shot, and it can also be turned into Steel Titan to participate in combat. It was an important weapon for Marae to overthrow the brutal rule of the Eldia Empire. Berthold said hesitantly. Huh. I grinned at this. You don't know. Actually, I have a spacecraft in outer space. It can destroy the moon with just one shot. If it weren't for worrying about causing irreparable damage to this planet, I would have ordered it to fire on Marae. Cannonball grievances. I said with a curl of disdain. Everyone showed an expression of believing in you. For the same reason, Mala's so-called secret weapon seems to me to deceive ghosts. Mostly it is used to deter Marae fighters. After all, listening to their descriptions is a transformer, so why don't you go to heaven? Do you have anything else to say? I looked at Rainer and Berthold and asked. They shook their heads together. Good night. Then I turned and walked out blankly. Everyone hastily followed, leaving only 2 investigators to continue to monitor them. The content of today's conversation is not allowed to be disclosed to outsiders. Violators are dealt with by military law. Do you understand? Unsurprisingly, the commander of Elvin stayed outside the cell and listened all the way. He immediately spoke seriously after seeing us out. Said, "Yes, head." Everyone hurriedly saluted, their expressions solemn. "The enemy is more than 1 million people. Are we sure to win?" Connie whispered, but in a small space his words were completely heard by everyone. "Connie, you fool, don't say anything here." Let him stretch out his hand to cover Connie's mouth, and everyone in the first 9 classes cast their eyes on the head of Elvin, for fear that he would punish Connie. But Elvin head Wen turned his head to me. "Gawain, what do you think? In your opinion, do we have a chance of winning? Why am I still here without a chance?" I shrugged. I said you don't be intimidated by the number of 1 million people. I looked around at the people once and then said, first of all, there are a lot of logistics troops, miscellaneous troops, and those second-rate troops. A third-rate army can beat the sky with 500,000. Moreover, there are not only 2 countries in the world, Mala and Adia. The expansion of Mala will inevitably cause it to engage in hostility with neighboring countries, and it is also a big country. The long border must require a large number of military guards. How many can be drawn out? 10 is the most. In the end, we do not border Marae. They want to invade, we must be delivered by ships and airships. Can send 20,000 people is the limit, and combined with multiple factors, I think they will send out thousands of people at most, let alone they dare not come. In other words, if we simply defend it, right? Irvin asked, and I nodded, but this defense is impossible to win. We need to take the initiative to take their technology to improve our talents. Okay, let's put these things behind now. The wall of Maria hasn't been retaken yet. Now I don't think these farts are useful. Let's fix the inside of the wall. That's it. Everyone smiled bitterly. Next, after a rest in the investigative corps for a night, I rode to the Stoheis area again. It was time to prepare for Tsering Yanni. After I got her, I used Rainer and Berthold as an introduction to the wall. The king's government declared war, eliminated all resistance forces, purged inside the wall, and then sent troops to recapture the wall of Maria. It was the preliminary plan. After recuperating for a period of time, you can master the ancestors' Titan, attack on Titan, Titan of the girl, and Titan in the wall. We cleared out Titan from the wall and seized the port. Then came the war against Marae. The plan is generally correct. I hope everything goes smoothly. I leaned against the glass wall outside the best restaurant in the Stois area and let out a sigh of relief. I knew I should have brought Mikasa here. I turned my head and glanced at the restaurant where he was still chirping. My Su Jinkin and Yanni. I walked away without hesitation. If I stay with them, my light will surpass the sun. Not only was he an electric light bulb, but he was also shown off. This lunch was really uncomfortable. The matter should start from this morning. In line with the idea of having a showdown with Yanni, after discussing with Irvine, I took Su Jinkin to find Yanni in the Stows area. After all, I still owe her. It's a meal. Things were still normal until the meal. The three of us chatted together and talked about some interesting trivia. During the meal, Su Jinkan and Yanni sat together, I sat opposite them, and then I became superfluous. As for the showdown, it hasn't been seen yet. I can't find words to express my feelings now. After wandering around in the Stuha area for an afternoon, I returned to the temporary station of the oppressive forces. The next thing was left to the investigation corps to solve it myself. I just need to wait for the news, such an important matter. Wang Zheng's the reaction is definitely not small, so I can't hide it from me. I will naturally take action when it's time to do it. Sure enough, news came from Wang Zheng the next day. First, he praised the investigation corps for this action, affirmed their outstanding contribution to mankind, and then ordered them to cooperate with the Gendarmerie Force Titan and the Super Large. Titan was escorted to the royal city, but did not mention a word about the intelligence provided by the investigative corps. Regarding the coup d'état, the restorationists have successfully established an alliance with President Zaclay. By then, he will cooperate with the investigation corps to attack Wang Zheng on the history of the wall and the false king. The attitude of the garrison in the regiment is really ambiguous. It's not clear, but Nair, the commander of the military police regiment, said he would remain silent on this matter. Facts have proved that sometimes the stupidity of human beings really exceeds the imagination of human beings. When the investigative corps escorted Reiner and their team into the Hina's wall through the Storaeus area, Wang Zheng suddenly issued a new order to make the investigative corps retreat to the Wall of Roses to stand by. I almost thought the investigative corps had exposed. But then the news from the inside line of the nobles really made me speechless. The nobles of Wang Zheng were in conflict. It is not clear what the content is, only knowing that Wang Qingzhong has become a mess of porridge, which is really surprising. The oppressive forces were then transferred by King Rodriguez to protect himself, and Kenny served as his personal guard. From Kenny, I learned the truth: the nobles are fighting for Titan and ownership of Super Large Titan. Whoever masters the power of Titan can have great power. Under the inducement of interests, the major nobles are forming cliques in the royal city, and there are constant secret wars. During the day, the nobles talk in the house. He desperately emphasized the necessity of letting his side master the power of Titan, and at night, he dispatched people to deal with grievances during the day. It's really incapable of defending the enemy, capable of fighting inwardly. The night in the royal city is now much more lively than before. At night, gunshots continue. More than a dozen nobles, large and small, fought openly and secretly, and dozens of corpses appeared in the corner every night. At present, except for the fact that the restitutionists were told the truth, the senior officers of the corps became more and more chilled. They didn't get anything, and they continued their infighting happily. They didn't know that the butcher knife of the restorationist had been put on their necks. After 3 days of trouble in this way, King Lays finally couldn't sit still, and asked Kenny to take the opposing forces to the house, and in the house, the nobles were cleverly using the art of language to prove the other party is stupid, brainless, waste garbage, living is simply a waste of food, it is better to die early and reincarnate as soon as possible. The language art fair depends on the physical factors of both parties to determine the end time. Not only the nobles, but those nobles' subordinates were also not idle during the upper meeting. They all extended their cordial greetings to each other's family. Every 3 sentences would reveal that they had had trouble with the female members of the other's family. The close relationship described is extremely lively and harmonious. Boom! A loud bang on the table came from the conference hall, accompanied by Rhodes' roar. Enough! Up to now you have not argued for a result, it is a waste of time. The top priority is to put the Kaizi, Titan and the Super Large Titan are in our hands. At the same time, we need to reclaim the power of Titan from Aaron Jurger. Quickly list me a charter. His Majesty's anger silenced the audience for a few minutes, but then the quarrel began again. Is it possible to investigate the Corps' entry into the King's city? Whether the Corps takes care of Kaizi's Titan and the Super Large Titan, and how to deal with the Corps? How to distribute the power of Titan? A series of questions. The nobles quarreled for another day, and finally determined the action plan under the strong suppression of Rhodes. The investigation corps entered the King's city to receive commendations, and suppressed the troops waiting for opportunities. Grab Aaron Yeager, and then let His Majesty the King regain the power of Titan. The Super Large Titan and Kaizi Titan will be handed over to the Gendarmerie, Garrison Corps, and the investigators are in charge, and we will discuss the power of their Titan. Ah, those proud pigs have finally discussed the results. Kenny, who was already impatient after receiving the order, stretched out and said, his tone was full of disdain, the group leaders told I come to the meeting and the others disband. Kenny quietly put my monitor spell card in his pocket, and then stepped forward. Sterling reached out and patted me on the shoulder, and then followed Ken with the team leaders. Nepal, the others are scattered. I silently took out my notebook and pen and prepared to start recording. I already knew the members of the oppressive force very well, and I should decide who will die and who will live. When Kenny arranged the plan, he said it in great detail, so that I could respond to it, and he deliberately transferred those people with bad habits to deal with the investigative corps, and transferred people with good character such as Sterling. Peripheral vigilance, so that you don't have to be restrained when the rejuvenation is sent. It is really cruel and decisive. It is hard to say that it is lucky or unlucky to have such a commander on the stall. After all, he sacrificed those who should have died. After obtaining the information, I quickly rushed to the reinstatement camp to pass the news, and at the same time received new information from the reinstatement group. Firstly, Yanni had agreed to take refuge in us. Part of the factor was because of Sue Jenkins' existence, and the other part was the defeat of Reiner and Berthold made her recognize reality. Of course, as a condition, we also need to help Yanni rescue her father in the future, and before she rescues her father, she cannot be allowed to fight that would reveal her identity. This condition is not excessive, we naturally agreed. All the current actions are in the hands of the reinstatementists. The investigating corps left an ordinary squad and then marched towards the royal city. The reinstatement forces have also been deployed in place, just waiting to start. I don't have to worry about this, but Yanni's intelligence gave me a headache. We originally had 4 people. He was called Marseille Jollibard. He holds the title of Titan and is our captain. Where is he now? We were attacked by Titan. He was eaten by Titan to save Lena. The identity of the other party is unknown. The most feared thing in planning this kind of thing is the instability factor, but fortunately, according to Yanni, the other party should not be able to master the hardening without any guidance, and how much of the Titan can be played combat power is still a question mark, which gives me a lot of peace of mind, and Kaiser's Titan and Super Large Titan also use their own examples to prove the power of Titan between group forces. Not invincible, if the opponent is inside the wall, he should know how to stand in line. On the second day after the investigative corps entered the wall of Hina and stationed there, an unexpected news came from the wall of Rose, and it swept through the wall like a storm. I can't sit still anymore. A large number of Titan appeared in the southwest of Rosette's wall. The garrison corps immediately sent troops to check on this issue. No results have been obtained. Commander Pixis is currently not on the front line. The person in charge is Kachlobov, the commander of the Western Military District Division of the Garrison Corps. The ability and character are good. People understand like Pixis. In such a crisis, the nobles were rare and efficient. They immediately sent orders to bring Kaiser's Titan and the Super Large Titan into the city, preparing to seize the power of Titan, but their attitude towards the possibility of a breakthrough in the wall of Rosette was vague. As for the restitutionists, in my opinion, this is simply a great opportunity to send to the door, because Yanni has already provided information on this. The emergence of this situation shows that Murray has sent someone to investigate the information again. Most of them are the Titan Jikjejel and Chelly Titan Peak. They should have made Titan by injecting Titan spinal fluid into local residents. The ability to break goals is not a big threat. At this time, if I ask the commander of Irwin to call the commander of Upper Pixis and the commander of the Nair Division to make a request to Wang Zhang to send troops to the Wall of Rose, and arrange for someone to falsely report that the Wall of Rose is Titan, how would the nobles react to the news of the breakthrough? Will it take back the Wall of Rose at all costs, or will it order the blockade of Hina's wall and leave the people inside the Wall of Rose at disregard? I think it's mostly the latter. Then we can overthrow them justifiably and establish a new regime within the wall. It's just that the Titan of the Beast can't be ignored, which is really a headache. It takes time to solve the king's political affairs, and to consolidate the fruits of victory. It also takes time to deploy troops to the Wall of Roses. Now we lack time. There is no threat to the Murray warriors for the time being. It's hard to say. Even if I hesitated whether to initiate a coup at this critical moment, a bad news made me completely cut off the idea, and Wang Zhang's group of nobles all at once unified their opinions and believed that the threat inside the wall should be resolutely eradicated, for no reason. Because the bad news is Kaiser's Titan and the Super Large Titan were rescued, and the soldiers of the 3 major regiments responsible for guarding them were wiped out, leaving only large and small rubble on the field. With a dead body. Damn. After I got the news, I was so angry that I almost ran away on the spot. The 2 major Titan escaped, which is equivalent to my previous efforts, and the layout of the head of Irwin can be considered in vain. Even Yanni could. To betray us and return to Murray, the most important thing is that I have lost the advantage of the foresight of the plot, and Aldia's odds of winning have been reduced by nearly half. Damn it, if you don't come early or late, you just come at this time. It seems that you have to fight them. I mumbled to myself. The only way to save the situation is to capture them back or hit them. Return. Because of the arrival of Titan of the Beast, the good situation has been ruined, and now I can only try to remedy it. 1 hour after receiving the news, the coalition consisting of the Investigation Corps, the Garrison Corps and the Gendarmerie Regiment completed the assembly and began to march southwest of the Wall of Roselle. After I notified Kenny, I mixed into the Investigation Corps. Go to war. It's really a feng shui turn. A few days ago, we used the carefully arranged geographical position to defeat Kaiser's Titan and the Super Large Titan. Now they have the geographical advantage, and our ancestor Titan, and the female Titan are not yet able to play. There is only 1 attack on Titan to deal with at least 3 Wisdom Titan, which is extremely difficult. Gawain, Connie and Sasha in the team quickly greeted them. Seeing their worried expressions, I thought something had happened. The direction of Titan is where my village is. Connie clenched his fist and said, "My mother has difficulty in moving. I am afraid it is too bad." Me too. My home is also at the position where Titan is coming. Sasha looked nervous. My breathing couldn't help but stagnated. It seems that the idea of allowing them to wreak havoc inside the wall from the beginning shouldn't exist, and no more tragedies can happen. I hope it's not too late to make up for it. I'm sorry to hear such news. I patted their shoulders with a heavy expression, but there is a saying that they always have to pay back when they come out. We are now on the way to let them pay their blood debts. Connie and Sasha nodded together when they heard this. I opened my mouth, and when I was about to comfort them a few more words, Lowell suddenly appeared behind me. Govan, Chief Irvine is looking for you. Covering his face with the cap on the cloak, and then led by Captain Lowell, through the line of defense of Sue Jenkins' class, only then saw Irwin. His mental state cannot be said to be very good, and there is a deep tired look on his face. He grinned reluctantly when he saw my arrival. Gavin, you are here. It seems that you can't think of any countermeasures for the time being. I smiled bitterly at Irvine's appearance. There is no way. According to the current intelligence at hand, although our chances of winning are very high, the chance of keeping them is less than 30%. Don't keep them. If so, our sacrifice in the future will be great. Irwin sighed, and Yanni, we must defeat them simply, otherwise Yanni might lose confidence in us. Another condition was added, and he couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I'm not here to listen to the two of you sighing. Hurry up and find a way. At this moment, Lowell suddenly hugged the necks of me and Irwin with his arms from behind and said angrily, interrupting us. Dialogue, how can it be so easy to come up with a way to win and have less casualties, and to capture them as much as possible? Irvine took Lywill's arm and smiled bitterly. His eyes were a lot of excitement. It's really impossible. It can only be attacked in 4 ways. I shrugged. The main investigative corps took their backs and the garrison corps flanked left and right. The gendarmerie and some members of the Errand and Investigation Corps feigned their attacks. This plan seems feasible, and we don't have a better way for the time being. Let's do it first. Alvin touched his chin when he heard the words. We got another pair of holy silver blades. We originally planned to give it to Mikasa. Yes, you have to use it now. The Ackerman team is responsible for dealing with Kaiser's Titan, Eren, and Titan dealing with Beast's Titan. Super large Titan, leave it to us to solve it. If the Car Power Titan is also there, it will be handled by the Garrison Corps and the Gendarmerie Corps. Anyway, it is not a big threat. In addition, the letter smoke bomb can also be used to block the line of sight and affect the Titan of the Beast. The plan is to tentatively decide this. Okay, you can solve the details slowly, and I will return to the team first. I nodded and beat the horse to leave. The specific wrangling is a matter of the Corps, which is inconvenient for me. Participate. Gawain, is what Yanni said true? My half-brother Jike is among our enemies this time. As soon as I returned to the team Eren, he greeted me and said with a complicated expression. If he knew that I had eaten my father, he probably already knew it. I shrugged and interrupted Eren. So what? You are now enemies, you are going to fight to the death. And it seems that Jike doesn't necessarily have much feelings for his father, otherwise he wouldn't report his parents. Is that so? Eren hesitated for a while, and reluctantly nodded. I understand. Up. The team departed at noon and approached the destination after half a day. However, due to the physical factors of the team, they did not initiate an attack immediately. Instead, they chose to spread out and rest. At the same time, they sent scouts to investigate and dispatched combat missions. 1/3 of the teams that feigned their way home, Levi class, and 104 graduates were among them. When all the team's strength recovers and the scouts return a message, the team will take the initiative to attack the enemy, taking advantage of the night when Titan is not capable of action, and the wisdom of action Titan is better. The weather was good tonight, and the visibility was high after the moon rose. In some sense, we still have the advantage of the sky, and then the news sent back by the scouts made my thoughts go to nothing. Scouts only half of the time they came back. They all said that the Titan were still active, and launched an attack on them, and now the Titan are coming from the big army? This information directly subverted everyone's perception of Titan. The current position of the team is outside the woods. As long as you retreat into the woods, you can resist the attacks of the Titan, but this will undoubtedly not be able to accomplish the purpose of this battle, so the commander of Elvin did not hesitate to issue the order to divide the soldiers into 3 lanes was followed, leaving some personnel to rely on the woods to drag and kill Titan, and the other 2 lanes went around to take the target. Although I don't know why Titan can act at night, I guess it should be the ghost of Jike's royal blood. After all, only the royal blood can cause such an accident. The plan before being engaged in such an accident is a waste of time. Now we can only take a step and look at it one step at a time. But we are not at a disadvantage now. After all, we still have an advantage in numbers. They have only 4 people at most, and they can be positive. We are only attacking Kaiser's Titan and the super large Titan. As long as we plan properly, it should not be difficult to win. Titan was found ahead. A garrison suddenly called, interrupting my thinking. These guys are handed over to my class and me. Lowell said immediately. Gao Wen, Mikasa, you are responsible for ensuring the safety of Eren. Gao Wen, you decide what Eren she showed up. Understood. Mikasa and I nodded together, and Lowell stopped talking nonsense, and rushed to the front Titan with everyone from Lowell. Don't be nervous Eren, you can follow me for a while. I patted Eren on the shoulder and said. He nodded, pursing his mouth and said nothing. Everyone in Lebanon was extremely efficient. They had done all of the Titan before the large group came into contact with Titan. The team went on for hundreds of meters and saw a coat that looked like a gibbon Titan was sitting on the wall and looking at us. Hello, everyone. It raised its arms and waved to us, immediately stunned everyone in the team. Titan can talk. but I keenly noticed the piles of big rocks around it, and I suddenly remembered that in the information we had said that the Titan of the Beast was good at throwing. No, get out. Quickly disperse. It's going to throw stones at us. I yelled quickly, and at the same time I quickly assembled a green letter smoke bomb and launched it at the Beast Titan. The Beast Titan grinned with a smile. He bent over and grabbed a huge boulder, squeezed it into small stones, and then threw it out at us. The overwhelming stones suddenly enveloped the team like a rain of cannonballs. Dozens of core members were hit by Shiyu, and immediately uttered a scream and fell to the ground, but because of my interference, its sling was deflected a bit, and the team's casualties were not heavy. Disperse? Fire a letter smoke bomb at it to block its sight. I yelled, and fired another letter smoke bomb at Titan of the Beast. This guy alone is comparable to a heavy artillery battalion. If we let it aim for a few more rounds, then the people on our side will die. In the previous round, at least 20 people were killed and injured without a good shot. If he was allowed to vote, what would it be? It must be countered. Dispersing and trusting the smoke bombs is just a way to slow the battle, but I don't have the right to fight at the moment, so I don't have the power to move other people. The situation is worrying. Bang! At this moment, several letter smoke bombs were suddenly launched from the chaotic team, and they rushed to the Beast Titan which was grabbing the second stone. It was Connie and the others that I can direct now. It seems that there are only them. Bang! If you don't want to die, then fire a cigarette bomb at that monkey. Levier also shouted to everyone, be careful. Levier's prestige is much greater than that of my hairy boy, and he ordered an investigation. Everyone in the corps immediately followed suit, and even those with the gendarmerie corps and the garrison corps followed suit, and the green smoke suddenly enveloped the audience. Boom! The gravel rain struck again, covering the team like heavy artillery plowing, and more than 20 people were killed on the spot. Boom! Boom! The room leak happened in the night rain. The huge body of the super-large Titan appeared in the distance with lightning, and suddenly dragged another team, and Kaizi Titan appeared in our team. In the rear of Titan of the Beast, it formed a forward and backward attack on us. If there is no way to break the game, we would be more lucky. Gavin. Amin's shout suddenly came from the side. He ignored the politeness and nonsense, riding a horse and pushing away Aaron, grabbing my shoulder and said, I have an idea. You will teleport, right? I was stunned for a moment, then nodded, that's good. Amin gasped a few times and said very quickly, I just watched the Titan of the Beast. Its physique is definitely not good at close combat, which means that as long as we can send you to his side, we can basically declare victory. This task of sending you to his side can be handed over to Aaron, let he tighten and then throws you out. If there is a deviation, you can use teleport to adjust. Is there a problem? I couldn't help but froze for several seconds. It wasn't until the third round of Sling in the Beast's Titan that made me come back to my senses. Damn, I said with a surprised look, Amin, you are such a genius. This is just an idea. Amin was a little embarrassed. You have to rely on Gawain to commit the risk. It's okay. I reached out and patted Amin on the shoulder, and then looked at Mikasa. Here is the holy silver blade. You can help Aaron to deal with the Titan of the armor, and I will use ordinary blades for the Titan of the Beast. Then you be careful. Mikasa didn't talk too much nonsense, nodded and took the blade. Aaron moved away from us and raised his left hand to bite it hard. Boom. Accompanied by lightning and loud noises, attack on Titan with pointed ears appeared in the field. Aaron raised his head and roared, then bent over and grabbed me with his right hand backhand. Huh? It's Aaron. The Beast of Titan looked a little surprised at the place where attack on Titan appeared, and grabbed another stone. This time it didn't pinch the stone. It turned into gravel, raised his hand and prepared to throw it, but before he could throw the stone out of Aaron, he threw me in his hand first. The earth cannon, fired? Titan of the Beast looked at the attack thrown by Aaron suspiciously. After judging that the attack's position was more than 10 meters away from his own position, he couldn't help but curl his lips and retargeted Aaron. Afterwards, he threw the stone with a fierce force. Only this time the stone didn't hit the target as it thought, but just before it threw the stone, the wrist hurt, and the force was scattered. The stone crashed to the ground after flying only a dozen meters. What? Titan of the Beast looked at his right wrist which had been chopped off in amazement, feeling a little at a loss for a while. Hello, Jike. I appeared ghostly in front of the Titan of the Beast, holding the two swords in one hand and holding the other back like a soldier. I've been looking forward to the name for a long time. Aang responded to me. It was the roar of Titan of the Beast, and at the same time he waved its uninjured left hand and grabbed it at me. Haha. I sneered twice, and controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to sprint upwards to avoid its grasp. And then rotated his body and slashed along its left arm all the way. Sneer. Blood spewed out of the wound without money, and the left arm of the Beast Titan suddenly dropped weakly. Oops. It quickly covered the back of its neck with its hands, and a flash of fear flashed in its eyes. Color, but unfortunately, my next goal is not the back of his neck. Laugh. I used a three-dimensional mobile device to shoot the hook anchor and forcibly pulled myself, and then accelerated with a jet. My figure quickly passed the front of the Beast Titan. The two knives slashed out with force, and abolished the Beast Titan. Eyes, roar. It roared in panic, and grabbed forward with his right hand. I dashed down to avoid its attack range, and rushed towards his heel, just cut it off. The Achilles tendon there can put it down, and then the neck-removing part. Laugh. I quickly cut off the Achilles tendons on both legs of the Titan of the Beast. The 17-meter-high body immediately lost balance and carried it under the wall. I later caught up with it in the air. He was chopped out of his body in Titan, and his limbs were also amputated incidentally. Jike couldn't help but let out a painful scream. I had no mercy on this. I grabbed his back collar with my left hand, and controlled the three-dimensional mobile device with my right hand to shoot the hook anchor and hang myself and Jike on the wall. The corpse of Titan of the Beast crashed to the ground, and the huge sound suddenly attracted the attention of the audience. Leaner, immediately take off the armor and lie on the ground, otherwise I will kill him. I put the knife on Jike's neck and shouted to Kaiser's Titan, and I was talking to Eren and Titan, the fighting armor, couldn't help but stop when he heard the words. Eren immediately seized the opportunity to trap him with a twisting technique. That's great, you are Levi, you are really well deserved. Jike smiled bitterly, and I curled my lips. Did they not tell you, Rainer? My name is Gawain Ackerman, it seems I am not famous enough. Really? Jike smiled bitterly, but suddenly opened his mouth. Roar. Boom, boom. Along with Jike's roar, more than 20 Wushao Titans suddenly appeared around with yellow lightning. At the same time, a big mouth came out like lightning and bit at me. I grabbed Jike subconsciously. When I wanted to teleport, I found that the chaotic magic power on his body made me unable to complete this action at all. Damn it. I pushed Jike without hesitation and teleported to avoid the attack. The opponent was lying on all fours with his back on his back. A box is Titan? Chaly Titan squeezed Jike and retracted his body, but I quickly caught up and cut off his hind leg. Roar. Chaly Titan snarled. Jike slid behind his back, then stood up and confronted me. Do you think you can escape? I said coldly, and Jike laughed. Are you not even caring about the lives of your companions? What? I frowned. Chaly Titan suddenly spit out a gray-haired girl in the uniform of the investigative corps. You should know this person. It said, according to Reiner and Bertold, this person should be you. Always be the one watched by my sister. I gritted my teeth, and now the unconscious gray figure under the control of Titan is indeed Mia, but when did she fall into their hands? Haha, Gawain Ackerman, I remember you. We will meet at the Wall of Maria. Jike smiled triumphantly. It won't be easy to say who wins and loses then. Chaly Titan grabbed Mia and threw it out of the wall, and took the opportunity to take Jike to run towards Kaiser's Titan. I threw the blade at them fiercely, and then hurriedly flew towards Mia. This time I can't keep them. Boom! At this moment, another yellow lightning appeared out of thin air, and a 7-meter class Titan suddenly appeared in the besieged team. I just flew back to the wall with Mia in my arms. Seeing this scene, with sharp teeth and sharp claws, is it Titan has been hidden among us? I couldn't help but froze for a moment, but they wanted to support Levi, but because they had difficulty moving with Mia, and they had no horses, they could only use eagle eye technique to watch from afar. In the distance, Titan is just as fierce as the number of heads of Wujiao Titan. Compared with other Wisdom Titan, it is very thin and small, so that Titan has surpassed all the flexibility of Titan. While swaying up and down between Titan and attacking them, it also made myself hardly injured. And around it, there are several figures controlling three-dimensional mobile devices cooperating with it to deal with Titan. It seems that it belongs to our side. This is undoubtedly great news, which means we don't have to. Part of the force was divided to fight it. Being besieged by Eren, Mikasa, and Levier, was threatened by the three of them, and Titan, who was almost cut off his neck several times, made the final roar, and then fought hard. Reluctantly rushing out of the attack range of the three people, the armor on the back of the neck quickly broke away. Reiner quickly separated from the back of the neck of Titan, and controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to respond to his car power. Titan, fly away, don't want to go. Mikasa yelled, and then caught up with Reiner, cutting his neck severely, but Levier was faster than her and stabbed him from behind. Reiner's neck. Lena's body twitched twice, and a lot of magic power began to converge on him. Levi's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw it, and he kicked Lena away without hesitation, and then another somersault away from him. Boom! A yellow lightning appeared out of thin air, and the brand new Kaiser Titan appeared in front of the Luls. At the same time, several Titan also rushed to them under the order of Jike, for Reiner's retreat. By time, trouble is coming. Cut. Lul shook the blood on Renner in disgust, and ordered, Eren, you and me deal with those ordinary Titan. Mikasa, you are responsible for getting Renner. Don't be strong. Understood. Aang. Mikasa and Eren responded together, rushing towards their goal. Kaiser Titan retreated decisively and mixed into the Titan. Did not mean to fight with them at all, obviously made up his mind to retreat. Roar. Eren brutally smashed the two blocking Titan, opening up an offensive path for Mikasa. Lul rushed like lightning next to Eren. A dozen breaths solved the two Titan in time. Mikasa squeezed the holy silver blade in her hand, saw the gap between Titan and quickly passed through, and took the Titan of armor. At the same time, green runes appeared in her right hand. At a relatively slow speed to cover the blade, it is a spell. If a limb is chopped off by this thing, even a demon hunter will not be able to regenerate a new limb, just don't know if it will be useful for those with the ability of Titan. Seeing Mikasa flying towards him, Kaiser's Titan didn't hesitate to grab a piece of Wugui Titan beside him and block it in front of him. The mindless Wugui Titan saw food flying towards himself, immediately shouted with excitement, and reached out to grab the target. Mikasa let out a cold snort of disdain, spinning his body and waving the blade of the Titan to cut off the palm of Titan, and continued to rush towards Kaise's Titan, which had retreated to the edge. It was less than 50 meters away, and it seemed that she couldn't keep the opponent, but Mikasa didn't plan to give up yet. She planned to fight another one and capture Rainer alive. Yeah. Mikasa increased the speed of the three-dimensional mobile device to the maximum, flexibly avoiding the palms of the many Titan waves, and quickly narrowing the distance with Kaise's Titan. See Leaner, his pupils shrank, and he quickly escaped from the back of the neck of Titan, and used the three-dimensional mobile device to flee in the direction of Titan, but the consumption of continuous transformation made Lina almost exhausted all his energy and flew. The speed inevitably slowed down. Mikasa caught up with him effortlessly. The holy silver blade slashed hard, and Rainer instinctively raised the knife to block, but the super hard blade was surrounded by a silver blade with green runes in Mikasa's hand. Easily cut off, along with Rainer's right forearm, the pain that penetrated the soul made Rainer let out a miserable cry. The right arm was cut from the elbow, and blood suddenly poured out. The pain that was several times stronger than expected made Rainer almost fainted, but his tenacity still made him barely resist the pain, and his left hand swung the knife, forced Mikasa to block, and then took the opportunity to accelerate to get away from her, swaying towards the car force Titan. Mikasa immediately wanted to speed up his grip on Rainer, but was caught by a Titan behind him and squeezed hard. The pain of cracking bones made Mikasa scream, "Go away." At this moment, Levier suddenly cut away the fingers of Titan and saved her. With this time, Titan has already rescued Lina, fleeing away. I carried Mia on my back and walked slowly towards the direction of the team. In any case, we won the battle. Although Jike and the others escaped, it caused us more than 80 casualties, but we also got it. A lot of information was obtained, and a hidden time bomb like Titan was forced out. The number of more than 80 people sounds like a lot, but this is the total casualties of the 3 major corps. The number of casualties in the investigation corps is actually in their early 20s. The loss of an outside investigation is far more than this number. The main cause of casualties is let the garrison regiment and the gendarmerie regiment occupy. This fighter should be able to calm Yani. In general, this battle is more gains than losses. It should also make the wall understand that there is only a dead end, which is conducive to the operation of the restitutionists, but these are the things that follow. Now I have to face the Titan Emir and the seriously injured Mikasa. Needless to say, this Nizai must have entered rashly. Mikasa's injury is actually not difficult to deal with. Use a few healing spell cards to stabilize the injury and rest for a few days to heal. The trouble is that Ymir must do a good job of psychological work for her and let her stay. This aspect is very brainstorming. I moved my lips, but I didn't expect Emil's Titan to be Ymir. The Titan on Parley Island might add up to thousands. In so many Titan, there is no luck if you happen to meet the Murray Fighter Quartet in such a big place, and you can escape smoothly after eating one of them. After putting Mia on the ground and telling Emin to take care of her, I knocked Mikasa, who was pretending to be poor, on the head, and then walked towards Ymir. Looked at Ymir in the form of Titan and Krista, who was defending in front of her decisively, as well as other members of the former 9th Squad who were at a loss, as well as the soldiers of the corps with a nervous face holding the blade. I asked, "Who can tell me what's going on? I need to know the ins and outs of things." "Gavin." Ymir turned into Titan to save me. "She was with us just now. Fighting together. She is not an enemy." Krista hurriedly exclaimed, "She can be an ally of the corps just like Eren." The soldiers of the surrounding corps commotion, but then returned to quiet. What's going on? The head of Irvine also brought people here. As the highest commander of the current team, Irvine's influence is beyond doubt, and the soldiers have consciously made way for him, waiting for him to deal with Ymir. "I'm not your enemy." As Titan opened his mouth, his voice was low, and when Titan was heard, the soldiers suddenly felt a commotion. I know the reason." Erwin exchanged glances with me, and I also spoke in cooperation. "Ymir, to show your sincerity, you should get out of Titan first. We guarantee your safety." Ymir hesitated for a moment, and then nodded, "Okay." A gust of steam rose from the back of the neck of Titan, and Ymir pulled his upper body out of Titan. Krista hurriedly manipulated the three-dimensional mobile device to help, pulling Ymir completely out of Titan. Titan body fell forward, and the expressions of the surrounding soldiers also relaxed a lot. "You and Lueabin stay, and the others will clean the battlefield and set up guards." Irvine waved and ordered and began to clear the field. Only a few of us related personnel were left behind. "Now you can talk," Irvine said. "Why help us? Who can I help you if I don't help?" Ymir looked nonchalant. "If I go to Murray, it will be my fate. You can only be eaten one way. Staying inside the wall can at least survive, and there is my dear Harista here, right? The way you look makes us completely unable to trust you." When you said blankly, the invisible aura began to oppress Ymir. Ymir had no resistance to this, and soon drops of cold sweat broke out. Oh, Ymir finally sighed. "Well, for the sake of seeing Krista, I will tell you everything." A man from the Eldia rebels from the wandering children in the Murray shelter selected, impersonating Ymir to help them develop their power and live for others like a puppet. Until this rebel army was discovered by the Murray Public Security Bureau, everyone was arrested and sent to Paradise Island, and then injected with Titan spinal fluid to become Titan, and fell asleep in an endless nightmare for more than 40 years. It wasn't until Marseilles who happened to have eaten his predecessor's Titan to get free. This is Ymir's life experience. After all, she is nothing more than a poor person, although things are a little weird. From the day I regained consciousness, I vowed that I will live for myself from now on, and no longer live for others. No one can influence me. Ymir said firmly. Everyone in the first 9 classes couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. They were very surprised at Ymir's life experience. The head of Erwin was still expressionless, but his eyes looked at me quietly. After seeing me nodding to him to indicate that Ymir was telling the truth, he said, "We will believe your statement for the time being, then we will ensure your safety now, but you also need to accept our supervision." "I understand." Ymir nodded, and then turned his head to Krista. "But there is one more thing now," she said. "Krista, do you remember our appointment when training in the Snow Mountain? When I disclose my secrets, you also have to disclose your identity and truly live for yourself." Harista. He and Connie and the others suddenly looked at Harista with a surprised look, and they didn't expect her to have it too. Hidden secrets, the series of things that happened today was beyond their expectations. Even I didn't expect this. Krista looked tangled, twisted his clothes uneasy, and made up his mind to speak for a long time. "My real name is Sistria Reese, the illegitimate daughter of Earl Rod Reese." "What?" I couldn't help my pupils shrink when I heard the words, and immediately exclaimed. The head of Elvin, who knew the true identity of the Lays family, couldn't help showing a look of surprise. "What's the matter with Gawain?" Marco said. "Hiri, what's wrong with Sistria's identity?" "Of course you don't know. The expression on my face is very complicated, and I feel like I can't face Sistria. Regardless of the way in which I lead, the restoring faction I lead has an antagonism to the Reese family. First, they helped Grisha Yeager to bloodbath the Reese family. Only Rod escaped alive, they also took them away. The ancestor of Titan made the Lays family in a difficult situation. Now we have to overthrow the rule of the Lays king. Believe that if Rod Reese is in front of me and knows my identity, he will definitely rush to eat my meat and drink my blood. Under such circumstances, know the true identity of Histria. How should I face her? Rhodes's true identity is the king inside the wall. The king sitting on the throne is nothing more than a puppet launched by him and various nobles." My voice was very dry, and Sistria was just Rod's private. Having a daughter, the relationship with the Rice family is still uncertain. I decided not to disclose to them about the restorationists for the time being. After I understand Sistria's attitude, I will decide to say or not, and I will now disclose the news was enough to shock everyone. I never knew about this. Krista, oh no, it is Sistria who shook her head blushing in the face of everyone's shock. I have been helping out on a farm since I can remember. I have never seen my father. Only my mother sits next to a tree and reads a book every day. She does her makeup and goes out in a carriage in the evening. She never helps with work or talks to me. Once I read a book and said that my mother's children are intimate. Just while my mother was reading, she threw herself up and hugged her, but she didn't want her to push me away. What she said to me for the first time was, "If I could kill you cruelly." Ya looked sad. Things changed 3 years ago. On the other day, my mother reluctantly brought a man. He claimed to be Rod Lays and said he was my father. He wanted to take me to live with him, but halfway through, I was stopped by another man with someone. He and his father reached an agreement to kill my mother and sent me to the training corps under the alias Crystalence. Zistria said. I still remember what my mother said. The last sentence is, "You should not have been born." After listening to Zistria's account, everyone couldn't help showing sympathy. Ymir suddenly hugged her and said, "It's okay. You still have me now, dear Hister. Leah, and everyone treats you as a family member and a companion. Forget the past and be yourself." Zistria hummed slightly, with happiness on her face. Her smile and tears flowed down at the same time. Everyone from the first 9 classes came forward to comfort her, but I secretly relieved in my heart. Very well, Zistria and the Reese family have no feelings, otherwise I will really she couldn't face her anymore. Zistria, would you hate them? I said. Ymir immediately glared at me. Some guy who doesn't open or lift any pot. Zistria hesitated, and finally shook his head slightly. I can't talk about hate, I just don't have any feelings with them. But will you be sad when they are dead? I asked. Zistria was visibly stunned, and then replied, maybe. There will be a little bit. Gawain, what do you guys want to do? Ymir finally shouted to me dissatisfied, and I smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, but I have to confirm it. Confirm what? Can you rule out the threat as a running dog of the Wong family? Ymir said in a bad tone. Hey, ugly woman, if you speak like this, be careful, I will let you never speak again. Connie suddenly said angrily said, Gawain is not such a person. What are you arguing about? At this moment, Mia finally woke up, and the tension was eased. Wake up. Stepped forward, stretched out his hand and rubbed Mia's head. Why did you fall into someone else's hand? But I didn't happen to solve the problem that Jake made them have to use you to hold me with you. You will be caught as a guest. I was attacked. Mia said with helplessness and anger. The strange titan suddenly came out from behind and bit me, and I would swallow and lose consciousness before I could fight back. Then it disrupted our formation, and Ymir turned into shape to save me. Zistria also said, okay, I nodded helplessly, then this is the case beforehand. Well, I have more important things to tell you. This is also related to Zistria. Next, I told them about the restorative factions. After all, we and the investigative corps are grasshoppers on a rope. We are both prosperous and damaged. It's not a big deal to tell them, anyway. The sky is a coup d'etat, and the restorionists will be known by then. The ones that should come will come. Telling them now is better than what everyone knows before they know, at least giving them time to prepare. Zystria, are you interested in being a queen? I asked. The people need a spiritual leader after the fall of the king's government. Me. Zystria was a little surprised. Of course you can refuse. I smiled, but if you are interested, the restitutionists can also push you to the top, but there is no real power. This is a kind of compensation. Everyone was surprised. Hislia hesitated, and then shook his head. No, Gao Wen, thank you, I yearn for a free life more than the throne. I promised Emir to be myself. But, if you need it. No, I respect your choice. I nodded to her. Don't worry, no one will force you what you don't want to do. I have other arrangements for the throne. I thought you would sit on the throne by yourself. Header Erwin, who has been silent, suddenly said, and I shrugged, not interested. Throne, something that countless people dream of. As long as sitting on it, it means having power, status, money, and beauty. How many people have broken brothers and eliminated dissidents, but now Zystria and I have faced each other at our fingertips. He chose to give up the throne, which made the head of Irvine's face unavoidably showing a look of surprise. Why? He couldn't help asking, then what are you going to do next? Push someone up to be the king. I looked indifferent. Anyway, I won't be the king. It's too tiring. I don't lack money and rights. Why do I have to going to be the king to add restraint to myself? Irvin was speechless for a while, and I walked to Mikasa to check her injury. I left her for so long just now, and now she seems a little angry. I can only be soft about it. The sound of comfort. It took a long time for Mikasa to calm down. The next step is to garrison, rest, and restore physical strength. After the war, the soldiers of the three major corps have reached their limit and are unable to perform the task of cleaning Titan. The first priority is to repair, search and clean. Things can wait until tomorrow. The search and cleanup will take at least 3 days to end. During this time, we can slowly plan that Erwin will try to win Pixis into our camp. If it doesn't work, he can also win over other high-level garrison regiments, restoratives. More troops will be mobilized into the royal city. The longer the delay, the better for us. For the 3 days I was very leisurely, spending all my life in Mikasa. The latter was clamoring to go out, but after being forced to heal his wounds by me, it stopped. In addition, I have also identified a person who can be the king from the restorators. From all aspects, he is very suitable and trustworthy. It is necessary to convince him first. This condition should not be difficult. After all, he is an idealist. It's best to deal with his principle. After cleaning up Titan and confirming that there were no gaps in the wall, the three major corps began to return to the city to report on duty, and I rode towards Duke George on horseback. Yes, in my opinion, there is no more suitable person to sit on the throne than Eric. Before joining the Restorationists, his ability to fight against the nobles with the power of a duke proved his ability. After the reinstatement, he has been doing his best for the organization, and he has truly achieved what he said to create a piece of vitality for the Eldian nation, so that I don't have to worry about being a pig when he is the king. Teammates stabbed from the back, and can easily control power, why not do it? When I found Eric, he was screening intelligence and dispatching Dark Arrow. He seemed very surprised by my sudden arrival. Gavin, why are you here? Eric, let's talk. The long journey makes me a little tired, but now is not the time to take a break. I must deal with the matter as soon as possible, and it will take time to report afterwards, and I may have to persuade other people of the Restorationists. Hurry up. What's the matter? Eric was a little confused, but he quickly walked outside with me. After seeing no one else around, I spoke straightforwardly. The Eric organization is now going to give you a difficult task. I need you to sit on the throne. Yes? I promise to complete my job. What? Eric first responded subconsciously, then his eyes widened in astonishment. I need you to be the king of the wall. I repeating it again, Eric still had an unbelievable look. Why me? Why me? Eric asked in disbelief. I thought you would be king by yourself. I did have this idea. I told the truth, but after thinking about it, I gave up this plan. Why? Eric asked in a daze. One of the main reasons is the lifespan. I shrugged. You also have 13 years. Eric fell silent. Exclaimed, on the contrary. I shook my head. I can live a long time, until the ages will forget me. What are you kidding? Eric said with a look of disbelief. I was silent for a few seconds, and finally decided to explain why I didn't want to be me, and of course the reason I used to convince Eric was indispensable. The oldest elder of our clan is more than 7,000 years old, and his body is still not aging. No one in our clan has ever died naturally. All are due to war or accident. I said. That means I can live for a long time, maybe even until the world is destroyed. So what? Eric frowned, and believed my statement for the time being. You have been leading us. Okay, Eric, I'm not surprised that you think so. I believe Lance and all the restitutionists will think so, thinking that it is not a problem for me to be king forever. I smiled and said, but what about afterwards? Waiting for yours. After death, do your sons and grandsons still think so? For them, a king who will never die. 100 or 200 years, they will go from respect to awe, from awe to fear. And then there is also jealousy. People can accept a tyrant, because the tyrant will pass away, but they cannot accept an immortal king, because the human heart is like this. Eric was stunned when he heard the words, and I immediately continued to strike while the iron was hot. And I am also not interested in the throne. Compared to staying on the throne, I yearn for a free life, and my ability is only the best performance can be obtained in the first line. In that case, why don't I give it to a more suitable person? Gavin, Eric took a deep breath. Why me? Because you have enough talents to sit on the throne. Your character also makes me rest assured that you will not be black hands on us, and you are also born a nobleman. You can use this to stabilize the people and those noble forces that will vote for us. The most important thing is that your goals are consistent with ours. I said sincerely, please, Eric. To be honest, do I yearn for the throne? Of course there are some, but the main reason why I chose to give up it is not for the sake of justice. I am not so noble. The reason that really makes me not want to be king is that I am so tired. Don't you see those wise monarchs recorded in the history books work until the wee hours every day? I also don't lack the status, power, money, and beauty that the king has. The position of the leader of the restorationists allows me to have both power and status. The shares of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce allow me to pretend that money is just a number. As for the beauty, Mikasa is still waiting for me to put her in bed, cough cough. In short, I don't lack all the enjoyment that the king should have, but I lack a title. In that case, why should I undertake the drudgery? Thank you, Gawain. In that case, I am obligated. Eric said firmly, and finally got on the thief ship under my persuasion. He accepted the throne, and then notified the restoring party about the matter. Go up and down, and persuaded Lance and others with my rhetoric. There are some things we have to say first, Eric. I said with a solemn expression, when we take power, the power of the king will definitely decrease. You must be psychologically prepared, and it is necessary for me to hold power, or even go around. After you make a decision, after all, I am better than you and more prepared for going into the world. I accept. Eric nodded calmly, this is what it should be. When I rushed back to the King City, the head of Erwin and the restorative team had already formulated a new plan, which was a little improvement on the fraud plan I came up with, and at the same time, Pixis also made suggestions to us. He made concessions and participated in our plan, but he decided to support Wang Zhang or support us based on Wang Zhang's reaction. The general plan is, Commander Erwin, Commander Nair Division, and Commander Pixis will enter the palace together to report on their duties. At that time, they will question Wang Zhang and test Wang Zhang's reaction on the information obtained by Mireille. Then, a soldier will be arranged to falsely report that the Wall of Roses was broken by Armor's Titan and the Super-Large Titan. If Wang Zhang supports the plan to retake the Wall of Roses, Pixis will choosing to stand on their side. If they want to abandon the people of the Wall of Roses, President Saker, who is hidden in the palace, will overthrow them. The first plan is to spy on intelligence, and the second plan is the hands-on part. Of course, Pickaxe's choice will greatly affect our next actions, but I am very confident about the reaction of Wang Zhang's nobles. They are sure will push themselves into the abyss, their previous actions are the best evidence. The above is a plan for Wang Zhang's upper echelons, and we cannot let go of Wang Zhang's lower echelons. Due to the capture of Kaizi's Titan and the Super-Large Titan before, now there are a large number of central military police and private soldiers of various nobles gathered inside and outside the royal city. It must be a little troublesome to deal with them only by the three major corps. But if you add the restitutionists, you can just catch them all. The airship unit is ready, and the machine gun has been secretly transported into the royal city. I believe that once the war starts, this will be a one-sided massacre. The next day, Erwin and others entered the palace to report on their duties. Some of the gendarmerie and garrison soldiers entered with them. Others in the investigative corps were ordered to garrison outside the palace and take care of Ymir. There was no suppression of the troops. I was idle and was divided into two by Kenny. One was led by him and Kelly to investigate the corps to capture Aaron and Emir, and the other stayed to guard the palace. Of course, the ones with good character are all on Kenny Road. The investigation corps has already set up traps for them, and they happened to catch them all alive. On the other side, I asked them to die. Under my instruction, Kenny assigned me to guard the palace. At that time, I can stab the bits and pieces in the back and help Irvine by the way. After all, they are dealing with the nobles of Wang Zhang. Later, they will definitely cause a frenzied counterattack from their men, and they must persist until all of them are resolved. Because there are so many people and they don't know which noble has left behind, you must be prepared to head on. It is impossible to expect those private soldiers to surrender. The nobles who are not in the palace will definitely lead. They fought back and tried to protect their own interests and lives. Commander Erwin and the others have just entered the palace, and there is still a lot of nonsense to talk with the nobles of Wang Zhang, and it will be a while before they start. There are 59 members of the anti-person suppression force in the palace. Xiao Han gathered in the hall where I am now and chatted and fart, and the rest were scattered around the palace. I was wearing a hidden talisman and leaning against the corner of the hall, watching with cold eyes. As soon as Zaclay's side does it, I will simultaneously use the bursting spell card to solve them. The messenger card connected to my spirit link at the waist is connected to Erwin and the others, sending real time. After some exchanges, everyone on the throne side finally got into the topic and began to listen to reports from Erwin and others. So let Kaizi's Titan and the Super-Large Titan run away? A nobleman said, yes. Erwin nodded, and the nobles suddenly showed disappointment. With a look of dissatisfaction, King Lei standing among them was expressionless. Why let them run away? Are you too incompetent? Another nobleman asked with a bad face. We were ambushed at that time. Everyone fought hard and paid a lot of casualties before we won. There is no more energy left to keep them. An officer of the garrison regiment immediately defended with dissatisfaction. Mouth, there is no place for you to speak here. The nobleman immediately changed his face and yelled, then ignored the ugly-faced officer there, and turned his head to Irvin gloomily and said, Captain Irvin Smith, I need an explanation. The report just now explains that everyone in the team has tried their best. If you are not satisfied, you can replace us. Irwin said without looking at the nobleman. At a glance, The nobleman was about to get angry. Compared to this, Murray intelligence is more important to the old man. After all, it is about the truth of the world. Pickaxe suddenly stepped forward and said, attracting everyone's attention. Judging from the information we have obtained, there is a big difference between the truth of the world and the history preached by Wang Zhang. I don't know what your majesty wants to explain. Why do you want to conceal the truth from us, even if the enemy hits the door and does not announce it fact? Pixis's eyes were electric, and he shot straight at the king on the throne, but the king didn't respond to this. Even his expression did not change, but the nobles exploded. Pot. Pixis, what are you talking nonsense? Are you suspicious of Wang Zhang? A nobleman shouted fiercely inside and outside, and Pixis chuckled. His whole body suddenly changed, in an overwhelming manner. Pressing on the nobles, they can't help sweating coldly. Pixis, are you trying to rebel? Another noble shouted steadily, and Pixis's momentum eased slightly. He raised his hand and touched his grey beard, and said faintly, the old man does not intend to rebel. The old man just wants to ask for an explanation. This. The nobles were speechless for a while, and didn't know how to respond. When the scene fell into a stalemate, the side door suddenly rushed into a panicked garrison. Before the nobles scolded him, he said, report. Kaizi Titan and the super-large Titan attacked the colonia's area, and the wall of rose was broken. What? The report of the garrison immediately made the nobles shocked and immediately began to talk, but King Lei did not speak. Half a word, the nobles seemed to treat him as if he didn't exist. The top priority is to send troops to the colonia's area to rescue the people as soon as possible, and try to recapture the Wall of Rose. Irvine stepped forward and said, staring directly at the king on the throne, and the corner of his eyes aimed at Lei. King Si, Your Majesty, please give the order as soon as possible. The investigation corps can set off at any time. The garrison regiment is also available. Our elite squad can be mobilized urgently. Pixis touched his beard and agreed, noble in the palace. Nothing to drink in front of me. Neil Dirk's lips moved, but he didn't speak. The king did not respond, and the nobles quickly shouted after suffocating, no, can't let the refugees in. What? Many officers in the regiment couldn't help showing horror. Irvin had an expression that he had expected, and Pixis' eyes sharpened suddenly. The land within the wall of Hina can't feed everyone. If they are allowed in, it will inevitably lead to war due to famine, and then humanity will really be over. For the survival of mankind, we must block the Hina wall. An aristocrat said politely, then you will immediately take someone to block the Hina wall and protect our fief. Anyone who tries to break through the blockade will be killed. No one can be allowed in. This is an order. This. Neil was stunned when he heard the words, with a gloomy expression on his face. Go. Another nobleman yelled immediately when he saw him staying still. Nerdak, is it possible? Do you want to see the fate? Your Excellency, Division Commander. The gendarme on the side called out hesitantly, not knowing whether he should follow the orders of the nobles. Neil hesitated for a few seconds, and said in one sentence, my family is still in the Wall of Roses. What? The nobles stayed for a while, take them. After struggling, Neil finally made up his mind and reached out to the nobles. They ordered, Nair, you. The nobles were all taken aback. You are treason? Pixis, what are you doing in a daze? Take him down. Pixis touched his beard, and then waved his hand. You really disappointed the old man. Fortunately, old man, I had confidence in you before. All the garrison soldiers on the scene also pointed their guns at the nobles. What? All the nobles were stunned, still wondering why things happened like this. Boom. At this moment, the door was also knocked open from the outside, and President Darius Saker walked in with his hands on his back with a face of contentment. The soldiers holding guns on both sides were directly attached to his presidential guard. I finally waited for this moment. Zackley said with a smile, Nobles, I declare that you have violated Article 6 of the Charter of Humanity, putting personal interests above collective survival. Now according to the law, I was arrested. Zaker, you. The nobles stared wide-eyed. So, is the news that the Wall of Roselle was broken is false? Not bad. Irwin nodded and said, this news is just to test your reaction, to see if you really care about the people, and it will also determine that the commander of Division Neil and Commander Pixis are here. The team in the coup d'etat. Now it seems that your reaction is not unexpected. The old man actually didn't want to be like this, but you really disappointed the old man. Pixis shook his head regretfully, and took out from the non-leaving hip flask took a sip of wine, and the soldiers of the 3 major corps began to deploy defenses and fire smoke bombs to notify the outside to do something. Even if you get it done, what about us? A nobleman suddenly shouted, we still have a lot of elites in the palace, and we will never fall short of fighting with your current manpower. There are also a large number of us inside and outside the palace. Our private army, there are still many troops in our fief. Do your 3 major corps think this will solve us? Wishful thinking? Right now, bang. The former garrison officer who had been reprimanded by the nobleman suddenly took a gun and slammed the on the face of the nobleman, and interrupted him, "Be quiet, Irvine stared at the panicked nobles expressionlessly, focusing mainly on the lacking expression of King Lei, and faintly felt that something was wrong with him. "Your Majesty, what do you want to say?" Irvine glanced at the fake king who was detained from the throne by the gendarmes, stared at the face of King Lei and said, a panic flashed through King Lei's eyes and couldn't help but step back. Boom. Boom. Just as President Zachary led people into the throne hall, I immediately raised my hand and threw out 5 bursting spell cards to various locations that I had selected. Flames and shock waves immediately filled the hall, and I was caught off guard to suppress the troops. Immediately there were heavy casualties, and screams and curses resounded through the hall. Bang! Bang! I quickly threw 2 black smoke bombs to block everyone's sight, then I pulled out the shotgun and turned on the hunter's vision to aim at those who were lucky enough to pull the trigger, and constantly change my position to prevent being hit. Under the circumstances of transparency, the battle, or the massacre, ended in a short time, and none of the 27 anti-personnel suppression troops in the hall survived. It's not surprising that this result can be achieved with mental arithmetic unintentional and they are unprepared, not to mention that there are bug-level things such as the hunter's vision and the bursting spell card. I would be surprised if I could not kill them all. After filling the corpse with shot bullets, I started walking towards the throne hall. The movement just now should have alarmed all the guards in the palace. They will definitely come to check the situation. I happened to use the bursting spell card to prepare a big for them. The gift package will be automatically opened as soon as the door is opened. I believe they will like it. At the same time, several letters were sent from the palace to inform members of the restorationists inside and outside the palace that the change of kingship had begun. The Wangzhang forces that have ruled the wall for more than 100 years are about to fall, replaced by the reinstatementists who are rising like stars. After tolerating for 5 full years, the Wangzhang and the reinstatementists finally reached the showdown. The gendarmerie, the garrison, and the presidential guard rushed out of the throne hall, and together with their colleagues in the palace, attacked the central gendarmerie and the opposing forces. The two attacked naturally fought back, and both were in the palace. The fierce battle started and the scene was very chaotic. However, since I conspired to account for the small half of the suppressive force in the palace, the 2 major corps and the presidential guard took the lead, so after a few minutes of fierce battle, we easily gained the upper hand and used the 1.5:1 exchange ratio. The number superior team won the opponent. The few members of the central gendarmerie and the opposing suppression force used 3-dimensional mobile devices to escape or retreat into the room to fight back. The palace has generally fallen under our control. In order to avoid accidental injuries, I found a room and hid temporarily in the middle of the journey. I only came out after the battle in the palace was over. Then I was escorted into the throne hall by 2 gendarmes to see Elvin and others confirm it. Only after his identity was released, the throne hall has now become the command center, and the head of the Nair division is organizing defense. Gavin, Elvin greeted me and said, "Now there is a good news and a bad news. Listen to the bad news first." I frowned and said, Irvine nodded, "The bad news is that Rod Lays is not here, and here is his substitute. This is a bit troublesome." I touched my nose and said, "But it's not a big problem. What about the good news?" "The good news is that this guy is now in the fief of the Reese house, waiting for Kenny to take someone to send him Aaron, Emir, and Historia." Irvin's eyes were full of smile. I just laughed out loud. Putting the matter of Rod Reese aside, he couldn't escape the chase of the restoratives anyway. After shaking hands with Zachley, Nair, and Pixis, I went straight to the subject. "What's the situation now?" "It's okay," Nair replied. "We now have 53 people and basically control the palace, but now the private soldiers of the nobles should have received the news. It is estimated that they will be in a few minutes. I'm going to rush in. Our manpower is not enough, the equipment is not good, the time is not enough, and we are not very familiar with the topography of the palace. It is a question mark whether we can last for 20 minutes in the fight." Neil said helplessly, and was there. "All of you don't have much experience in fighting against humans. The palace should have a few secret ways to escape." Zaker frowned and said, "Then ask them." Pixis looked at it, said to the nobles who had been and left in the corner, "But do you know where the tunnel will lead? Is it the enemy's territory or ours? Then what should we do? Are you just waiting for them to come in?" Zachley asked with furrowed brows. "Give me command, I have experience in dealing with humans," I said. Zachley and others immediately turned their eyes to me. "You," Zachley said in a skeptical tone, "it is under my leadership that the restorationists can fight against the central gendarmerie and opposing suppression forces and have the upper hand." I shrugged. "You can choose to continue to question, but the enemy will rush in a few minutes, and we will be finished together." Zachley gritted his teeth, but while hesitating, Irvin suddenly said, "I support Gawain." Irvin. Zachley was a little surprised, but he didn't want Pixis to express his opinion immediately. The old man also supports Gawain. This is the time to take a gamble. "President, since we have already gambled once, why not bet again now, Your Excellency?" Nair looked at him. Zachley asked, "I don't like to take chances." Zachley touched his chin and said helplessly, "But the power of the restorationist is obvious to all, then please, Gao Wen." I nodded without talking nonsense, and stretched out my hand to Nair and said, "Map. There have been no wars with humans in the wall for more than 100 years. They naturally have no experience, but I am different, let alone the experience of directing the reinstatement party against imperialism here. Just talk about the ears and eyes of TV and novels on the Earth, as well as all kinds of information on the internet, and the experience of fighting against alien humanoids nearly 100 times. After taking a few glances at the map, I quickly selected a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack and has a rooftop as the center, and then I began to deploy defenses around that center. In this combat idea, I stayed in line and shot. My way of thinking is naturally extremely clever. The throne hall was abandoned without hesitation. Our party took the noble prisoners to the selected location quickly. This is the advantage of cooperating with the soldiers. They made up their minds to stop hesitating and questioning orders. This will only waste time, much better than civil servant Zackley. The military police, the garrison, and the soldiers of the Presidential Guard were all broken up and mixed by me, and then dispersed to form 3 lines of defense, and even squeezed out 8 people to form a reserve team. Indoor warfare is such an advantage. As long as a few people can rely on guarding the entrances and exits to withstand the attack of the enemy brigade, if they don't push the artillery to bombard the palace, they will not want to break through even one line of defense within 3 hours, let alone it's been 3 hours, and the restoring party probably won't give them even an hour. After all, machine guns are not vegetarian. All the firearms used by the soldiers were replaced with shotguns. A small arsenal in the palace allowed us to have enough bullet tubes. After the 2 big indoor war weapons, submachine guns, and hand grenades, the shotgun was the best weapon. It is impossible for the existence of enemies to pile up by numbers, The machine gun spit out the tongue almost non-stop, suppressing the private soldiers of the nobles. The sound of bolt rifle and revolver firing was also often heard. In contrast, the counterattack sound of the fired gun was scattered. Broke up. At the beginning, the reinstatement faction's surprise attack really caught the opponent by surprise, causing them to suffer heavy losses when caught off guard, but then the private soldiers also recovered, using the 3-dimensional mobile device and the bunker support to fight the reinstatement faction into a stalemate. He even won a machine gun, so that the rehabilitators who lacked heavy weapons couldn't help them for a while. Neither thunder guns nor artillery could be brought in. There were only 4 machine guns, which made it very difficult for the rehabilitators to fight. This situation continued until the airship troops arrived. Domination of the air. People with a little bit of common sense on the Earth know its importance. Whenever a war starts, the 2 sides will first fight for air supremacy. Once a war is won, the war can be considered to be half won. Having air supremacy means that the other party's arrangement can be clear. It can attack the opponent's troops wantonly, and can easily destroy the opponent's important targets. Throwing a stone at high altitude has great power, which shows the terrible thing of high altitude throwing. What's more, it is not stones that are thrown down by the airship troops sent by the restoration of power, but clusters of bullets and overwhelming grenades. The struggle for air supremacy is usually an extremely tragic process, requiring great casualties to obtain, and obtaining air supremacy does not mean that you can do whatever you want. The enemy's air defense forces will use an airtight firepower net to tell those who are too arrogant. Why are the Air Force flowers so red? However, Wangjiang did not have an air force. They did not even have a thing that could go to the sky, except for 3-dimensional maneuvering devices. Without an air force, there would be no motivation to develop an air defense force, so they did not have an air defense force. Now the sky is the back garden of the restorationists. Go wherever you want. Although there are only 6 airships that can arrive due to various constraints, these 6 airships have completely turned the tide of the battle. They not only completely suppressed the private armies of the nobles, but also supplemented the relatively small number of manpower and urgent needs of the restorationists in the royal city. The investigation corps, the garrison corps, and the gendarmerie corps have also joined the battle. It's only a matter of time before they can win. Outside the royal city, Mark is coming with a large army of restoring powers. At that time, the private army of the nobles in the royal city will not be able to run. The victory belongs to us. In the fierce battle in the royal city, the performance of the airship unit is equally eye-catching. There are Lance's ancestor Titan, Eren Attack on Titan, Yanni's daughter Titan and Yumi ER's Titan, the 4 major Titan. Wherever the enemy goes, the enemy is unable to break the army, a few stereo machines cannot pose a threat to them, and the 3-dimensional mobile device does not mean that there is a counter. Titan has the ability, and it is very likely to send people away. The noble private soldiers who have no experience in dealing with Titan undoubtedly belong to the latter, and their poor flying skills make them only living targets. It's not just the private armies of the nobles who are fighting outside the palace are firmly suppressed. They also didn't get any benefit in the battle in the palace. The battle has lasted for half an hour. During this period, the private army launched a total of 5 attacks on us, killing more than 30 people, while our side only killed 6 people. The private army was lucky enough to win a corridor in the middle, but was immediately I took the people back to retake it, so that they finally got nothing. In fact, our casualties can be reduced by half. If they can fully obey my orders at the beginning, I am an expert after all. It's a pity that they didn't listen, and paid the price of their lives. The current battlefield situation is like a matryoshka. I, the highest officer of the 3 major regiments, and a group of soldiers are surrounded by the private soldiers of the nobles in the palace. The soldiers were surrounded by the royal city. The elite of the Restorationists and the three major corps were surrounded by the Central Gendarmerie Regiment and the noble soldiers outside the royal city, and they would be surrounded by the Restorationist forces. The scene is really chaotic, but we have the upper hand. Their leaders have been swept away by us, and their equipment and combat literacy are not as good as ours, and the decline has already appeared. The arrival of the airship completely changed the situation, and also brought us a way of retreat surrounded by the palace, so that we don't have to stay on until the enemy is repelled. At my order, the 3 green letter smoke bombs that indicated the retreat were fired out on the rooftop in the shape of a product. The 3 nearest airships immediately turned and flew towards us. 2 were responsible for fire protection and 1 was responsible for landing. Pick up. Although we can stay in the palace for a long time, in order to prevent unstable factors, I still decided to withdraw now. In case the other party really finds the cannon from which corner and fires at us regardless of the life and death of the nobles, I will have fun. Everyone, it's over. Now if there is no accident, you can already see the dawn of victory. When the victory is met, but the opponent is dying to become a tragic victory, no one can accept it. Your Excellency, the commander of the airship number 1 airship of the Restoration Force, Yake, report to you. Under the cover of the 2 airships, the airship in charge of receiving the airship landed smoothly on the rooftop, and Yake poked his head out of the airship and shouted to me. I nodded to him and began to command the team to gradually retreat and the nobles to the airship. Everyone in the corps was curious and surprised at the airship except Erwin, but now there was no time for them to observe carefully. After a few seconds of daze, I pushed them all into the airship. What's the current situation? I asked immediately after the airship took off. Yake solemnly saluted me, and then replied, at present, our troops in the royal city have all-round superiority and are cooperating with the airship troops. When attacking the enemy, the soldiers of the 3 major regiments are responsible for preventing the enemy from outside the city from entering the city. Chief Mark has already led the large forces to the city and is fighting the enemy outside the city. Victory is only a matter of time. Very good. I nodded. I was not surprised by this situation. After all, the Restitutionists have been planning and preparing for this for 4 years, and the 3 major corps have helped me. If this is not the case, I will just find a piece of tofu and kill me. Nair and Pixis looked a bit complicated when they heard this. Zackley's eyes flashed with unwillingness and fear. Only Elvin was expressionless, but the triumph and excitement in his eyes could not be hidden. In this coup d'état, the most profitable people are the rehabilitators, and the second largest is the investigation corps. By then, rewards for meritorious deeds will surely expand the strength of the investigation corps several times. But Zackley, Pixis, and Nair are not necessarily the same. They chose to support the Restitutionists at the last moment. Although they can protect themselves, their interests will undoubtedly be damaged. To be honest, I really want the Restitutionists to only cooperate with the investigative corps and then sweep all obstacles, so that no one will jump out and make complaints about the all-round changes in the wall. It's a pity that the wall can no longer withstand excessive internal friction. If there is no foreign enemy, it would be okay, but if the enemy is currently excessive internal friction, it is tantamount to self-destruction. I can only pinch my nose to recognize, the battle lasted for another 20 minutes. Under heavy losses, the private army and the Central Gendarmerie Regiment all put down their weapons and surrendered, except for a small number of them who fled. People killed more than 600 enemy troops, and achieved full victory. The banner representing Wang Zheng in the palace was slowly lowered, and replaced by the banner of the Restitutionists. The rule of Wang Zheng was over, and now it was the Restitutionists' turn to take power. It is equivalent to the previous arrests of Kaizi's Titan and the super-large Titan. In order to fight for the power of Titan, the nobles transferred the most elite parts of their private army to the royal city. It happened that we were all over it, and now only their heirs and private army teams that can only be used to make up are left in their fief. However, neither the Restorationists nor the 3 major corps intend to let them go. The so-called cutting the grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze blows again keeps them not only wasting resources, but also risking them to come back, so they still have to be destroyed. Well, to avoid future troubles. After resting in the royal city for a long time, the main force of the Restorationists immediately set out to clean up the noble forces in the south, investigating the corps to the east, the garrison to the west, and the gendarmerie to the north, and Rodriguez was handed over to Dark Arrow. After 3 days of fierce fighting, all the nobles in the Wall of Hina have been swept away, and the nobles in the Wall of Rosette surrendered one after another. Although they didn't want to keep them, the Kalins area of the Wall of Rosette was killed by them. Under the threat of death, we had no choice but to accept their surrender. This time, I underestimated them, thinking that there are still powerful people among the remaining nobles, so I made a mistake. Even if there are some accidents, it cannot change the fact that the reinstatists are the victors. The major newspapers began to print newspapers at full capacity to publicize the truth of the world. At the same time, they began to state the crimes of Wang Zheng and expose their crimes and false kings. The truth is that Eric George was portrayed as a real royal family, who became a duke because he was persecuted by the nobles in a coup. With the help of the Restorationists, he regained the throne, and he deserved it. In order to win over the people, the Restitutionists naturally opened their positions and advertised that it was Eric's order, so that his reputation continued to rise and he was ready for the throne. All kinds of propaganda work lasted for a week. Of course, apart from propagating Eric, the restoratives did not fall behind, including the previous leader Grisha Jaeger. His merits are irreplaceable. The propaganda intensity is second only to Eric, and then I, as the leader of the reinstatementist, Lance of the Armed Forces Group, and Rose of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce, are all in the propaganda list. For a while, we have become well-known figures and are fighting tyranny. The fighter is the hero who came to save Eldia. This series of identities made me have to sigh. History is really written by the victor. History is written by victors seems to me to be the most plausible saying. Just imagine, if we fail, we won't have such a name. Wang Zhang might have published a notice saying, Thieves Chief Mikasa Ackerman and his organization of the Restorationists intended to overthrow the rule of the great royal government. Under the leadership of the wise king and all wise nobles, we succeeded in smashing the conspiracy of the Restorationists, and the relevant personnel have been killed. The king is defeated. These things aside, because history has no if, after all, we have won, and after victory, we have to divide the spoils, and everyone must benefit and be satisfied. Of course, everyone refers to the victors. Also, apart from the distribution of benefits, there will also be a real big change in the wall. Only after removing many rotten things can the wall really develop. A week before Eric took the throne, two things that surprised me very much happened. The first thing Zackley had always dreamed of was that he would take the nobles to the body art exhibition, and let the public see the so-called nobles. The dignity when not wearing clothes. This peculiar thought surprised me very much. I didn't expect the president's biggest dream to be this. Of course, the requirements of the allies should be met as much as possible, saving a few nobles who committed crimes and those who were underage and did not do anything evil. After the female nobles were put under house arrest, the other nobles were all pushed to Zachary with a swipe of my pen, and the surrender of the nobles directly ignored the opposition. The second thing is that some different relics were discovered after Road was captured by the underground inheritance of the Lays family. After being identified by Su Jinkin and I, they were actually the relics left by the demon hunter. It's just that most of the relics have been wiped out, leaving only a few words inscribed on the pillar in the words of the demon hunter. We have reached the most critical moment, and we have to join forces with the aliens. The hunting instinct disappears, and take the risk. But if we triumph, our race will continue. The ancestor titan, the demon hunter, will never surrender. These words undoubtedly confirm that the current decline of the demon hunter is inseparable from the titan. It is very likely it is the enemy of life and death, but now there are too few clues, and we can only wait until later. The work of enthronement is now basically completed, and all ceremonies are ready. At Eric's strong request, I will personally put the crown on him. I will not refuse this honor, so I agreed to it. The preliminary work will not be detailed. After waiting for me to put on the crown for Eric on the high platform, the people below suddenly cheered like mountains and tsunami. I took the newly minted platinum scepter from the side and handed it to Eric. In the hands of Kay, he stood up with his scepter on the ground, stood opposite me, and completed his ascension. Thank you, Gawain. Eric whispered. His red and yellow royal robe made him look majestic and alienated, but through his eyes I knew his original intention had never changed. You're welcome. I smiled at him. Eric, you should start speaking. Eric nodded at me, stepped forward to the stage, and I took a few steps back. Later, it's time for Eric's speech, which helps to further improve his reputation. By the way, I wrote most of his speech. Eric took a deep breath, recalling the speech that he had memorized in his head, facing the look of countless people's expectations. Hello everyone, I am your Emperor Eric George. Everyone knows. A series of great changes have taken place in the wall recently, the truth of the world, the inside story of Wang Zhang. I can understand everyone's hesitation. We are regarded as demons by the whole world, and the whole world wants to destroy us. But we will never give up, we will never surrender. As long as all the people of Eldia unite, we will be able to overcome the difficulties and rise again. I declare that starting today, the Second Empire of Eldia has been established. The people cheered tremendously. With the fall of Wang Zhang, a brand new situation was ushered in the wall, and the people's outlook was completely renewed. But this is only a superficial phenomenon, and the deeper reforms will have to wait until Eric. The ceremony will not start until the completion of the ceremony. Before that, the main personnel will wait in the throne hall. With most of the palaces being destroyed in ruins, the throne hall is one of the few places that are still intact, and there is a sense of ritual here. Today's throne hall is also quite different from before. First, a huge long solid wood table was moved to the center of the hall. The throne is located at the upper end. The red carpet has been laid on the ground and the auditorium has been placed in the corner. The chair looks majestic and sacred in general, and the first throne meeting announced to the outside world will be held here. Said it is the throne meeting. In fact, it means the confession of the spoils, the restoring faction, the investigative corps, the garrison corps, the gendarmerie corps and the presidential line, as well as the nobles who surrendered. The 5 forces will redistribute their interests here. The investigative corps and the restorationists are hardcore allies. The garrison of Pickaxe is a neutral attitude. The gendarmerie and the president have long been united and can be counted as one party. They and the nobles are incompatible with each other, but they have their own small calculations. This means that inside the wall is not the utterance of the restoratives. If reforms are to be carried out, there will be huge resistance. If it is not because the wall cannot withstand internal friction, I will never tolerate such a situation, and no matter what I must do, The reforms continue, so that there is a future in the wall. Gavin. Just as I was standing in the throne hall thinking, the door behind me was suddenly opened, and several people came in to say hello. I looked back and saw that Connie and others were excited. Waved to me, "Why did you come in?" My eyes widened in surprise. At this time, the throne hall should have been under martial law. The palace was guarded by Mark with the most elite soldiers of the restorationists. They should not be able to enter. That's right, wait. Mark? I looked a little helplessly at the gray-haired girl in the 9th class. This daughter is too much. We are qualified to be observers. Connie replied, of course. Plus, Mia's father is responsible for defense, so we were put in first. Mia stuck out her tongue at me. I was right. This can only helplessly shrugged. Gavin, by the way, you look very majestic in this suit. It looks particularly imposing. Marco opened the mouth in a timely manner, changing the subject. This seems to be a mink. Ah, it's expensive. Sasha touched the fur on the shoulder of my dress and said enviously, and these buttons are actually made of gold and silver. This dress is very valuable. Thomas also agreed. Deo, I curled my lips in disdain. If you like to turn around, I will give you a set alone. It takes half an hour to put on this thing. Whoever wants it, whoever wants it. Half an hour? Is that exaggeration? Aaron said in disbelief, and lifted my collar to look at it. It doesn't look like anything special. Mikasa slapped Aaron unceremoniously with a slap, and while helping me fix my collar, he said angrily, "You'll know if you look back and try." Aaron rubbed his own. With a grievance in his hand, he looked at me with a bitter look, meaning why don't you care? I smiled and stretched out my hand and pressed Mikasa's head. Okay, don't be so fierce. Mikasa flattened her mouth. He gave a soft voice and stopped talking, then gave Aaron a secret glance. Okay, go to the auditorium, they are coming soon, and you will not look good when you are standing here. I keenly heard the footsteps, and immediately spoke to the people in the first 9 classes. They nodded and turned around. Walking to the gallery, Zystria nodded to me at the end before following the team. It is worth mentioning that after his father Rod Lays was caught, I ordered him to be placed under house arrest. Even if Zachary came to ask for it, he would not let him go, and he offered him delicious food and gave him a gift. Come over, there is only one requirement for him to continue the royal blood. After all, the royal bloodline is so special that everyone can see that it will be useful someday. Let Rode work hard to add some younger brothers and sisters to Zystria. Anyway, he won't suffer. The second group arrived were Zachley, Nair and their entourage. After a little nod to me, they began to take their seats. The entourage went to the auditorium, and they sat on the long solid wood table near the throne. I glanced at them, then sat grandiosely on the left-hand side of the throne. At present, there are only 3 of us in the long solid wood table. It looks very deserted, but soon it will be full and it will be very lively. The third group of people who arrived were Lance, Rose, and the restorative members. They now saluted me and got my response before moving to their place. Lance sat on the right-hand side of the throne and Rose sat beside him. A place far away from the throne, everyone else is sitting in the gallery. This is part of the reinstatement lineup, and the momentum is not crowded. The fourth group arrived was Erwin and a group of members of the investigation corps. They first greeted Zachary and Nair amicably after greeted the restorative party, and greeted them closely. Then Irvine sat next to me, Sue Jenkins sat next to him, Hanji and Luel sat opposite, and other investigative corps sat in the auditorium. The fifth group of people arrived was Pixis and a group of high-level members of the garrison. People are almost here, but the old man is a little late. Pixis said with a smile, and he said that he had beaten us. Greetings, everyone came forward to say a few nonsense as a response, and then Pickaxe and the 2 high-level officers of the garrison group sat opposite Zachley and Nair. The sixth group arrived were the nobles who had surrendered. The head of them was an old man with white beard and hair and an old face, Duke William Augustus, who was also the last commander of the Eastern Military District of the garrison. In this war of kingship change, it was he who united the nobles in the Wall of Roses, and sent out a surprise attack to blitz the Kalins area of the eastern urn of the Wall of Roses and take it down, so that the nobles and the restoringists have the confidence to negotiate. In the end, the resolution of conditional surrender was completed in the negotiation and successfully saved some nobles. He is an extremely difficult opponent and must be handled carefully. After Duke William Augustus nodded to everyone expressionlessly and took the 2 nobles to the 3 remaining positions at the end of the long solid wood table, the multi-party forces finally arrived, and now it is only waiting for Eric to arrive. You can start the throne meeting. Before that, everyone kept silent, at most they used eye contact. The 2 nobles beside Augustus stared at Zachley and almost stared out, and Zachley stared back unceremoniously. On the contrary, Augustus looked calm and relaxed, and the city was extremely deep, while the eyes of Pickaxe when he looked at Augustus were full of complexity. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Eric finally finished his parade and came to the throne hall. He didn't need to say hello to anyone, but he looked around the hall and made sure everyone was there before he nodded to me before walking towards the throne, and sat on it. Afterwards, Eric took the small hammer on his left hand and tapped the table lightly, and announced, "Then, this throne meeting officially begins, and then we are going to discuss various issues." Eric removed the paperweight from the document in front of him, then picked up the document and read, "Because the Second Empire of Eldia has just overthrown the decadent royal rule, there are many aspects that need to be reformed to show that we are different from the royal government. The justice and progress of this reform are also in order to deal with the crisis in the world to ensure the survival of our elderly people. So, do you have any objections to this reform proposal? If there is no objection, we will start to make concrete discussion of the reform plan. Everyone naturally agreed with Eric's reform proposal. Everyone is not a fool. How can the winner not get the benefits? When there is no reform, how to deal with the attack by Murray with the fighting power inside the wall? The objection at this time is that the brain is caught by the door. However, everyone agrees with the reform, but it is necessary to discuss how to reform specifically. Everyone will promote the reform to change in their own interests. This is where selfishness lies, and selfishness cannot be avoided. First of all, we will reserve the monarchy and nobility system, but at the same time we will make adjustments. Eric said. Everyone nodded. Secondly, we will also make the following adjustments to the political system inside the wall: cancelled the president, the system and the House of Commons system are changed to the prime minister and cabinet parliamentary system, which is divided into the prime minister, the foreign minister, the finance minister, the land, and the sea. The 5 ministers are elected by the cabinet, and the cabinet is elected by the parliament and is responsible for the parliament. Responsible. Does this reform resolution make any sense to everyone? After discussing in a low voice for a few seconds, everyone shook their heads. Zukari originally wanted to object when he heard about the abolition of the president, but he quieted down immediately after hearing the following words. Seeing that there was no objection, Eric nodded, picked up the document and scanned it twice, and continued. Very well, the candidates for the 5 phases are currently determined as Prime Minister Darius Saker, Foreign Minister Gao Ackerman, Finance Minister Rose Sadov, Luxiang Dart Pixis, Haixiang Lance Flane. The number of cabinet members is tentatively set at 30, and the number of council members is tentatively set at 120. Major and minor affairs are voted on by voting. The aspect has not yet been determined, we will discuss it later. In national affairs, there are 5 parties and the cabinet to make resolutions. According to the vote, the 5 parties represent 2 votes. The parliament is responsible for reviewing the decisions of the cabinet. At the same time, the incident is graded A, B, C, D, E from the largest to the smallest. The D-level and lower councils can make their own decisions without reporting to the cabinet. The emperor can reject the decisions made by the council and the cabinet, but if the 2 parties agree with more than or 2/3 of the number of people, they can pass it again. This condition can also be used to reject the emperor. Do you have any disagreements in this regard? Eric asked after scanning the crowd, and no one objected. At first glance, it may seem unfair that the rehabilitators occupy the 3 phases among the 5 phases, but in fact, only the financial phase has power among the 3 phases. As for the foreign minister and the sea minister, Aldia's only diplomatic battle is with the Marai fighters several times. There is no interest at all. Aldia's navy is currently on the same scale as the Mongolian navy on Earth. Troops are only in dreams. In the eyes of most people present, these 2 positions are of little use. Restorationists love to take it. After all, they still don't understand the meaning of the world very much. They don't know how it will develop in the future, and I will not tell them stupidly here. Knowledge is power. They would not understand that the restoratives value not the present but the future. Parady Island lags behind the world for more than 100 years. After establishing contacts with countries around the world, only the foreign minister is responsible for communication, and can decide on friendship, war, technological exchanges, etc. Needless to say, the power and benefits of this are not to mention the Haixiang. Same, has great development potential. There is still a lot of room for discussion between cabinet members and parliamentarians. A large part of the distribution of benefits is here, and everyone will not object. Now that everyone agrees, let's talk about the reform of the nobility next. Eric nodded and said, in this regard, the restorationists also have plans. The nobles retain the right to govern their own fiefdom and the right to make laws, but they cannot violate the national constitution. The nobles cancel the legal immunity, and if they commit crimes, they will be treated the same as civilians. The nobles must fulfill the obligations of the state and cancel their noble status if they violate it. The nobles have the power to form private armies, but the duke shall not form a private army with more than 120 men, and the marquis shall not have more than 100 men, the baron shall not exceed 30 men, and shall not form an air force. The heavy firepower allocation shall not exceed the heavy firepower allocation of the same scale of the army. Reduction. The above is the reform of the noble system. Do you have any objections? Eric put down the document and asked. Everyone has set their sights on Augustus and others who are nobles. After such a reform, the nobles will lose a lot of power. From then on, the significance of honor will be greater than the actual significance, which is probably unacceptable to them. The 2 nobles beside Augustus immediately thought of standing up to oppose, but they were seated back with a light press on them. Their eyes were filled with puzzlement, but there was no dissatisfaction. The old man has no meaning to this reform. Augustus said slowly, as if the person who was harmed was not him, but Zackley and others who were ready to verbalize him couldn't help but stare. It's just that the old man still has something to say. Augustus picked up a document in front of him, stood up and said, after overthrowing the decadent kingship, many evil nobles who violated the rules of nobility were also cleaned up, causing heavy losses to the noble class. In order to maintain the existence of the nobles, the old man begs your majesty to canonize the new nobles. Nowadays, the number of nobles has gone to 7 or 8. In order to stabilize the order within the wall and ensure that the land is in charge, the old man suggested that His Majesty select persons who have contributed to the overthrow of the king's government and canonize them as new nobles. Augustus expressed his sincerity, Che said, shocking the attention of most people in the field. They never thought that Augustus not only accepted the reform's weakening of the nobles, but also offered to let people distract themselves. Except for a few, immediately everyone thought of the reason why he did this. Everyone thought Augustus was not crazy. I winked at Eric, and he immediately smiled knowingly and said, Augustus is justified, so do you have any recommendation? Of course. Augustus nodded. The old man recommended Gavin Ackerman, Lance Flanemark Manton, to become the new nobles. The list he read was all restoratives. This is where Augustus's plan lies. He wants to tie the restitutionist and himself to the same worship. Most people only saw the loss of the nobility's interests, and only a few people saw the aristocratic class in danger, and Augustus was one of them. At present, the indestructibility of the nobles is only to stabilize them, but after the nobles' power is weakened, the emperor wants to use them. There is still room for resistance? The answer is definitely no. Even if the current emperor was once a nobleman, he used to be inconsistent with all nobles. Can such a person have a good impression of nobles? Augustus obviously did not have this illusion. If you want to keep the aristocratic class, it is absolutely impossible to just maintain its current state. It must be regrowth and become an ally of the restorationists. To achieve these 2 points, you have to make some statements to hold your thighs, and ask the emperor canonized members of the Restoration Party as new nobles. This is how Augustus held his thigh. In order to stabilize the noblemen, Augustus's proposal must be accepted. Eric and I exchanged glances and immediately confirmed this idea. Eric smiled and nodded and said, the proposal of the secretary of Augustus says it is reasonable, but the selection of candidates needs some fine-tuning, so let's make a decision first. Yes, Your Majesty. Augustus stroked his chest and sat down. A compromise and concession trade was in the tacit understanding between the two parties. Carry out. Next is the reform arrangement for the army. Except for the investigation corps and the gendarmerie regiment, all the state-owned armed forces in the wall are reorganized into the army, including the reinstatement force group. The main responsibility is to fight against people, with only a few three-dimensional mobile devices and machine guns. With the new artillery, the title is the Wehrmacht. The following is the specific organization. Commander Pixis is the Commander-in-Chief, Mark Manton is the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and the candidates for other positions are to be determined. At the same time, we will begin to expand the army. 1. To ensure that the security inside the wall can be protected in the face of an invasion. Does it make sense for everyone? Eric asked. The people on the wooden long table rioted for a while, and then someone objected. Your Majesty, is it too much for 50,000 people? Maybe it should be reduced a bit, or the economic pressure is too great. Eric did not answer, but instead said, looking at me and then at Ross. I immediately got up and said, according to the information we have obtained, our enemy Murray alone has 1 million army units, and relying on naval power projection can organize 20,000 people around the army cross the sea to attack us, and their technological strength is stronger than ours. So you think there are more than 50,000 people? I think 50,000 is too few. We have already confiscated most of Wang Zheng's wealth, and it is more than enough to expand the army to 50,000. Rose also stood up and said. The audience was quiet. After a while, suddenly someone raised his hand and said, Your Majesty, there are too few 50,000 people. I propose to increase the number to 60,000. Secondary. Everyone agreed and finalized the reform. Very good, then the training methods of the corresponding training corps will also be reformed. This is a plan. The training of the three-dimensional mobile device will be independent. Also, the waste of the army must be resolutely eliminated. We will not raise idlers. Kay nodded and said. The number of the investigation corps is temporarily maintained at 500 people, with the right to give priority to the selection of soldiers, and those who are selected shall not refuse. The personnel position in the corps remains unchanged and is directly responsible to me. The National Defense Force is a regular force, while the investigation corps is a special force. The army has changed from the Death Corps to an elite division that everyone aspires to join, and is also independent of the National Defense Forces. Such an increase in status can be regarded as an explanation to the investigation corps, and naturally no one opposes it. The gendarmerie is disbanded. After passing the reassessment, personnel can choose to join the investigative corps or the National Defense Force, or join the newly formed police force, responsible for maintaining public order within the wall and eliminating criminal gangs. The number is tentatively set at 3,000. Division Commander Neil Dirk serves as and concurrently as Minister of Justice. It is an independent system and does not need to be accountable to anyone. It is only necessary to accept parliamentary review once a year. Is there any difference? Eric asked, and Neil couldn't help frowning, but ultimately did not express any objections. After the military reforms are over, there are economic and fragmentary reforms, including the distribution of large tracts of land that originally belonged to the nobility to civilians, encouragement of childbirth, abolition of slavery, and the abolition of underground streets. Establish orphanages, severely crack down on human traffickers, hang them when caught, etc. There is little controversy in these areas and it is easy to pass, but then is the beginning of the trouble. The first is the revision of the law in the wall, which alone took a whole day, and then the cabinet and parliament candidates are established. I must have a lot of wrangling, and I have to participate. It's really a headache. In addition to the internal affairs of the wall, there is another trouble waiting for us to solve outside the wall, that is, the existence of Jike, Reiner, and others. After losing the Titan and Titan on the elbow, they would definitely not dare to go back in such a desperate way. They would not be able to escape the fate of being eaten and surrendering their power, so they could only take a gamble in the Higashina area of the Wall of Maria, and try to take away 1 or 2 of our Titan power holders. Anyway, go back and have an explanation. In order to ensure the safety of the wall and increase the confidence of the people, we must retake the Wall of Maria as soon as possible. There must be a battle between the 2 sides. However, although I know the urgency of these things, I can't spare the time to prepare. There are still a lot of things that have not been done at the throne meeting, and the canonization has not yet been carried out. For this reason, I can only arrange for others to prepare. I also gave special training to Aaron and Emir, but not seeing it in person always made me feel uneasy. We also seized more than a dozen bottles of potions after the settlement of Rodriguez. 5 bottles were written armor, 3 bottles were written weapon, and 4 bottles of Titan inhibitors. However, it is only effective when used in human form. It is effective for 3 hours, and it also has a debilitating effect. According to Rod's account, these things are secret weapons held by the royal family. King Fritz did not forget to bring them when he retreated to Parady Island. There should be no record or production of these things on the mainland. Method. The armor liquid and the weapon liquid are made by mixing the spinal liquid of the ancestor Titan with the blood of the king and adding some herbs. After confirming that these 2 things can be copied, we let Lance, Aaron, and you both Mill and Yanni used them, and all 4 of them had soaring power, but what surprised me most was the production of inhibitors, whose main ingredient turned out to be Ackerman's blood. Ackerman. That is, the demon hunter, who has something to do with the power of Titan, but the reason is unknown. The truth is still hidden in layers of mist. It is really a headache, and I can only temporarily release it. On the side, let's pay attention to their changes in Aaron. Both armor liquid and weapon liquid can permanently and greatly enhance the user's hardening ability. Listening to the name, you know that one strengthens the defense and the other strengthens the attack. The armor liquid can make the whole body of Titan lignified. After the body is separated it will not disappear, and it can also form a hardened armor for defense. Just like Kaiser's Titan, the weapon fluid allows Titan to condense a hardened weapon, which is very strong, out of physical contact or the length of more than 5 meters will automatically decompose, and both will consume physical strength. All kinds of wrangling took another 2 days, which is the result of my deliberately letting them speed up. During the period, a national security agency was established. It was composed of the intelligence department of the Restorationist and the Dark Arrow. It was subdivided into the intelligence department and the operations department. Rebrov served as the director and Yake served as the deputy director, directly responsible to the cabinet. It is to stabilize the wall to eliminate risks, and in the future will be responsible for spying on the intelligence of other countries. When this department was formed, more than half of the staff were opposed to it. It was a headache for everyone to agree to the formation after a long debate. After that, the canonization took another day. Among them, I, Su Jinkin, Lance, and Sistrio were canonized as dukes, Mark, and several restorative members were canonized as Marquis, and the head of Irwin he was also canonized as an Earl, and even Aaron got the title of an Earl. Sistrio was made a duke mainly because of her royal blood and compensation for her life experience, at least so that the Restoration Party would not owe her so much, and Aaron was made an Earl because of his father Grisha's contribution to the wall. Without him, there would be no current restorationists, and the current good situation would not appear in the wall. Regarding the issue of the fief after the noble canonization, Eric chose a good fief for both Aaron and Histria, but Su Jinkin and I were thieves who chose the fief in Parady. The southernmost point of the island, where the forces in the wall have not yet covered it, is the location of the port. Regarding the issue of the ownership of the port, we wisely chose to shelve the dispute for joint development. After the port is expanded in the future and the Adia Second Empire will fully use it, we will be able to collect rent and collect taxes and we will have money at home. Rolling in. After the throne meeting is over, it is time to formulate the battle plan for the recapture of the Wall of Mary. This battle is very important. It is necessary to repel Jike and even capture a few Titan powers. For some, there cannot be too many casualties, otherwise the balance of forces within the wall will be broken. The National Defense Forces is still undergoing reorganization, and only the expanded Investigative Corps and Air Force can be deployed for the recapture battle. The beast Titan Jike is not only extremely difficult to throw stones, but also because of his royal blood, he has the ability to call for Titan, so he doesn't have to worry about being beaten by us at all. With the help of Kaiser's Titan, Super Large Titan, and Car Power Titan, if there is no response plan, this battle will definitely lose a lot. But everything is there. However, the existence of the Titan spell card gives us the ability to fight in a group. Although the effective time of the spell card is only more than 30 seconds, 30 seconds is enough to do a lot of things. Know what Jack will look like when he sees hundreds of Wisdom Titan appear at the same time and rush towards him? Don't be scared to pee your pants. In addition to the Titan spell card, we also have 4 Titan power holders. Yanni will not play due to the agreement, so she is sitting right behind. The only ones who can fight are Lance, Eren, and Ymir, because this battle must be won, so they can only risk letting the Ancestor Titan also participate in the battle. Now that the three of them have drunk armor liquid and weapon liquid, their battle power has soared, so there is no need to worry that they will be defeated and taken away. Lance's Ancestor Titan can now use hardened double knives, Eren Attack on Titan has hardened fist, Ymir's Titan the claws can also be hardened and thrown out as a throwing knife and then quickly regenerate. When the time comes, they will definitely give Jike a surprise. The preparation of combat supplies is naturally the responsibility of others, including thunder guns, machine guns, and artillery. They will prepare them. I just need to visit their training locations in Eren. I'm so tired, I hope I can rest for a while after the Wall of Maria is captured. I couldn't help but sigh. The past few days are really exhausting. It is too much brainstorming to fight a bunch of old foxes. If you are careless, you will suffer a big loss, so you can do it easily. The training location was located in a forest of giant trees. A circular open space with a diameter of 50 meters was opened up with human power, so that they could let them fight. When I arrived at the location, Eren and Lance were teaming up against Asia. Ni and Ymir, even though Yanni and Ymir were at a disadvantage, they kept their positions tightly, without revealing any flaws that would allow them to win quickly. The terrain of the woods allowed Ymir to play 10% of his strength. Every time Yanni couldn't support it, she would shoot a throwing knife to interfere with Eren and Lance, making them grit their teeth but helpless. I teleported to the people who were watching the battle on the tree and watching the battle with them, but I think it's too boring just to watch it like this. The quotation is open, Eren, Lance versus Yanni, Ymir, come and bet if you are interested. I suddenly said, and by the way I almost fell because I was shocked. Connie and Thomas stopped, it's too boring to look at it. Let's take a bet, I will be the banker. Gavin, when did you arrive? Asked immediately, a little surprised. I just arrived, so you didn't notice it by teleporting. I shrugged, don't you bet. I'll bet Yanni win by 1000 RIS. Sue Jenkins' voice suddenly sounded and opened his head. The money will be paid later. We put 3000 RIS and bet on Eren they win, the money I'll give it later. Mikasa, Ammon, and Mia looked at each other and immediately spoke in support of Eren. This kind of bet is not once or twice. They had been broken by me as early as the training corps. Last time it opened when Mikasa vs Yanni, it's just that I can't remember how they fought and how they ended up winning. Someone took the lead, Connie and others immediately joined in. It was not the first time anyway. I'll bet Yanni and Ymir for 1000 RIS. Jean opened the mouth and said, whenever he would fight Eren, did you hear Eren? Let me lose? Mina yelled to the bottom, watching the excitement. Eren replied with an uncomfortable roar, letting her hands clasp her chest and letting her hands clasp her chest, her face full of disdain. I bet they will win, 1000 RIS. They look at the odds. Connie hesitated and said, me too. Sasha agreed, making her face dark. I bet Ymir to win, I believe her. Zistria said with a sweet smile, I also pressure Ymir to win, 1000 RIS. Marco put his hand on Jean's shoulder and said, to make his face look better, at least his friend is on the same side as himself. After a lot of betting, in the end, most people are optimistic about Eren. After all, Yanni is still at a disadvantage and it seems that the chance of winning is not great unless there is a turnaround. Bang! Just like when we placed a bet, Yanni once again repelled the joint attack of Eren and Lance, while Ymir took the opportunity to sneak attack Eren, leaving 2 pieces on his back. Road scratched, and then quickly retreated to the tree to open a distance, and the 2 sides fell into a stalemate again. Yanni's female titan did not condense any weapons, but hardened and sharpened most of her legs and hands, perfectly showing the theory that her body is the best weapon, killing injuries compared with Lance's double knives and the punches of Eren. The force is not weak, or even better. Lance quickly compared a few gestures to Eren. This is the internal sign language of the restorationists. It means 2-headed snake tactics. It is suitable for use in 2-to-1. The 2-headed snake has 2 snake heads. Being bitten by another, usually one person first pretends to attack the other and then violently starts their hands. Their upright gestures are obviously to bully Yanni and Ymir that they can't understand, which also shows that they are taking risks. Eren nodded, and then rushed towards Yanni with a footstep, trying to trap Yanni in a hug. Lance also activated at the same time, and both swords slashed at Yanni. Yanni sideways avoided the grapple of Eren, and drew the distance between the 2 knives. The hardened blade and the female titan used the hardened armor to explode sparks. In the end, she returned without success. Yanni's combat experience was so rich. Although she could not understand Lance's gestures, she knew that something was wrong. Naturally, she would not be easily hit, and her tactics initially failed. The double-headed snake tactic requires the opponent to take the bait, but Yanni never takes the bait. At this moment, Ymir suddenly moved. She rushed out of the woods violently. With a wave of hardened claws, she shot Lance and Eren like flying knives, making them hurriedly proceed. The defense also gave Yannick an opportunity. She suddenly jumped behind Eren, then lifted her knees and swept her legs out. The right calf was hardened, and she swept towards it with an unstoppable force. The head of Eren and Titan. Eren was swept by Yanni's leg sweep before he could react. With a sneer, half of her head was directly kicked. After the leg sweep, she kicked off a big tree and stopped. Eren is out. Both sides paid attention to keeping their hands when they played against each other, otherwise Yanni just kicked the back of the neck instead of the head of Eren and Titan. When Lance's throwing knife flew out in a whirl, it cut off the right arm of Aziz Titan, causing Ymir to lose his balance and fall, and then he was pierced through the chest of Titan with a knife. Also avoiding the back of the neck, Ymir was out. In just a few seconds, the two major Titan were out one after another. At present, only Lance and Yanni, who are very experienced in combat, are left in the field. Everyone watching the game on the tree can't help holding nervously. Breathe. Captain Luel and Phoenix, who were also watching the game, quickly controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to take Eren and Ymir away from the field, allowing Lance and Yanni to play as much as possible. Lance stepped back and held the swords in a defensive posture with one hand held and the other reversed. Yanni did not hesitate to launch an attack. A whip kick slammed into Lance's head, and Lance immediately doubled the sword. One block blocked one leg, but she didn't want Yanni to kick her two legs quickly without landing. One leg broke the defense and the other broke her hand. When Langston had been in the battle for a long time, she suffered a big loss, into the overall disadvantage. Knowing that the other party won't give him a chance to recover, Lance immediately hugged the female Titan with his right hand, and then slammed the opponent into the tree with force. Lance followed closely with his right hand, stabbing a knife 1 meter above the neck of the female Titan. Avoiding the back of her neck, Yanni quickly blocked the blade with both hands, and the two sides fell into a fight. During the wrestling, Yanni quickly formed a hardened armor on the neck and face of the female Titan, and then was able to free up a hardened hand knife to penetrate the chest of the ancestor Titan to fix it, but suddenly, he found that his hand was immediately locked inside by the hardening, and then Lance violently bit the female Titan on the back of the neck. In terms of fighting, Lance is definitely not as good as Yanni, but in terms of pacing and strategy it is professional. In these two aspects, Yanni is still much immature. After a battle, Lance finally won. Everyone's reaction was mixed. Mia smiled and came over to give me a high five, which made her face black. She should have expected how Eren would laugh at him. I can predict how they would argue when it's done, just as a theater. It's very relaxing to chat with your companions. You don't need to be intrigue. You don't need to keep a straight face in order to maintain majesty, and you don't need to think carefully about every word when speaking, so as not to be found flaws. That kind of life is true. It's too tired. I would rather go to fight with Jike and others than have another throne meeting. Fortunately, Connie and the others did not alienate me because of the change in my identity. They still treat me as a companion. This is what makes me most happy. After all, I really don't have many companions. The higher the place, the more its loneliness. Gavin, you laughed more times than the previous few days combined. Zystria suddenly spoke next to me, and accompanied me to look at the chattering people in the cafeteria, during the throne meeting. You never smiled from the bottom of your heart. In order not to let the other party see how my emotions are and to maintain majesty in front of my men. I shrugged and smiled. I finally know why Captain Lival always has a paralyzed face. Stella couldn't help but chuckle. If the captain heard it, he would have beaten you. He and Kenny are reminiscing about the past and can't notice me. I waved my hand and said, talk about you. How's it going? Are the ones you've been around all right? Similar to before, everyone didn't alienate me because I became a duke, and I can do what I want. Zystria smiled. What I say is actually better than before. I don't have to carry those things anymore. I can really be myself. Thank you, Gawain. Zystria smiled from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for you, I will not be able to shake off my past like Ymir. I thought it would be nice if you didn't hate me. I was silent for a few seconds and then said, how could it be? Zystria, he shook his head. You are a noble person, Gawain. Everything you do is for everyone. Father and them, they are just taking the blame. I can still distinguish these. If these words were spoken from someone else, I would definitely think that the other person was hypocritical, but it was different for Hystria. I understand her character, and she said that. It means she really thinks so. Is it noble? I looked down at my hand and muttered to myself. I couldn't help but feel a little red. Many of these things I did were out of selfish interests. I was not a king purely because of laziness. Little things were done subconsciously, and it was said to be noble. Even with my face, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. By the way, Gawain, I found that the status of the Duke has another advantage. The current topic is deadlocked, and Zystria wisely changed the subject. What benefit? I immediately asked with interest. I punched the captain yesterday and he didn't fight back, and the captain even laughed. Zystria said triumphantly. I couldn't help but stare a little bit surprised. During the contact, I have never seen him actually laugh. The only time he laughed I missed it, which is a pity. This is the privilege of a companion, and you are still a girl. If a duke who you don't know dares to punch the captain for no reason, he must be lying in the rescue room now, I said with a smile. Zystria squinted her eyes happily, and her expression was very proud. At this moment, her hands were suddenly pressed on my shoulders from behind, interrupting the chat with Zystria. Gawain, you should be tired. I will take you to take a break. I don't. I subconsciously wanted to refuse, and then suddenly realized that the person who said this was Mikasa. Oh, yes, I am a little tired. I immediately changed my words, and the mystery behind me was relieved a lot. Let's do this first. See you tomorrow, Zystria. See you tomorrow. Sorry to interrupt you to rest, Gawain. Zystria waved to me. I nodded in response, and then turned to look at Mikasa, who was a little unhappy. Let's go, I said, rubbing Mikasa's head with my other hand, holding her waist dishonestly. Gawain, hooligan. Mikasa blushed and snorted, turning her head away, but I didn't get rid of my hand. This look made me move my index finger, and I completely understood the meaning of Zayashui. Someone seems to be jealous. I put my mouth to Mikasa's ear and said, making her blush again. Every time I molested her, I was very relaxed. Mikasa unceremoniously shook my face with a scarf, and said stiffly, no, I didn't say who was jealous, why is it such a big reaction? I said with a smile, is it possible, why? Before I could finish talking about Mikasa, I stepped on my foot and ran blushing. When I opened it, I hurried to catch up while sucking in cold breath and turning. This Nazai's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Just now it may be because I was molested because I was too shy and uncontrollable, which caused me to feed myself now. Bitter fruit, half of the sole of the foot is painful, maybe it is swollen. After giving myself a healing spell card, I quickly took a few steps and grabbed Mikasa. If I let her run away, I still don't know where to sleep tonight. Mikasa struggled twice and gave me a roll of eyes before stopping, holding hands and walking side by side with me, saying that since I graduated from the training corps, I seem to have not stayed with Mikasa like this for a long time. I have been busy. There is not much leisure time to deal with the change of kingship and the Mirai warriors. Histria said she punched the captain yesterday. I said, reaching out and rubbing Mikasa's head, I have an idea, let him hit you on my little report before. Mikasa Wenyan suddenly raised her chin and said proudly. She had never shown such an expression in front of outsiders. I was stunned for a moment, and then raised my hand to give Mikasa a violent shudder. People are for your good. You can't do that if you are more gentle with your own people. Slightly Mikasa spit out her tongue naughty at me. She didn't look like the usual coldness at all, and her cute appearance made me want to kiss him. After calmly thinking, cautious analysis, and careful inference, I decided to do what I wanted, because I couldn't kill myself anyway. Mikasa was completely stunned by my sudden attack. I stood where I raised my chin with one hand and kissed my slender tongue for more than 10 seconds before coming back to his senses, and then began to respond passively. A minute later, when I let go when she opened her, Mikasa immediately teleported away from the place and appeared 10 meters away, blushing like a ripe apple. I know it's wrong now. I pretended to be very calm and adjusted my clothes, and I was already happy. Smelly Gawain, big gangster. Mikasa said puffly, but with her blushing face, it was more like acting like a baby. Why stick your tongue in? It's not that I haven't kissed, it's the daily life between lovers. I shrugged and said with a smirk, last time you weren't the owner, huh? Mikasa immediately teleported back again and covered my mouth with his hand, clearly now here. Only the two of us knew what happened last time and she wouldn't let me say that it was mostly girls' shyness at work. Well, I won't say anything, just take me to a place to rest. I took away Mikasa's hand and rubbed her head and said, Mikasa beat me a few times before pulling. Raised my hand and walked towards the resting place. The resting place was in one of dozens of wooden houses. Some of the wooden houses had lights on and others were dark. Mikasa led me into a dark wooden house and then lit the oil lamp with holy flames. Zi dispersed most of the darkness in the room. Gavin, you can rest here first, Mikasa said, but there was still a little blush on her face. I hummed, and then began to check the environment in the wooden house. There is only one room but the size is big enough to put it. There is a wardrobe, a bedside table and a bed. The quilt on the bed is neatly folded, and the toiletries are placed on the bedside table. The environment is good. I went to the closet to see if there was a change of clothes, but when I opened the closet, I saw a dress and a few sets of underwear worn by girls, and a few sets of investigative corps uniforms stacked on one side. Boom. Mikasa suddenly rushed out from behind me and closed the closet door, blushing and shouted, Gawain is not allowed to watch. I couldn't help but froze for a while, and then I sensed the residual breath in the room before I reacted. This is your room. Mikasa blushed and gave a and then he was silent for a few seconds before explaining, no, there are extra rooms. The houses here are just enough for one of us before. That's it. I smiled, stepped back and sat on Mikasa's bed, ignoring the only dress and several sets of underwear in the closet. Who would have known that this is a girl's room, without any jewelry and cosmetics, and no girlish decorations. It is so simple that I can't help but feel sorry for Mikasa. If you think about it carefully, this situation seems to have something to do with me. After all, I brought her into the training corps. It was under my influence that she joined the investigation corps. Although life in the corps is pretty good, but in terms of clothing and the accommodation is very monotonous, and Mikasa does not pay too much attention to personal enjoyment, so the current situation is the same. Thinking of this, I couldn't help feeling guilty for Mikasa. She paid so much for me, but I didn't care much about her life because I was busy with affairs. I owed her too much. Gawain, what's the matter with you? Are you unwell? Mikasa saw that I was not looking good while sitting on the bed, so worried, she stepped forward and held down my hand and asked, I'm fine, but you have worked hard. I grinned reluctantly. She smiled, grabbed Mikasa's hand and pulled her into her arms. Tomorrow, I will take you to buy some clothes and daily necessities. You are too simple here. Mikasa was stunned for a while, and then she nestled on my chest. He whispered, it's okay, as long as you are there. Mikasa's words made it hard for me to control my feelings for her. I lowered my head and kissed her, and at the same time stroked the buttons of her clothes with both hands. Mikasa's eyes widened, but did not proceed. Escape, but started to respond rusty to me, and the clothes fell off one by one, and soon there was only a white tube top and a pair of thin underwear left on her body, but I was planning to go further. When I heard the knock on the door, Mikasa blushed and pushed me away. Then, she covered herself with a quilt like a frightened deer. A few veins quickly appeared on my forehead, and my murderous gaze immediately looked at the door, wishing to beat the visitor violently. It's just that I will come at this time if I don't come early or late. It's so special. If it wasn't for the at the door, I could kiss Fangs. Gawain, go open the door. Mikasa stretched out her smooth feet under the bed and kicked me lightly. I gave a bitter smile, stood up and walked towards the door with a full face of discomfort, feeling that I already felt the identity of the Comer is the guy in Eren. I don't know what happened to him. Gawain, why are you here? Eren cried out in surprise after I opened the door. Isn't this Mikasa's room? Don't you know there are no extra rooms? I didn't. Rolled his eyes angrily. Let's talk, what's the matter? Oh. Eren has an understanding expression. Either he is mentally prepared for this situation, or he doesn't even know about loneliness. What happens in the same room? I think it's mostly the latter, but if this guy hasn't said important things, I will not hesitate to find a reason to smoke him. It's like this, Eren said after a few seconds of silence. We will have a recapture battle soon, but I feel that my fighting skills are not strong enough. I have learned a lot and made great progress, but I have been defeated repeatedly in the duel with Yanni. I originally planned to ask Mikasa for advice. Gao Wen, do you have any good ideas? Be specific, I said with a frown. Although the good things disturbed by Eren make me very uncomfortable, I can still tell the priority of the matter. The Battle of the Wall of Maria is about LD. The national fate of the Second Asian Empire and the future destiny of all of us should not be sloppy. Let's step aside our personal feelings. Eren thought for a while before replying. In many cases I can see Yanni's movements clearly but can't dodge her attacks. Sometimes I can't even see her movements. Is that so? I touched my chin. I have encountered this situation before when hunting alien species on the Earth. My solution is to continuously train for combat, so that my body's instinctive reaction is faster than that of my brain. The reaction, as well as seeing the opponent's movements from the corner of the eye, but Eren does not have enough time to train now, so it can only be done quickly, and Yanni's speed is not as fast as that of an alien. I thought about it quietly for a while, and suddenly thought of a training device I had used before, the magic-modified version of Wing Chun wooden pile. But the one I used before seemed to be alloy, otherwise it would break. In short, this thing consists of several very thick wooden sticks connected to a big wooden stake. When one wooden stick is attacked, the other wooden sticks will be driven by the agency to rotate and hit the attacker. It can complete Eren and it can help him with quick training. That's it? Thinking of this, a devilish smile appeared on my face. Eren, I do have a method that can help you quickly improve your reflexes, defenses, dodge speed, and ability to resist. And this method is tailor-made for someone with strong resilience like you, but the process will be a bit painful. Can you accept it? Eren shivered uncontrollably after hearing the romance, but didn't know why did he be like this, and then he showed a firm expression. I accept, in order to become stronger, to help everyone, I can accept no matter how painful I am. Very well, come with me after breakfast tomorrow, and finally don't eat too much, too full. I smiled at Eren and, Shan, reached out and patted him on the shoulder and sent him away. When I returned to the room, Mikasa was already wearing a dress and sitting on the bed with a crimson face and looking at me. Seeing her reaction, I knew that it was impossible to go further today. Even if it was possible, I didn't have time. After all, the magic revised Majin, I have to spend time making the pile. If I don't get it done today, I won't be able to take Mikasa to buy things tomorrow. Oh, I couldn't help sighing. There was really no free time at all. Gawain, next time. Mikasa said immediately when she saw this. Obviously he would be wrong, but I would not be so stupid to explain, and nodded with a smile. Okay, now put on your shoes and go get something with me. After fixing the wooden stakes, I took a bath in the bathhouse and put on my clothes. I hugged Mikasa and went to sleep. What surprised me was that Mikasa was only wearing underwear when she slept. Well, it feels so good. As for how it feels good, it's not underwear. After having breakfast early in the morning the next morning, I took Eren to a clearing in the woods, where a 2-meter-high wooden stake was erected. This is the training you are going to do, Eren, I said after making a nuisance at the wooden stake. Eren suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. That's it? Ha, Gao Wen, don't be kidding, just be serious. You go over and punch it and hit the bar. I shrugged, looking indifferent. Eren pursed my mouth, and walked to the wooden man casually. A punch was punched in front of the pile, and then he screamed and was knocked to the ground by several crossbars. This thing is called a wooden pile. When it is attacked, it will counterattack. I watched Eren, which fell on the ground and hit his stomach and leg, and said, when can you? It is qualified to block or dodge its attacks freely. Eren, if you want to make progress, don't be lazy and play tricks. I have something to do, so I won't stare at you. I released a healing spell for Eren lying on the ground, and then pulled him up. Hi, does this thing really have a way to defend and evade? I can't even see where its attack originated. Aaron said in pain. I patted him on the shoulder, and then stepped forward to hit the wooden stake with the speed of Aaron once again, and then again at twice the speed. This time Aaron has nothing to say. It is not enough time to teach you the tricks to master and apply them to actual combat, so you can use the skills you learned before to deal with it. It will help you to master the skills. Come on, I said to Aaron with a smile. Aaron squeezed a smile on me that was uglier than crying. Don't worry Gao Wen, I will work hard. I waved to him and walked to Mikasa, and the next step was to make peace. It's time for Mikasa to buy things together. This place is not far from the Sturhais district. I have not been able to visit the commercial street there in the past few times in the Sturhais district. Today I just seized the opportunity. I heard that the Duke had to travel in 8 carriages before in the wall, coupled with dozens of guards and a housekeeper. This was considered to reflect the majesty and nobility of the nobility. Of course, it was a matter of the imperial regime. Now the old remains. The nobles are all living their lives with their tails clamped, and new nobles like me are temporarily incapable and not interested in engaging in such scenes, so Mikasa and I rode 1 horse each and rushed to the destination. The scenery along the way is still good. After riding for more than an hour, we arrived at the destination. The towering walls are still standing, but the soldiers standing guard at the inner gate have been put on the uniforms of the enthroned leader. Everyone knows what I look like in the restoring party. The soldiers on duty recognized me at a glance, and immediately saluted and greeted me loudly, so that the eyes of the surrounding civilians were on me. My face nodded to them without expression, and then quickly pulled Mikasa away from the crowd, getting rid of everyone's curious eyes. It's not good to be famous. I'll be recognized wherever I go. Fortunately, my disguise magic is considered to be good. After giving myself and Mikasa a simple disguise, I returned to the street again, and even changed my hair color. At this time, even Aaron and others are hard to recognize us. The first thing is to go to the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce to withdraw money. After all, it is impossible to go shopping only to the shops opened by the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce, and since the establishment of the National Security Bureau needs to reorganize the intelligence network, the owner of the small shop may not know me now. It's better to get things done now than embarrassing then. It is also worth mentioning that now the Riz as a currency has been discontinued, and the mark newly launched by the Empire is gradually replacing the Riz as a new currency. The value of the mark is set at 5 times that of the Riz, 50 marks. My head is printed on the banknotes. Now everyone really knows. Gavin, you are a celebrity. Mikasa waved the 50-mark banknotes in his hand and said with some novelty and excitement. I responded with a wry smile. Ma, fortunately, I will be able to disguise, otherwise I can't do it in the future. Going out. Hey Mikasa pulled my hand. Let's go Jaeowen. In the first half, I took Mikasa and wandered around the commercial street. In the second half, it became Mikasa pulling me. Sure enough, it is a girl's nature to love shopping, even Mikasa is no exception. The current Sturhais district is more prosperous and tidy than before, and it is much safer. The existence of black streets and garbage dumps has been completely swept away by the army. In the past, Wang Zheng had no spare power to purge. Now the Empire they will not tolerate their continued existence as rotten sores, and they are all used as training objects for the army, making the appearance of many areas within the wall new. Go buy you some clothes first, your dress is old. I took Mikasa's hand and walked into a clothing store opened by the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. The original civilian clothes in the wall were too monotonous. The Chinese clothes are all worn by nobles. For this reason, Su Jinkan and I have come up with a lot of new designs based on our experience on the earth, and the sales are good. While hanging men's clothing in the clothing store, while hanging women's clothing, I took Mikasa and bought several sets of clothes for her. I also bought 2 sets of men's clothing for myself. After all, I don't seem to have any regular clothes to wear. There are still cheongsams sold here. Mikasa, you try it on. When I buy clothes in the store and let Mikasa try them on, I always feel like I'm doing a dress-up play, or the live version. The blue cheongsam looks very beautiful with cyan and white patterns. The clerk on the side quickly handed the cheongsam to Mikasa with his hands in a good manner. Mikasa scanned the cheongsam several times, and then went to the fitting room with a reddish face to change into the cheongsam. When Mikasa came out of the fitting room, I couldn't help but brighten up in front of me. The well-cut cheongsam showed Mikasa's good figure. The slits of the hem went all the way to the middle of the thigh, revealing white legs and Mikasa's blushing face. Looks very attractive. Disguise magic is magic. To some extent, it is much more convenient than ordinary disguise. After setting the magic authority, the disguise magic on Mikasa will not take effect for me. It's pretty. It's better to keep your hair longer. I smiled and praised. Mikasa blushed and said, the skirt is too short. I came on horseback when I came back. I did hire a carriage when I went back. The main reason was that I bought too many things to carry. After I went back, the Mikasa wearing a cheongsam surprised everyone and laughed with everyone and checked the errand after the training results. Mikasa and I returned to the room. This time I successfully put the beauty on the bed. The specific process is not detailed, only a short poem. The light wine people are in front of the party, and the nephrite lamp is hugged. Looking back in the embrace, it feels painful and painful. Pushing Lang lightly, he gradually hears the sound, and he is slightly startled. Trying to go more and more, there is no stitch. This time the flavor is crazy, moving. The arms are pockets, the lips are close together, and the tongue is mixed. The temples are chaotic, the red silk is turned over, and Hua Jiao can't help the chaos. There are thousands of kinds of charm. Enchanting. It just made the cherry snorted, and the muddy heart of Daowin was hot. I'm left with my brain to make up. On the third day, Mikon and I woke up from the bed at Sun's Hangsangan. Yesterday it seemed to be a bit late to toss. You must know that the demon hunters are stronger than ordinary people not only in terms of physical fitness, but also better than them. Get up, dear Mikasa. I opened Mikasa's eyes with a good morning kiss, then blushed and punched me a few times. I smiled and took Mikasa into my arms. The girl's soft and smooth body my skin made me react again. Woo don't. Mikasa quickly begged for mercy, and I kissed her a few more mouthfuls and put her hands on her before letting her go. By the way, what's the matter with the triangle tattoo made up of 3 black knives between your right wrist and the back of your hand? I asked casually while putting on my clothes, and Mikasa helped me organize my collar, as if for many years. Like a husband and wife, the relationship between me and her made everything seem natural. When I was young, I saw your tattoo on your hand. I thought you just found something to put it on. This is what my mother left for me. I don't know what it means, but she told me to remember to tattoo this on my child too. Mikasa replied looking at the tattoo on her hand. Then we will get a tattoo on him when we have a baby. I stretched out my hand and rubbed Mikasa's head to help her get dressed. Gawain, how can I have children? Mikasa blushed immediately and curiously. I asked, she is very simple in this respect. I suspect that if she is sold, she will count the money for others. It's what we did last night. I leaned into Mikasa's ear and said, her face suddenly it was very popular, and then I gave her a little bit of biological knowledge. Of course, the subsequent practice is indispensable, as long as you pay attention to insurance measures. There is no problem. After the next few days I was very moisturized. I practiced Eren during the day, paid attention to material preparation and tactical arrangements, and had a battle with Mikasa in the evening. This is the benefit after the overthrow. As long as the victory of the Wall of Maria is successful, there will be a long period of rest in the wall, and I can continue to live a moisturizing life and prepare for the wedding with Mikasa. For such a good day, I must try to defeat the enemy. 2 weeks after the end of the battle between Yuzhik and others, after a series of coups, reforms, and preparations inside the wall has been ready to fight with Jike and other Mirai fighters. This time, they will no longer be fighting with the army sent by the corrupt Wang Zhang, and there is nothing commendable except for 3-dimensional mobile devices. This time they will be fighting with Titan spell cards, new artillery, the airship, and thunder guns. Erdia Second Empire Investigation Corps has undergone earth-shaking changes in strength, and there are 3 major Titan assists, which are bound to make them pay the price of blood for the evil they have done. At the same time, there was good news from Su Jinkin and Lance. First, the special resource ice blasting stone in the wall is essentially a kind of magic crystallization. After contact with the Titan spell card, it will have a fusion reaction. The Titan spell card lasts up to 5 minutes. However, due to the low success rate of integration efficiency, it can only be used exclusively by elites. The second is that the Titan spell cards made from the spinal fluid of people with different Titan abilities will feed back different forms of Titan, which is conducive to diversification of tactics. The third is that Lance has mastered the ability to speak in the form of Titan after coming into contact with Sistria, who has the blood of the Wang family, which is conducive to battlefield communication, and Eren, alas. In this battle, there are 500 people from the Investigation Corps, 3 airships from the airship unit, and an artillery unit with 36 people and 6 new artillery from the National Defense Force, formerly the Garrison Regiment and Armed Forces, as well as me, Lance, the 3 Kenny non-staff members. The troops will start from the elevator platform in the Troost district, go straight to the Higginshina district of the Wall of Mary, and retake what we have lost. Listening to the sound of the Wehrmacht's artillery cleaning up Titan on the wall, and looking at the crowds cheering us off in the Troost area, I can't help feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. There is a lot of me in this scene. Among them, they are the testimony of what I have paid in return. Master Gawain, please take back the Wall of Maria. Master Gawain, help us get rid of that Malad dog. Head Irvine, please win. Come on, Investigative Corps. The shouts of the people came from below, making everyone in the Investigative Corps straighten their backs and look proud. You must know that before this they all belonged to the status of being despised or dismissed, and they had never been treated like this before. Sure victory. Erwin raised the blade high and loudly responded to the people. I also raised the blade and shouted, sure victory. The cheers of the people became louder, amidst their cheers and blessings. The 3 airships slowly arrived at the designated location, and the sound of gunfire cleaning up Titan stopped at the same time. Report that the first detachment of the airship unit is in place, please instruct. Reporter, the nearby Titan, all cleaned up, ready to go. Start the elevator platform, everyone is ready. I immediately ordered, and Erwin pointed the blade of his right hand at the location of the Higginshina area of the Wall of Maria. I announced the 57th external investigation. The battle to recover the Wall of Mary will begin now. Give your heart to the Empire, and the whole army will attack. The elevator quickly placed personnel and materials outside the wall, the airship began to advance, and Erwin rode a white horse to the front. The soldiers leading the Investigative Corps, I was in an airship. After 5 years, I finally returned to Higginshina. It's been a long time since we fought together, Gawain. On the airship, Lance walked up to me with 2 bottles of fruit wine and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. The last time we fought together was the Wall of Maria that was captured 4 years ago. It's fighting, and time flies so fast. Drinking while fighting and trying to bribe the sir, you're so courageous. I glanced at Lance, took the fruit wine and said angrily, don't lose the chain. After sitting in the office for 4 years, I don't know how much combat power has regressed. Lance laughed and poured himself a sip of fruit wine. You still speak the same as before, Gao Wen. It would be great if Grisha was still there. I really should let him see this. His efforts were not in vain. Looking at the distant scenery, I suddenly thought of Grisha, and couldn't help but sighed. Attack on Titan has the ability to spy on the memory of future heirs. He should have seen it. Lance patted my shoulder and comforted. I smiled. Maybe he's even the future wife of Aaron. I saw it. Ha ha ha. Langston laughed and raised the bottle of fruit wine. To Grisha. To Grisha. I poured the fruit wine fiercely. We will win the battle. On the ground, the Investigative Corps' long-distance enemy formation has been launched, but it is different from the previous purpose of avoiding Titan. This formation is used to discover and eliminate Titan. After all, the strength of the Investigative Corps has been it can't be said in the same way that the 3 Titan abilities of Aaron, Yanni, and Emir are enough to make them push all the way. Although Yanni will not participate in the battle against Mireille for the time being, she is cleaning on the road. Titan is still fine. The strong combat power, high morale, and sufficient horses allowed the team to travel 3/4 of the distance in only 1 day, and then began to camp and rest to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Lul, I don't think we will have a day to fight side by side. You haven't grown much height in these years, but your speed is a lot faster. Kenny walked beside Lul and said with a smile. Lul Herdian couldn't help but squeezed his fists. If someone else could mention his height, he would have long been punched on the ground, but Kenny was different. That guy was his uncle. Someone who raised him with his own hands, and if you really start your hands, you might not be able to beat him. Your movements are too slow, old guy. When you are old, you can't keep up with your physical strength. Liuel could only use words to fight back in the end, while the members of Fran, Isabel, and Liuel were all watching the fun. In a camp, this is the current command center of the Investigation Corps. The commander of Irvine, Lance, Phoenix, and all the team leaders of the Investigation Corps gathered here. Listening to the quarrel between Luel and Kenny outside the camp, everyone in the camp couldn't help showing a funny look. The only person who could make the captain such a gaffe was Kenny. The curtain at the entrance of the camp was opened, and Kenny walked in first. He first glanced at the people present, and then turned to look at Levi, who came in behind him. Levi, it was the last one to arrive. Don't you know that it's a virtue to arrive early? Alas, it seems that you have forgotten everything you taught you when you were a kid. Kenny said with a distressed expression. Puff? Everyone at the scene couldn't help but laugh. Even Irvine's face showed a slight smile, but only after seeing Soldier Luel's face that was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Everyone quickly closed it. With a smile and pretending to be nonchalant, Levi's face became darker immediately. I suspect that if Kenny speaks again that hurts the captain, Levi will not hesitate to pull out the blade and Kenny's blood splattered. Step to go. Ahem, now that everyone is here, then the combat meeting will officially begin. Irvin said after a dry cough to ease the atmosphere. First of all, we need to confirm the issue of command authority, I said after Irvine announced the start of the meeting. Our team is currently based on the Investigation Corps, supplemented by the Airship Unit and the Artillery Unit of the National Defense Force. It is believed that the head of the Irvine Group should be the commander-in-chief of this recapture battle. If the commander-in-chief is killed or temporarily loses command ability during the war, I will replace him, and then Hanji. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? The Wehrmacht has no objection. The representative of the Wehrmacht immediately stated. Further, the Airship Unit has no objection. Lance also nodded. In that case, let's start the tactical discussion next. Irwin said in a timely manner. This evening the airship has carried out reconnaissance in the Higashina area with high-altitude telescopes and found that the enemy is currently stationed above the inner door of the Wall of Maria. The number is currently 3. The other hidden enemies have not been discovered. For tomorrow, do you have any thoughts on the battle? Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and then began to discuss in a low voice. Is there a way to use airship troops to send troops to surprise them? Mick asked after touching his beard on his chin. According to the information I know so far, Warhammer Titan is far impossible in Mireille. So we have to face only 4 Titan-capable people at most. As long as we fix the 3 on the wall, there is only 1 person left. But we didn't get to them quickly to fix them. By the way, you can't let the soldiers jump directly from the airship, right? Lance frowned and said, even if we can reach them quickly, we are not sure to fix them before they transform. How about using guns to launch transformation inhibitors in the airship to fix them? Hanji asked. No, then the range and accuracy of the guns are not enough, so don't count on it. Kenny said sternly, you might as well be like this. Try airdropping narcotic bombs. Is the airdropping inhibitor okay? Hanji touched his chin thoughtfully. No way, the inhibitor does not have a gas form. Su Jinkin denied. That's it. Hanji sighed. In a tone, that is to say, there is only one option for frontal attack. If we are attacking frontally, the first thing we have to face is the sling of the Beast Titan. I think everyone should be very aware of the power. If we simply charge, we will not be able to get close to it, I said. And that guy might throw Berthold out as a cannonball, and then transform when he flies above us. That might be powerful enough to cost us a lot. There is also a super large titan, the high-temperature steam. Before it exhausts our muscles, we can't get close at all, we can only passively be beaten. Hanji echoed. Gavin, listening to your tone, you seem to have a way to deal with the titan of the beast. Irvine keenly grasped what I wanted to express. Yes, I nodded. I am since the last battle with the beast titan, I have been thinking about ways to deal with it. All in all, the difficulty of the beast titan is its large attack range and high lethality, since in this way, then we can find some weapons with a larger attack range and higher lethality to deal with it, such as machine guns and artillery. The airship is equipped with a machine gun to interfere with it and provide shooting artillery. Responsible for solving it, in order to have a good shooting range and avoid three-dimensional mobile devices, it will definitely stand in an open area, which is an excellent living target. So we have to divide our troops into two ways, one way is to close the gap, and the other way is to stay behind the ambush beast titan. Irwin said, Govan, your plan has a big feasibility, but the key is that we don't know the attack range of titan of the beast, but we can only take a gamble. In the next meeting, we also determined the response plan after being attacked by the titan of the beast, and Lance led some people to act as a reserve team. Later, I will use the Titan spell card to pretend to be the ancestor. Titan dragged Reiner, Aaron, and Amir cooperated with the members of the investigative corps to deal with the possible brainless Titan and the solution of vehicle power Titan, and cut off their retreat plan. Before dawn the next day, under Amin's suggestion, the team set off in the dark to avoid the battle with the brainless Titan and quickly approached the goal. Before the sun rose, we finally arrived at the Wall of Maria. Keep the airship and artillery units hidden. Airship 1 will report the results of the investigation. I said to the spell card, and I got a response after a few seconds. Airship 1 reported that no enemy was found. Repeat, no enemy was found. Only the burnt-out fire was left at the scene. Irvine and I couldn't help but stare at the words. After several seconds of silence, Irvine spoke, it should be Chelly Titan in the dark. We didn't find it in the middle, and even if we did, we couldn't stop it. Received, Airship 1, go back to your place. I nodded helplessly. The enemy is dark and I know, but there is no other way. I can only see the trick. Anyway, plug the gap first. I sighed, and Irwin pulled the rein, raising the blade with his right hand and commanding loudly, investigate the core, charge. Yes. The soldiers responded together and loosened the reins. Hundreds of war horses immediately led them towards the Wall of Maria. What was once prosperous but now is in front of you. People have gone to the empty town. That is the place where I lived with Aaron and others. Today, this is the place where we will fight the enemy. In a sense, we are also fighting at home. Everyone puts on a hood and uses three-dimensional maneuvering. Halfway into the town, Irvine immediately ordered. Everyone immediately pulled on the hood and shot the hook from the horse, flew towards the wall, and prepared to board. Wall, leaving only some recruits to look after the horses. Don't be nervous, Aaron, everything is in the plan. I maintained the same speed as Aaron and said beside him. Aaron gave a nervous color slowly, just stay with us for a while, and we will guarantee that you will not be attacked. Su Jinkan also said. Aaron nodded. After a whole team was above the inner door of the wall, the scout team dispersed and began to search the surroundings to eliminate hidden dangers. The ashes of the campfire are still warm. They have just left. Han Ji checked the extinguished fire and reported to Irvine. Irvine nodded, then turned to look at Mick, who has a particularly sensitive sense of smell. He has the ability to smell Titan outside the line of sight. San Mao, is there anything to notice? Mick is called San Mao because he has 3 hairs on his chin, lips, and forehead. People rarely call him by his name after the announcement. Mick has long been forced to get used to his own name, and immediately replied without dissatisfaction, the information of other people is a bit weak, but the breath left by Lena is still stronger. He should be hiding near us. The range does not exceed 30 meters. 30 meters? But there are only air and walls nearby. San Mao, your nose won't fail, right? Han Ji asked immediately in disbelief. Hey, my nose never make a mistake. Mick said immediately, dissatisfied, Leaner should be hiding in the wall, near the door so as to make a sneak attack. Amin suddenly interjected. Inside the wall. Irvin frowned, leave him alone. Gao Wen, Su Jinkan, Phoenix, Mikasa, you take Aaron to block the outer door first, and then come back to deal with Rainer. The once popular Higanshina district was deserted. The wooden houses built by the people had been dilapidated, and the ground was overgrown with weeds. A gust of wind made the wooden houses creak, as if they would collapse at any time. Aaron was manipulating a three-dimensional mobile device while looking at the familiar and unfamiliar scene on the ground. The expression was complicated. Feelings such as nostalgia, sadness, and hatred came to his heart, making him clenched his fist. The people in this scene are the people he once lost his companions Liner and Bertold. Let's do it, Aaron. I reminded in a low voice. When Aaron woke up from the memory, he took a deep breath, nodded to me and then controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to the outside flew away, then raised his right hand and bit down hard. Boom. A dazzling yellow lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, and a large amount of magic power gathered to form the body of Titan and Aaron was wrapped in it. Attack on Titan raised his head. There was a roar, and then he half-kneeled on the ground with his hands against the sides of the gap outside, and his whole body began to harden. A few seconds later, a translucent blue Titan statue blocked the gap. Bang! Seeing the success of the blockade, Su Jinkan immediately launched a green letter smoke bomb indicating success to inform Irvine and Mikasa, and I dragged Eren from Titan. Eren, how do you feel? I asked. No problem. Eren's expression is no longer tense, nodded firmly and said, it's just, the cloak was not kept after the transformation, it has been kept. I can't take it out in Titan. Use mine. I immediately took off my cloak and put it on Eren, and helped him put on his hood, thanks to Gawain. Eren suddenly showed gratitude, and I waved my hand. It's okay, let's go back. The next step is to deal with Lena. Our advantage lies in knowing that he has an ambush and has a way to counteract it. Besides, we are crowded. I've made sure that Reiner is there. Mick stretched his finger to the prescription spot on the left side of the inner door and said with a certain expression, his smell came from there. Get the inhibitor. Irvine waved his hand and said, Luel, he will leave it to you. Well, don't worry. Luel nodded blankly, and then accepted the transformation restraint from Hanji. Potion, let Eren lead him over for a while, and leave the rest to me. Eren, don't move. I said while putting a thin layer of magic mask on the face of Eren, everyone else watching from the side. After a few seconds, the magic mask solidified into a mask, exactly the same as the face in Eren. I nodded with satisfaction, took off the mask from Eren and put it on my face, and then took out another one. The spell card came to the mouth of Eren, say a few words. What is this? Eren looked astonished. It's okay. I took the spell card and pinned it. The voice of Eren when I opened my neckline again, now guess who is true? Received. Reiner heard the sound of Eren clearly, and heard the sound of jets heading towards the inner door. He immediately drew his knife and slashed himself, then knocked off the cover and flew out from the hiding place. Eren. He clearly saw the figure of Eren, as well as the other's surprised expression, and at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew down from above, and Lena's pupils did not pass. Shrinking, he quickly activated the transformation just before the object in the opponent's hand pierced his neck. Boom! A flash of lightning appeared out of thin air. Kaizi's Titan body began to form, and at the same time he reached out to grab Eren, but Eren suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Luel. Irvin's eyes widened and he couldn't help but yell out, but the dazzling yellow light blocked everyone's sight. Soldier Lywell didn't know his life or death for a while. Although I really want to cheekily ask for a recommendation ticket, I need to ask you to leave for work for the next 5 days. At the same time, I also need to think about the next Mary's Wall and the outline of the 4th volume. Ask for a recommendation ticket 1_1. When the yellow light appeared on Lena's body, Levier felt bad. A sense of crisis tempered between life and death immediately enveloped him. Levier immediately wanted to use teleport to leave, but suddenly found the magic of chaos. Existence made him unable to teleport, and also made him miss the best time to escape. Hey! Levier decisively protected the vital point with his arms and prepared to carry it hard, but just then a figure rushed quickly and kicked him away at the last moment. Levier stared in shock and saw clearly the face of the visitor, but the subsequent explosion masked his voice. Kenny. Yellow lightning and explosions pierced through the 3-layer magic shield that Kenny quickly constructed, and then hit him fiercely. Kenny's right arm was immediately twisted into a weird shape and broke. After 3 ribs, the impact caused Kenny to hit the wall again, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then his body fell down. Kenny. Levi rushed to catch him quickly, and flew to the wall with him. Levi, little bunny, I saved you again, last time in a slum, without me you just starved to death, you owe me twice, haha. Kenny glanced at Lywell, spit out another mouthful of blood, raised his right hand and put up and said with a strong smile. Lywell looked complicated. Old man, don't just die like this. If you die, I won't be able to pay you back. Luel put Kenny lightly on the platform on the wall and said after using a few healing spell cards on him. Don't worry, I can't die. Cough cough, hurry up and fight for me. Kenny coughed twice, and Luel nodded silently, looking at Kaizi's Titan below, with a strong murderous look. He was released all around, and everyone in Levaban who was going to talk to him couldn't help but fight a cold war. Lena. I was shouting on the roof of a house 30 meters away from Kaizi's Titan, and when it turned its eyes, I removed the mask and collar on my face on the onomatopoeic spell card. Aren't you trying to capture and take away the Ancestor Titan? I'm your goal, I said, making a cut in the palm of my left hand with a knife, and then squeezed Titan spell card. Boom. A large amount of magic power suddenly gathered from all directions, and the collision of magical powers of different attributes triggered a yellow lightning, and flesh and blood began to form around me, forming a Titan body and enveloping me. This Titan spell card is made by Lance after using armor liquid and weapon liquid before extracting spinal fluid from his body. It has also been treated with ice blasting stones, so I can use armor for 5 minutes. And the power of the Ancestor of Weapons Titan. The appearance of this Titan is 60 to 70% similar to mine, with black hair and black eyes. In Lena's eyes, I should be the master of the power of the Ancestor Titan and their ultimate goal. In Titan the body is like wearing a layer of biological mecha. All kinds of consciousness can be transmitted almost without delay, but the pain is greatly weakened. In addition, I seem to be able to manipulate Titan said. Leonard, come and have a good time. Facing me who could talk in the first Titan transformation, Eren felt 10,000 points of crit in my heart. Ang. Kaizi Titan responded with a loud roar. Eren suddenly felt a lot of balance inexplicably. Just when Kaiser's Titan was about to come forward to fight with me, a figure suddenly jumped down from above and took the Kaiser's Titan directly. It's mine. Luel wielded a pair of knives and slashed fiercely on the back of Kaiser's Titan, leaving 2 deep knife marks, followed by 2 bursting spell cards. Next, directly blasted the back of the neck of Kaiser's Titan. Raynor hurriedly manipulated Titan to protect his weakness, and I took the opportunity to deceive and use a grapple to lock Kaiser's Titan. I grabbed the right hand of Kaiser's Titan to protect the nape of the neck with one hand, and firmly locked his left hand with the other hand. Leaner, realize it. I said. Kaiser's Titan roared back. Boom. Boom. Almost one piece of Titan suddenly appeared inside the wall of Maria, and surrounded the investigative core in the Higashina area in a semicircle. Oh, we met again. Titan of the Beast said with a smile on his face, and then roared. Among the Titans surrounding the investigative core, the Titan soldiers who were at the inner door immediately rushed away. It was full of bloodthirsty expressions. At the same time, Erwin showed a devilish smile on his face. While looking at the Titan of the Beast who was picking up a stone to throw, he ordered through the transmission spell card, shoot, hit the cardinal number. At the moment when the Titan of the Beast appeared, the airship unit determined its position, and then reported the coordinates of the bombardment to the artillery unit with the messenger card. The 6 artillery quickly adjusted the angle and aimed at the Titan. After Irvine ordered the cannon to fire, the artillery slammed the rope and banged. Boom, boom. The artillery made a huge roar, and 6 shells immediately flew to the Beast Titan with an unstoppable force. Boom. 1 shell hit the side of the Titan of the Beast. The explosion and shock wave made its body shake. What? There was no interval for it to react. The other 5 shells also smashed. 1 shell. Fortunately, it hit its body and exploded a big hole in its stomach. Other explosions and shrapnel also cut off its right hand, but all the attacks failed to hit the back of its neck. But it doesn't matter, this is only the first round of attacks. The Commander Erwin ordered to hit a base number of shells. Before the Beast Titan and the Car Power Titan next to it responded, the second round of cannonballs has come. Captain Luel watched Kaiser's Titan from head to toe at a very fast speed, causing its hard bone armor to appear a series of knife marks. Kaiser's Titan yelled, trying to ask for support, but when the cannon sounded, I knew that most of the support he was counting on would not come. Luel, go to support the inner town. Erwin ordered on the wall. Although the small Titan sent by Titan of the Beast is not big, there are more than 30 heads. The investigative corps was somewhat reluctant to deal with the battle. There were already casualties, and Levier was urgently needed as a firefighter. Got it. And Luel gave Kaiser's Titan a fierce look, and flew to the inner door helplessly from the battle. In just a minute, he cut Kaiser's Titan more than 40 knives, and 21 of them caused effective damage, barely venting Kenny. Seeing Levi's departure, Kaiser's Titan could not help showing a sigh of relief. Captain Levi, who exploded with all his strength in an angry state, was really terrifying. Then in the next second I will use my fist to make him come back to his senses. His current opponent is still me. In terms of fighting, I can hit 10 Lenars with one hand. There are 3 minutes and 47 seconds left, which is enough. Boom! I hit Kaiser's Titan with a fist on the face and its armor flew across. The hardened fist also brought out a stream of blood, and then I quickly punched it in the face, stabbing it directly. The shattered armor piece pierced its eyes, and its counterattack was dodged by me. Kaiser's Titan roared angrily, and rushed to me regardless. I immediately posture and sweep it down, then grabbed its left hand with both hands and stepped on its face to stop it. Tisk, you are too weak, Raynor. Boom! At the time when the Beast Titan and the Car Force Titan are about to lose, the super large Titan finally can't help appearing, accompanied by a loud noise and huge red lightning. The super large, the huge body of Titan, appeared in the eyes of everyone, and it blocked all the shells that hit the Beast's Titan and the Car's Titan, and then released a large amount of high-temperature steam to cover it. Sight. With the help of the super large Titan, the Titan of the Beast and the Titan of the Car finally got a respite, but their plan was completely failed. Liner, who was in charge of the raid, Bertold, who was going to be thrown into the Higashina district as a cannonball, had to show up in advance to save them. The purpose was to hit the investigative corps' Beast Titan by the cannonball. Half dead. At this time, Jike had already begun to retreat, and Raynor seemed to be no longer able to do it, and he was hit hard by the shells, and most of the unsullied Titan brought by him was killed by the opponent. But now they can't leave either. The vehicle power Titan that was originally prepared as a means of escape was also hit hard by the shells, and Peak was unconscious. Without the vehicle power Titan, a fast-moving unit, could they beat the horses with 2 legs? All fools know that it is impossible. Which thought of using a cannon? Jike clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, no longer able to maintain his posture. Laugh. Raynor suddenly untied the armor on the back of the neck before my fist fell again, and flew to the right from the back of the neck, making me hit the body of Kaiser's Titan with one punch, and I noticed Raynor's hands were intact, and it seemed that Mikasa's spell last time had no effect. Seeing Leaner coming out, the surrounding investigators suddenly came from all around. A sharp look flashed in Leaner's eyes, and immediately raised his right hand to his mouth, but before he closed his mouth and bit down, a swift figure but suddenly flew to his side, and plunged a tube of blue medicine into his neck. What? Lena's pupils shrank, and he immediately wanted to activate his ability, but after he bit his right hand with his teeth, only a slight yellow light appeared on his body, and then disappeared without a trace. No yellow lightning appeared, and Kaiser's Titan also did not appear. Unexpected. Phoenix chuckled with an empty syringe in his hand. With the other hand, he punched Lena in the face and smashed him to the ground. I quickly squeezed his limbs, and Lena had been successful. Capture. The battle in Shiganshina district was declared victory. Now it is up to Commander Erwin and them. The investigative corps will charge with me and give a heart to the Empire? Go ahead. Alvin shouted, holding the blade high, and riding a white horse to take the lead in the direction of the Beast Titan. Everyone in the corps followed suit. This shelling has stopped. After all, the shells we carry at one time are not too many. It is necessary to save the use. It is the wisest choice to save shells when it cannot cause effective damage to the enemy. Stop them. Jike pulled off his face with broken glasses and shouted at the few unsullied Titan around him. Titan shouted immediately after receiving the order, rushed to the investigation core with an excited expression, and at the same time the super-large Titan also increased the release of high-temperature steam, which prevented the investigation core from charging. Disperse to the two wings, give priority to solving those Titan. Erwin waved his left hand to respond, and the investigative corps immediately divided into left and right teams and surrounded the enemy in a roundabout way. Wugu Titan was also sighted. At this moment, the high-temperature steam of the super-large Titan suddenly stopped, and then a gunshot appeared abruptly. Irvine only felt a pain in his chest and fell off his horse, and the soldier's exclamations came from his ears. Head Erwin. The super-large Titan bent down and waved his palms and slapped the location where Erwin was. The investigators on the side hurriedly picked up the head of Erwin and fled back, and at the same time, they tightly covered his wound to let blood don't lose too much. Boom. The palm of the super-large Titan slapped empty. Damn it. Lowell took a worried look in the direction of Irvine, and then turned his attention to the super-large Titan. Irvine was taken care of by himself, and now his goal is the super-large Titan. This opportunity should not be missed. Levirbin will follow me. The goal is super-large Titan. After Lowell finished speaking, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to shoot the hook and was ready to fly to the super-large Titan. At this time, a strong sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him, making him subconsciously tilt his head. Huh? A bullet flew past his face, leaving a blood stain on his face. Levi's head turned and looked in the direction where the bullet came, and saw a black-haired woman in a skirt standing in the beast. A gun with a small mirror was pointed at him next to Titan. Huh. Lowell flung down and shot another shot, then rushed to the black-haired woman. You go on, I'll deal with her. Laugh. Before the people of Louis-Erbin could take action, the super-large Titan once again released high-temperature steam, and their plan was disillusioned. Huh? The gunfire sounded again, and Lowell made an instinctive dodge action, but found that the bullet did not hit him, or missed him. Petra. An exclamation from everyone in Lywellbon came from behind. Lywell turned his head tightly, just in time to see a blood flower blooming on Petra's shoulder and falling down. Lywell hurriedly turning and flying towards Petra. After catching her in the air, she fell to the ground with a gentle motion, and gently put her down to start checking the wound. Captain, Petra's beautiful face is now very pale. She raised her hand and grabbed Levi's arm and asked softly, am I going to die? Levi is still checking. Pete pulled the wound, did not speak. Captain, Petra hesitated for a moment, but still mustered the courage to speak. I like you. Before I die, can you give me a kiss? You suffer, it's just a bruise. Lowell finally spoke. He is still expressionless and full of black lines on his forehead, but there is an imperceptible blush on his face. Don't scare yourself. Ah, Petra exclaimed, his face flushed. Haha. Oluo just laughed and was kicked by Lywell. I'll talk about other things later, now concentrate on fighting. Lywell cried coldly, looking solemnly at the super-large Titan. From the steam, you can vaguely see the Beast Titan slowly standing up. Boom. Boom. Two yellow lightning appeared suddenly. Attack on Titan and Titan of Equan joined the battlefield. The two sides are now evenly matched. Aang. Eren and Titan let out a loud roar, and then rushed to the Beast Titan first, and Ymir controlled the Titan of Eren and jumped to it. On its back, to this day, Eren and Jike, the half-brothers, are finally face to face, but Jike mostly doesn't like this way. Roar. The Beast Titan roared without showing weakness, reaching out to grab the stone beside him, but only touched a piece of rubble. The stone had been broken by the shells long ago. In desperation, Titan of the Beast can only swing his long and thin arms to grab Eren and Titan. It is the least good at close combat. Eren and Titan slammed their heads to avoid the catch of the Beast Titan, and then hit its lower jaw with an uppercut. The fist shone with a chilling light. Just one click, the Beast's Titan rolled his eyes. Eren and Titan won the power, and then a hardened whip kick kicked off the Beast's Titan, the left calf. I don't know when Peak has retransformed into a car power Titan. Seeing that the warrior Jike is at a disadvantage, she immediately controls the car power Titan to Eren and Titan. Biting her calf, she wanted to relieve the pressure of the warrior. Roar. However, she ignored Ymir, who had been hanging on the back of Eren and Titan and never shot. Seeing that Che Li's Titan wanted to sneak attack on Eren, E's Titan immediately jumped off the back of Eren and Titan, waved and caught blindly Che Li's eye in Titan, and then started to confront it to ensure that the battle on Eren would not be disturbed in any way. The high-temperature steam released by the super-large Titan has the effect of making ordinary people inaccessible to high temperature, strong resistance, and obscuring the line of sight, but for Titan, only the last item can affect them. And when the concentration of high-temperature steam is not high enough and you are fighting personally, the effect of the last item is better than nothing. For example, the Eren and Titan are now being pressed against the Titan of the Beast. Ong! Eren and Titan roared, interrupted the left arm of the Beast Titan with a few stabbings, then hugged it into his arms in a grapple and opened his mouth. Biting at the back of the neck of Titan of the Beast, Peak couldn't stand it again when he saw it. Che Li's Titan suddenly uttered a scream, and then suddenly exerted force, fighting for the cost of being bitten by the front leg of East Titan and blinding an eye again at the expense of Eren. Titan bit out Jike in one bite before, and at the same time the super-large Titan stopped releasing high-temperature steam again and kicked to Eren. At this time, Eren had already become popular. Eyes, rushing towards the super-large Titan without evading at all, boom! Facts have proved that the 60-meter class Titan and the 15-meter class Titan are completely incomparable in terms of strength, and Eren and Titan were beaten by the super-large Titan. He kicked and flew out without resistance, directly hitting the wall of Maria. Laugh. The super-large Titan once again released high-temperature steam, forcibly clearing the field, preventing everyone from the investigative core from approaching. Go together, use the Titan spell card to get the Titan of the Beast and the Titan of the car first. Hanji ordered loudly, making the soldiers who were headless because the group leader was seriously injured finally remembered, and this killer is useless. Boom! Yellow lightning appeared almost one after another. Jik and Peak were horrified to find that they seemed to be surrounded by dozens of heads of Wisdom Titan, and they were still rushing towards them. After a little bit of stunned, they hurried to chow. The large-scale Titan crawled up, and the car Titan roared for help from the super-large Titan. Ymir, I have a plan. The super-large Titan has too much influence on everyone, and it must be resolved quickly. Ammon said, standing on the shoulder of Titan. My plan is, Alman, so you might die. Ymir said after a few seconds of silence, if it's really impossible, I will run away. After all, I haven't seen the sea yet, how could it be possible? I will die here. Ammon smiled, the key to the success of the plan lies in you, Ymir. Rest assured, I will do my best. Ymir squeezed his fist and nodded and said, don't die, Alman. Alman, I'll go for you. Connie suddenly shouted, my three-dimensional mobile device technology is better than you, let me come. No, Ammon shook his head firmly, then turned to look towards the direction of the super-large Titan. I proposed the plan, and I will naturally bear the risks. Don't worry, I won't drag everyone down. Take action. Laugh. The super-large Titan stopped releasing high-temperature steam again, and kicked to the investigative core who had activated the Titan spell card. Everyone activated the Titan spell card and temporarily unable to use the 3D mobile device. Now the super-large Titan is invincible, and everyone can only dodge the attack, otherwise Eren is their end. Everyone in the investigative core near the Titan of the Beast basically activated the Titan spell card and turned into Titan, while the investigators who are farther away will need time to rush over. Titan turned out to be an invincible existence. Every attack made everyone had to dodge in a hurry. If it weren't for the super-large Titan, it would have been casualties. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures rushed to control the three-dimensional mobile device, and the soldiers were divided into two groups and flew all the way to the super-large Titan with the power of Jike hanging on the super-large Titan. Titan, trying to take this opportunity to solve it. Laugh. The super-large Titan watched the several investigators who came over. Jean, Connie, Marco, Sasha, are all his former companions, but now they are enemies, and they will no longer hesitate when they start hands with each other. A Bertold sighed softly in the super-large Titan, and then started the hot air again, blowing out the people who came, but just before the hot air started, a figure but he flew in front of it first, and shot the hook anchor on its teeth to fix itself, so that the hot wind of the super-large Titan did not blow him, and the opened hood did not cover his dark gold hair and firm face. Alman. What? Bertold couldn't help being taken aback, and then subconsciously increased the intensity of the hot air. Alman gritted his teeth and protected his face with his arms, hanging himself on the super-large Titan. Even though the hot wind has increased several times, Bertold can't help but his eyes widened. You must know that activating the hot air will consume muscles. Sooner or later, it will be anchored to Titan. We'll leave and be blown away, but why not Alman? First, the surrounding investigators used special methods to turn themselves into pseudo-intelligence. When Titan, Connie, and others were not allowed to transform, and then they were deliberately approached from a distance so that they could make wrong judgments in order to win, secretly approaching his time below. These Bertold can be judged after careful thinking, but he did not understand the significance of Alman's stalemate with him now. Want to attract your attention so that others can sneak attack? In this situation, who can approach oneself? In the words of Titan, the Titan that the investigators have turned into has retreated, and began to break away from the Titan. Eren is still lying on the wall of Maria, especially if Mil wants to come up. Peak won't sit idly by, so why? I can't control that much, sorry, Alman. Bertold gritted his teeth and said to himself, once again increasing the release of the hot air. The hot steam that came in made Ammon couldn't help groaning. The dark green cloak on his body had completely melted in the hot wind at some point, and then the uniform of the investigation corps on his body, but Ammon always gritted his teeth and persisted. Not blown away. Berthold no longer wanted to explore why Ammon would not be blown away. He just wanted to get rid of him early, and immediately increased the release of the hot air, and Ammon was approaching his limit. The pain of his whole body like a knife cut made Ammon especially want to scream out. At this time, his clothes have basically turned into fly ash, and he can only face the high-temperature steam with his body. Every inch of his skin is charred after severe burns. But Ammon never released the index finger that locked the hook. Finally, before he completely lost consciousness, the hot wind suddenly stopped, and the super-large titan fell forward weakly. The plan succeeded. The last thought flashed through his mind, and then he lost consciousness and powerlessness. Falling down, let Connie fly quickly to catch him. Alman. Berthold, get out of me. The ragged Emir slashed off Berthold's limbs and pulled him out. Amin's words flashed in his mind, those who master the power of Titan are not afraid of high-temperature steam. The Wall of Maria, Higginshina District. Leaner, we meet again. I squatted in front of Leaner, who was twisted on my limbs and leaning against the wall, with a complicated expression. Govan, Leaner grinned reluctantly at me. I lost again. Is there anything I want to say? I asked. Lena shook his head first, then hesitated, looked at his right hand and said, do you know Gawain? My hand was only grown yesterday. Okay, I almost thought it wouldn't grow back. That trick is called a spell, but it will hurt the soul. I was expressionless. Your hand can grow out quite let me unexpected. Reiner chuckled twice, as if giving up resistance, did not spend energy to restore the damaged limbs. From beginning to end, we have been calculated by you, Gawain. In this situation, at least you can make me understand. I was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and said, well, all of this will start with Grisha Jaeger, the father of Eren. Rainer's eyes gradually widened, with a surprised expression on his face, and before my story was finished, several investigators suddenly came from a distance to interrupt me, with Irvine who was seriously injured and unconscious. Chief Gawain, please save Captain Irwin. The blood can't stop. An investigator said in a panic voice, crying. My expression suddenly changed, and then a teleport came to Elvin. Next to Wen, there was a penetrating wound on his right chest, and blood was constantly leaking from the wound, dyeing the gauze bright red. This is a gunshot wound. I frowned and quickly used a few pieces on Irvine. Healing spell cards, but it did not have much effect. His wounds are too big and the blood flow is too much. I am afraid I can't save him. The success rate is too low. I said. Several people. The investigator's expression changed immediately. Is there no other way to save the regiment leader? An investigator asked unwillingly. Of course. I turned my head to look at Lena with a complicated expression, and took out a tube of spinal fluid from behind my waist. Farewell, Lena. Lena sighed, closed his eyes and did not speak. I gritted my teeth and pushed the spinal fluid into Irvine's body, then threw him at Lena. Boom. A blonde unsullied titan appeared next to Lena. After observing for 4 weeks, it locked Lena lying in front of him and grabbed him into the entrance. Don't go too far and watch it. It was too painful to solve my former companions by myself. After taking a deep breath and whistling to my horse, I rushed to the other side, not seeing it. Boom! Eren and Titan hit the Wall of Maria heavily, causing the surrounding walls to shake. What? At the beginning of the inner door, I quickly stopped the horse and followed me. Mikasa also grabbed the reins and flew towards Eren with me using a 3-dimensional mobile device. Eren and Titan lay motionless on the Wall of Maria, with his mouth wide open and his eyes turned upside down. Even the wound did not heal. Gao Wen, how is he and Eren? Mikasa asked worriedly, standing beside Eren and Titan. I reached out and rolled the eyelids of Titan, but there was no response. Maybe it's a concussion plus a coma. I pursed my mouth, and put the memory of Reiner behind and no longer recalled. I looked up in the direction of the super-large Titan, where the situation was not acceptable. Optimistic, Mikasa, you stay and take care of Eren. As soon as he shows signs of recovery, I will wake him up immediately. I will go there and have a look. Received. Mikasa nodded, and then pulled mine hand, with a worried look. Gawain, be careful. Don't worry. I reached out and rubbed her head and went back down the wall. Counting Kaiser's Titan that was just swallowed by Irvine, we have already mastered 5 of the 9 major Titan. At the level of high-end combat power, we have the upper hand. If we can take the Beast Titan, the Car Power Titan are left, without us doing Mirai will be attacked by neighboring countries. At the moment when the super-large Titan was solved, Titan took Jik and fled to the side without hesitation. Berthold can no longer save them, and now they must at least save themselves, and the intelligence was brought back to Mirai. But today their plan seems to be doomed to fail. Boom. Accompanied by a yellow lightning, a 15-meter-high Titan stopped in front of them. Where do you want to go? Lance grinned, controlling the Ancestor Titan and grabbed the dodge. Titan tore off its 2 forelimbs. Stay as a guest. Still not necessary. Ji Kikiong shook his head calmly, then raised his head and roared. Boom. The wooden box on the back of Che Li's Titan suddenly exploded, and 5 heads of Wushan Titan appeared in front of Lance. Stop him for me. Jike shouted. 5 heads Titan. I immediately looked at the Titan Lance with bloodthirsty eyes. Roar. The Ancestor Titan Lance also let out a roar, although the lack of royal blood made him unable to tell the Ancestor Titan S abilities have been fully utilized, but it's okay to use 2 to 3 tenths. For example, preventing the Titan from attacking themselves and commanding a single Titan is a bit of a fake. The movements of Titan suddenly became stagnant, and their eyes became a little confused. After a few seconds of stagnation, the three-headed Titan continued to pounce on Lance, and the two-headed Titan went to Jike and Peak rushed forward. At this time, they had no extra means. After losing the power of the forelimb, Titan first swallowed Jike into the mouth, and then began to struggle hard. Lance swung a hardened double knife a few times to solve the three-headed Titan that rushed towards him, and then took a step back and watched it until the car's power Titan was completely unsupported. Suddenly he took the remaining two Titan and captured Jike and Peak. The other side. Alman, you are the bravest one of us. Connie sat on the ground and looked at Armin, who was scorched, with a complicated expression. Alman, you are not our drag, you have never been. He clenched his fists. Hey, Alman, don't die, I'll ask you to eat meat when you recover, Sasha said with a worried expression, but Amin just lay quietly when speaking to her companions. There was no response at all, only very weak breathing and heartbeat could prove that he was still alive, but the weak vital signs began to disappear gradually. How is Alman? Emir dragged the broken Bertold to them and asked. Zistria hurriedly put on a cloak for her. Alman, he can't do it. Now. Marco replied with a pained expression, his tone was full of helplessness, now only Bertold's life can be exchanged for his life. Then do it. Emir looked at it with annoyance. He took a look at Bertold who was in a coma, and then took out a tube of spinal fluid from behind his waist. Retreat. Everyone acquiesced to Emir's approach and did not speak, others pay attention to keep their distance. Lowell did not know when he appeared behind Connie and others, and verbally approved their practice. When I arrived, the battle was over. Amin swallowed Bertold, regained his life and won the super-large Titan power. Now is the time to clean the battlefield. In this battle, the investigative corps had few casualties, and it successfully won the super-large Titan and the armor Titan, and captured the beast Titan and the vehicle power Titan, which are considered to be big to win a complete victory. The only shortcoming is the 13-year lifespan problem. There is no solution for the time being, but it would be good if Irvine and Amin can survive. Other problems can be ignored for the time being. Survival is the most important thing. Important. Regarding the deaths of Reiner and Bertold, although it is very sad, we are not unacceptable in our minds. They chose the path themselves. From the moment they chose to be our enemy, everyone being prepared to meet each other is not surprising to the current result. The next most important thing is to deal with Jike and Peak. Whether to imprison them first or find someone to eat them earlier, mastering the power of Titan is a problem. After the fierce battle in the morning, the investigative corps was very exhausted. Except for the necessary guard posts, everyone gathered in the Higginshina area for rest. We waited for the head of Irvin and Amin to wake up, and we will respond to Aaron's search in the basement of the house, but this matter is completely symbolic than actual. As for Jike and Pike, we are temporarily separated from each other in the basement of a private house on the left and right sides of the Higginshina district. They are supervised by Han Heben and Mikban. We are not sure how to deal with them, but they have the initiative. In our hands. After this battle, the situation inside the wall is completely stabilized. This victory will allow those eager to dispel those restless thoughts, but I want more than that. Because the intervention of Titan of the Beast and Titan of Chaley made the coup d'état of the rehabilitators a little hasty, for this reason, they had to compromise with some forces in the wall. Many years of preparations made wedding dresses for others. As a result, the reform within the wall is not thorough, the conservative forces are still strong, and many reform plans are difficult to implement. In the long run, it is very unfavorable and makes me very unwilling. Now that the wall of Maria has been successfully retaken, there will be a lot of rest in the wall. It is time to free up and reorganize the wall. I have plans for this. Sir Gao Wen, we found a set of iron cups next to the inner door. There is still a little black liquid in the cup. It smells scent. What do you think this is? It was like I was thinking about it. When the plan came down, an investigator suddenly controlled a three-dimensional mobile device and flew to report, with a cloth bag in his hand. I faintly felt that something was wrong. I am now the nominal commander of the investigative corps. There was no arrangement before. Search task. How come someone will report to me after searching for 4 weeks? And his face is very strange. I have never seen him before. Maybe Hanji or someone else arranged it, and he should be a newcomer, so I didn't remember. After hesitating for a while, I no longer doubted, and nodded to the investigator and said, "Bring me to see." Yes. He immediately took out an iron cup from the cloth bag and handed it over. There is still a small amount of black liquid remaining. I took the cup and smelled it. The cup still smelled of coffee and a delicate fragrance, which made my head dizzy a little. At this moment, the investigator suddenly raised his hand to me. A bunch of yellow powder came out, and at the same time he took out the gun from the bag and pointed it at me and pulled the trigger. Bang! I closed my eyes as soon as the dust hit, and then used a nearly 90-degree iron bridge to dodge the bullet. When the assassin was about to make a second shot, I teleported behind him. He clenched a fist with his right hand and slammed it on his face. The force caused him to directly rotate in a circle. Several big teeth flew out of his mouth, and then fell to the ground and passed out unconscious. I stood in place and watched the assassin's face gloomy. This assassination was aimed at me. Some people wanted me to die. After a short victory, some people thought they could sit back and relax, and no longer need me to lead the wall and share their principles. Some rights too. Whoosh, whoosh, After hearing the gunshots, the surrounding investigative corps were immediately alarmed by the sound and rushed over to me quickly. Mikasa rushed to my side in a teleport. After a glance at the scene, he quickly grabbed my hand and asked nervously, "Gawain, are you okay?" "It's okay." I shook my head and looked at the few people who came, all of whom were ordinary investigators. "Quit all, block the scene, and find Captain Lowell and the others." I waved and ordered, grabbed the assassin and walked into a private house. All of them bowed their heads and saluted. "Mikasa, stay and guard the door." The anger that wanted me to leave this time, the slight sadness about the deaths of Reiner and Berthold was quickly overwhelmed by anger. Lao Tzu brought people outside to work hard, and you gangsters still want to stab a knife behind me? That's good, let's be sharper than anyone else's knife. Since you did not succeed in assassinating me, then it is my turn to retaliate against you. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, bent down and checked the assassin for a while, took a big poison-filled tooth from his mouth and threw it on the table, and found a noble emblem on him. When I was about to check him further, Erwin suddenly pushed the door and walked in, followed by Levi, Hanji, and Su Jinkin. The blood-stained clothes have been changed, and now Irvine looks the same as before the injury except that his face is paler. "Gawain, aren't you hurt?" Irvine started. I shook my head expressionlessly and raised my head to point to the assassin lying on the ground. "Do you know him?" Irvine stared at the assassin for 2 seconds. Slightly he shook his head, then turned his head and ordered, "Hanji, go check his identity, and also, gather all the people who joined the investigation corps after the expansion of the army, and send someone to watch them." "Yes." Hanji nodded immediately. Turning and leaving, "How many memories do you remember about the recapture battle?" I asked, changing the subject. "I haven't forgotten it. Sisteria helped me restore my memory." Erwin replied calmly. "It's also her credit for me to wake up so fast." "Where is Alman?" I asked. "He is also awake, resting, and he has not lost his memory." Irvine looked into my eyes with a sincere expression. "Gavin, the investigative corps never participated in the assassination of you. I know this." I nodded solemnly, then turned to look at the noble emblem found from the assassin, and glanced at the uniform of the investigative corps on the assassin who had been strapped to the chair by Su Jinkin, and said with a sneer, "The guys in the wall still lack the experience of confronting humans. I'm tired of playing with such inferior methods of embezzlement many years ago." "Zackley, are you sure he did it, Gawain?" Irvine frowned. "There are 4 major forces inside the wall." I shrugged. The rest orators, nobles, presidential bureaucrats, and investigative corps are now facing the nobles, and unfavorable evidence for the investigating corps has appeared, and it is impossible for the restorationists to attack me. Then it is clear who sent the assassin. "Prepare, I will know if I use the mantra spell to ask." Su Jinkin interrupted. "Although he will become an idiot after using it, it doesn't seem to matter. Let's do it." Irvin nodded, without expressing any objection. Su Jinkin nodded, took out a few spell cards from his waist and used magic to hang them in the air, and then began to recite the mysterious spell. A few seconds later, a magic bracelet made of purple runes was put on his right hand. On the wrist, 5 chains of runes stretched out of the bracelet to sink into the assassin's brain. The expression on the assassin's face was distorted and struggling for a while, and his mouth screamed in pain, but then he calmed down and slowly opened his eyes. There was no wisdom in his eyes, as if he had become a vegetable. "Okay, you can ask," Su Jinkin said. "What's your name?" Lowell narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, "Theodore Flynn." The assassin replied blankly, like a talking puppet, "Tell your mission." I opened the mouth and said, "Assassinated Gawain Ackerman after the successful recapture of the Wall of Maria, and planted it on the nobles." The assassin Theodore replied. I turned my head and looked at Irvine without speaking. "The identity of the master behind the scenes is already obvious. Who sent you?" Irwin asked. The assassin Theodore did not immediately answer, his expression struggling violently, but after Su Jinkin snorted, the light of the magic chain increased greatly. His expression returned to calm, and he replied, "Yes. It's Lord Darius Saker." "Why did he assassinate me?" I asked blankly. "Because the Lord said you are a threat. If not, if you get rid of you as soon as possible, the power in the wall will not be controlled by him." Theodore replied, and I sneered disdainfully, "Does he think he can control power by killing me? Do you have any companions?" Su Jinkin asked. "Pole Lord." Theodore gritted his teeth and said a person's name. "How did you get in?" Irvine frowned. "New enrollment expansion. The members of the investigative corps are not familiar with each other, and it's not difficult to get in with them," Theodore said, and Irvine turned his head and winked at Lywell, who immediately nodded and turned to leave. "Do you have any questions?" Su Jinkin looked at me and said, "This guy's brain has begun to disintegrate. Give him a good time." I said. Su Jinkin immediately stopped casting the spell. The purple magic chain finally lit up, and a large amount of magic power rushed directly into Theodore's brain, burning everything in his brain. A burst of steam came out of Theodore's forehead, and then he dropped his head and lost his vitality. "You continue to talk, I will move him out," Su Jinkin said, pulling up Theodore's body, and walked out the door, leaving only me and Irwin in place. After a few seconds of silence, Irvine took the lead and said, "Gawain, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Do you want to start with Zackley?" "There is such a plan." I nodded, trying to stop. I lost my temper because of my anger. In fact, this is not the first time that Zackley has attacked me. He also put a chronic poison on my black tea before. If it weren't for my poisonous immunity, I should be poisoned soon. He died, as well as the violent drugs and poisonous powders just now. He really spared no effort to kill me. He never saw her work so hard when dealing with Wang Zhang. Now to some extent, we can say that we have mastered the power of Titan, and the super-large, unsullied Titan wall is used as a barrier to deter the world. In their eyes, we are indeed peaceful. It's just around the corner, and even regaining the dominance of the world is just around the corner. Irvine said calmly. In fact, the opposite is true. I asked Reiner and Bertold. Now the power of Titan in the world is declining. I'm afraid that even those super-large, Titan, barriers will not protect us in another 100 years. I froze for a moment, and then sighed. In less than 100 years, if their technology hasn't gone wrong, they will have the ability to destroy Paradise in at most 30 years. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance, that's right. We have fallen behind the world for 100 years. The power of Titan is lagging behind man's own technological strength, but they still think they are invincible, because they can rely on Titan, like the Eldia Empire. The power of sweeping the world is the most terrifying. Gavin, what are you going to do? Irvine asked. I was silent for a long time, and then firmly said, the doctor will cut off the carrion in the wound in order to treat the wound infection. This may be very painful, but it can keep the patient alive. The last coup was not thorough enough and left many remnants of the imperial government. In order not to be too internal, the rehabilitators and the investigative corps had to make a lot of compromises with them. Now is the time to deal with the dragging empire people on the hind legs. But if we rashly attack the people without sufficient reason to understand, it will only cause civil war. Irvine said calmly, we must stand on the moral high ground. So we have to let them jump on their own. Come out. I smiled cruelly. What if they knew that the investigative corps had been hit hard, and successfully repelled the invaders and blocked the door, and all the commanders including me were killed? What would happen if they needed support? It was the most important ancestor Titan who came to report. The female Titan was willing to fall to them. What would Zackley do at this time? The strongest combat power has been hit hard, and the pinnacle of power is right in front of him. Zackley will not let go of this opportunity. Irvine nodded and said, but he can't control his current power inside the wall, so he can only look for allies. Those corrupt bureaucrats, conservative nobles, and some little people who are dissatisfied with their loss of interests are his best goals, and they are exactly what we want to eradicate. Zaker's existence is just right. You can draw them out and kill them all at once, so that we don't have to fight them one by one. I snorted softly, showing no mercy to the enemy. Then start preparing. Irvine touched his chin. What do you plan to do with Jike and Peak? Do you have any good ideas? I asked, and Irvine took a deep breath. I suggest you let them go. Huh. I couldn't help but stunned. Reason. We can't let Murray fall too fast. Eldia needs time to rise again. During this period, time is necessary to let others attract the attention of countries around the world for us. Irvine stared into my eyes and said, the power of Titan is Murray's support. We can't completely take it away. This. I was stunned again, and my heart was full of surprise. As expected to be the head of Irvine, this wit was truly extraordinary. He had already begun to look at the world when other people just kept their eyes on the wall. Sure enough, the Traverser is not able to cover everything, and the wisdom of others cannot be ignored. In what way are you going to let them go? I asked. I don't plan to let them go. It was the people Zackley sent to mix in with us and let them go. Irvine pretended to be helpless. The expression replied, and he did not hesitate to throw the pot to Zaker, which coincided with my idea. But we can't just let them go. I touched my nose and said, we still need to leave them a psychological hint, by the way, brainwash them and open a back door so that we can control them when necessary, but only once. Then it's over to you and Su Jinkin. Irvine got up and said, I'll go to appease the investigation corps and tell them the plan of action. Let Lance take care of the task of disguising. Okay. I nodded and stood up. Irvin, the position of the Prime Minister will be vacated after Zackley is over. This is what you originally deserved. Irvine's action paused. I see. After that, the Theodore's accomplice Bowl was dealt with, explained to the investigating corps the reasons for the action, detailed the action plan and disguised, and temporarily perfected the camp. There were always a lot of things that were done until very late. During the period, Han Heben conveyed news to me and Erwin that Jike wanted to see us, and he has very important things to tell us, but I directly pushed the time to tomorrow. Anyway, the initiative is now in our hands. When will we meet? The prisoners are naturally determined by us. After a one-night rest and breakfast, I went to the place where Jike was imprisoned with Erwin, Lowell, and Su Jinkin, ready to listen to what he was going to say and brainwash him. The basement where Jike is located is very dilapidated, just cleaned up the clutter and moved a bed in. The corner was still full of dust, and the light from a few torches was not bright, making the whole basement very dim. It is very depressing. Jike was lying on the bed with no limbs and looked tired. After we caught him yesterday, we only provided him with a small amount of drinking water, and did not provide any food or a good rest environment. It is normal for him to look like this now. After Erwin and I came in, the two investigators in the basement who were in charge of guards saluted and retired, leaving only the three of us in the basement. Leviar and Su Jinkin guarded the door to ensure the safety of the conversation. Gawain Ackerman, it's really embarrassing to meet you again in this situation. Jike sighed and said helplessly. He was proud to say that he would talk to me. When I met again at the Wall of Maria, he must have never thought that he would meet with me in this situation. If you want to beg for mercy, then don't open your mouth, I said with a smile, and I don't have the slightest affection for Jike. If you can't say anything of value, I promise to let you experience something. It's called the feeling that life is better than death. It's safe here, you can speak up if you want to say something, Irvine said blankly. Jike smiled, as if he didn't even care about the threat I just made. You should be the head of Irvine, right? I am very sorry for killing your subordinates before. He opened his mouth, and Irvine still continued. There was no expression, just staring at him without saying a word. Okay. Jike sighed and twisted his neck in anguish. There is no credibility to tell these facts in this situation. Actually, I'm on your side. Really? I immediately sneered. So how did you betray your parents back then? Grisha didn't teach you to do this kind of thing, right? They were almost exposed back then. If you let them continue sooner or later, the revivalists will be destroyed. Our family will be sent to the paradise to become Titan, so in order to keep our grandparents, and to continue the restoration plan, I had to report them. Jike closed his eyes. The face said painfully, I have been living in pain for these years, and have endured the accumulation of power, just to make the Eldia people live a good life. I snorted and said nothing, but Irvin calmly said, evidence. Now there are a group of my people lurking in Murray army. They are left after the country was destroyed by Murray. The subjugators of the country are the volunteers. I can arrange for them to defect to your side. Jike said immediately, I also have a plan called Earth Sound, which is roughly based on the royal blood and the ancestor Titan in my body. The masters contact and manipulate the super-large Titan in the wall to deter the world, and if necessary, they can also let the super-large Titan launch the world to destroy other countries. The former is a bad check, and the latter is not lacking in terms of use. I said dismissively, you'd better think about something that is of value individually, otherwise you won't want to face the consequences. My value it can only be manifested when I return to Murray. I have nothing to give you here. Jike said helplessly. Really? I smiled and drew a short sword into his chest under Jike's horrified eyes. Then a series of hypnotic abilities were activated, temporarily restraining Jike's soul. Su Jinkan also teleported in and started to help. Jike's brainwashing has begun, and he is about to open a back door to his soul. Jike's soul is also entangled with some inexplicable existence, but it may be because Jike has the blood of the royal family. His soul will take the greater initiative, and Su Jinkan and I will be involved in his soul. The process is more difficult. Fortunately, my previous remarks caused huge fluctuations in Jike's mood, which weakened the instinctive resistance of his soul in disguise, and allowed us to make psychological hints and establish backdoors without encountering too much difficulty, and the success rate is not low. After Kejik made a psychological suggestion that was biased towards the island of Paradi and established a one-time backdoor in his soul that allows us to directly control his behavior, Su Jinkan and I broke away from Jik's soul world and brainwashed it has been completed, and he will not leave the memory of being brainwashed. After fainting for a while, Jike regained his consciousness. He first looked at his chest in surprise, with no pain or wounds. Then he noticed the three people in front of him. What happened? How long have I been in a coma? Jike 1 asked with a confused face, his eyes softer than before. It's about 3 or 4 minutes. Ask your heart. You can leave after you recover. I said blankly, Peak can leave, but you'd better find a reasonable reason. What's your question? Jike still in a state of confusion. Forget it. Execute plan B. Go to Peak first. Aaron whispered. I nodded and asked Jike to think that the reason was too flawed. We might as well go to Peak. Use arrogance against her. It's a good reason to send them back to prevent Murray from falling too fast. Can she still rely on it? Wait a minute. Jike suddenly stopped us. I want to see Aaron and talk to him. Next time, if there is a chance. At this time, I didn't want to make things happen, so I immediately refused. He stopped, and then walked to the ground without looking back. After brainwashing Peak, Irvine began to arrange for them to leave. I was with Levier, Su Jinkan, Mikasa, and Amir after disguising themselves and boarding a processed airship with Lance. I rushed inside the wall. The tattered look of the airship made me worry about whether it would crash halfway through the flight. At that time, Mikasa, Levier, and Su Jinkan will leave the airship first. Mikasa and I will be responsible for organizing the armed forces of the Restorationists. Levier will be responsible for stabilizing Commander Pixis, and Su Jinkan will be responsible for secretly protecting Eric and contact Yanni. I arranged. At that time, we just have to be prepared and wait for Zackley to jump out with a bunch of people, toss them like a beaming clown, and then kill them all. But what if they master the situation while tossing? Lowell frowned and asked, and they might also have a new weapon. Impossible. I shook my head and explained. The military restructuring within the wall has only just been carried out. Now is the most chaotic time. The soldiers of the garrison regiment, armed forces, some aristocratic private soldiers, and some gendarmerie regiments have all been broken up and reorganized. There is no combat effectiveness at all. Coupled with the existence of Pixis, it is impossible for Zackley to reach the Wehrmacht in a short time. So the military power that Zackley currently holds is only the former presidential guard and a small number of private soldiers of the nobles, and we can temporarily pull out the armed forces from the National Defense Forces and reorganize them. The airship forces are still in the hands of Mark, plus it's not a problem to crush the investigative corps transported back by airship. Su Jinkan answered, in the early stages of comprehensive reforms, there will be a certain amount of confusion, and it is also the time when the top government has the weakest control of the bottom. This time is particularly critical, and only at this time can we implement the plan against Zaker, because before that, he didn't dare and didn't want to jump out. After that, he was powerless and unable to induce stubborn and conservative members like him. Only when the government was weakest did he dare to jump out and be able to jump out. The premise of the action is that we have a monopoly on the source of intelligence regarding the recapture of the Wall of Maria, and grasp the intelligence initiative. Due to the existence of Titan in the Wall of Maria, Zackley can't send anyone to investigate. The investigation of the core can only be judged by the dictation of the reporting team we sent. This is the information he obtained, and the information we gave him was wrong from the beginning. Wrong information can only derive wrong judgments. Wrong judgments produce wrong behaviors. So Zackley's actions were doomed to fail from the beginning. He thought he saw the dawn of victory, but in fact it was just an illusion we created for him, so that he thought he could win, but he was actually stepping towards death step by step. I explained in detail, let everyone understand the prerequisites of the action. Lance couldn't help but fought a cold war. Hey, I didn't expect Jiao and you to be so insidious, counting people from head to toe. It seems that you will have to pay attention next time when dealing with you. I'm stupid to help you count the money after it's sold. Get out. I kicked it immediately. Be serious, the action is about to begin. Okay, Lance took a step back, shrugged and put away his smile. The whole operation is the worst for me. Okay, you won't let me gag me. Is there a name for this operation? The fraudster operation. Start now. I replied with a shrug, and then turned to look forward, and the outline of the wall of rose could already be seen. Open the invisibility circle. The Ackerman team is ready to leave. Lance, get the disguise. Received. Everyone quickly regained consciousness and responded. It took the airship nearly 10 minutes to get close to the wall of rosette and began to descend. Levier, Su Jinkan, and Mikasa and I opened the stealth array and jumped off the airship, using a three-dimensional mobile device to avoid the sight of the soldiers stationed in the wall. Emir reached out and touched the disguise card on his body to activate it. Lance and others checked their camouflage again and began to control the airship's landing. At the same time, the airship's control mechanism was deliberately destroyed to increase the effect. The rate of descent suddenly increased, causing the soldiers on the wall who noticed them to exclaim, "Boom!" The airship smashed into the wall in a crash landing manner, and various objects were scattered on the ground. The people inside were also seriously injured. Lance's move was a bit risky, but it increased the reality. Nearby soldiers heard the news and hurried to rescue the members of the airship. Lance struggled to climb out of the airship. 2 soldiers immediately supported him. The battle was successful, but the investigation corps suffered. Seriously wounded, the command team, almost wiped out, unable to return on their own, requesting support. Lance gasped and said, then his eyes passed out. After confirming the initial success of the plan with the eagle eye technique in the distance, I patted Mikasa's shoulder beside me. Let's go to Mark, it's time to act. The next step is to watch the acting skills of Lance and others. Whether you can fool Zaker, it is also a sure thing in this regard. Now Mikasa and I only need to inform Mark to assemble a force team and wait for the opportunity to take action in the dark. On the wall. Sir, what do we do now? A soldier asked Lance, who was holding a feint, a little bewildered. This group of help-seeking teams was really beyond their expectations and people didn't know how to respond. Go and call first. The medical team then sent someone to notify Commander Pixis and Your Majesty. The officer was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted and responded, La Rogue, Dory, you go. Yes. 2 soldiers he immediately responded, and after a salute, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to quickly leave. The news began to spread, and the situation inside the wall revived. 5 hours later, the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Zackley, I have important information. The soldier's urgent report made Zackley, who was dealing with official duties, raise his head from the pile of documents. He frowned somewhat displeased. On the one hand, he didn't like thinking about the problem. He was interrupted at times, and on the other hand, it was because of the documents he was reviewing they were full of reforms, and he didn't get the slightest benefit from it, but instead lost a lot of benefits. He had to rack his brains to hinder the implementation of some reforms. In this regard, he had a tacit understanding with some nobles. Come in. Let's talk. What is the important information? Zackley shook his head and got rid of the bad emotions in his mind, and said in a calm tone. The soldier pushed the door and walked in. Your Excellency, the investigator of the Corps a few hours ago some personnel came back. They came to ask for help. It is said that the recapture of the Wall of Maria was successfully completed. However, the investigative corps also suffered heavy losses under the enemy's attack. Most of the command team was killed and now they have lost their self-return ability. You need to send a team inside the wall to respond. What? Zackley suddenly shrank his pupils and exclaimed. Is this a few hours ago? Where are the people who came back now? Is there any more specific information? After a few seconds of shock, Zackley quickly recovered and asked like a Lianzu. The soldier who came to report was stunned for a moment, and then began a detailed report. Zackley controlled his emotions and began to listen to the report blankly. Well, I see, you go out first and call Timo for me. After the soldier reported, Zackley nodded and said in as calm a tone as possible. The soldier bowed and exited the room. He closed the door easily. After confirming that the soldiers went away, Zackley finally stopped suppressing his emotions and laughed. Ha 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 ha, dead. Gawain and Erwin are all dead. Ha ha ha. After a while, Zackley controlled his joy, rubbed his face with his hands, and barely returned to an expressionless state, but his trembling hands betrayed his true feelings at this time. Zackley picked up the pen and tried to review a few more documents to help him calm down, but found that he couldn't hold the pen at all. He simply gave up this plan again. This information was too shocking and wonderful for him, making it difficult for him to control himself, and something called ambition was expanding wildly. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Zackley immediately looked at him. Come in. Your Excellency, are you looking for me? A young man in uniform with brown hair came in and asked casually. Yes. Prime Minister. Zachary corrected, and the young man shrugged. Well, Prime Minister, what's your order? Timo, I need you to confirm the news, specifically. Zackley said, the news is too much. Shock is a bit false. Out of caution, he must confirm the truth before acting. Really, father? Timo said, his eyes lit up after listening, then we just happened to. Shut up. Zackley shouted immediately, you should confirm the authenticity first, and I'll prepare something else. No secrets. After the initial ecstasy, Zackley began to calm down, and somewhat doubted whether this was a trap. Perhaps it was a trap set by Gawain and Erwin. After all, he did something dirty. It is clear that although I think it is very concealed, it is difficult to guarantee that it will leave clues for people to detect and have to guard against. But if the news is true, such a good opportunity can't be missed. Whether he can ascend to the peak of power and become the uncrowned king in the wall depends on this time. Zackley is very hesitant about this. I need a strong army. It is not enough to rely on the former presidential guards. I have to unite with those nobles who have the same interests as me. They should compromise in the face of interests. It's a big deal. Make concessions, Nair can try to fight for it. If it doesn't work, you can also win over the top and bottom soldiers of the former gendarmerie regiment. I don't believe that they are not dissatisfied. If you want to find a way to move Pixis away from the Hina wall, you can't. Let him interfere with the action. Zackley's right index finger tapped the desktop unconsciously and muttered to himself. Gradually, he had a preliminary plan in his mind. As long as the message was confirmed to be true, the implementation could begin. Time is precious, and Zackley understands this very well. Now, every minute he wasted, the farther away he is from the chance of victory. He can make some preparations before Timo brings back the exact news. Thinking of this, Zackley immediately reached out and rang the bell, and his butler quickly rushed to open the door. Master, what's the order? Pete, the person who immediately summoned the former presidential guard, said that the Dark Star is coming. John Keeley staring into her eyes and saying, the housekeeper was taken aback for a moment, and his face couldn't help showing an expression of stunned error. It took several seconds to calm down, collect the expression and bow and salute. Yes, sir, the Dark Star is coming. Originally, this code was set to secretly gather manpower when there was a chance to overthrow Wang Zhang. It was unexpectedly such a situation when it really came in handy. Zackley shook his head with a wry smile, stood up and took it from the hanger, put on the coat and said, it's time to prepare. His Majesty is expected to hold a meeting soon. It's a pity that he will turn from power to puppet in just a few days after the coronation. I hope he can adjust his mentality by then. Augustus Mansion. My lord, the news is confirmed to be true. Do we want to act? A nobleman eagerly looked at William Augustus, who was sitting on the head, and asked. Augustus slowly touched his grey beard. His eyes then there was a glimmer of light. No, we will do nothing. He said, if your Majesty tells us to do something, then just do it. Don't make any extravagance. But, sir. Several nobles heard the words. Anxious, this is an opportunity? Should we just ignore it? Just let Zackley gain the power. The first to jump out usually die the fastest. Augustus knocked on the table and interrupted them. And it's we who do nothing. As for those who haven't recognized the situation, they are planning privately all day long. The people who regained the glory of Wang Zhang are not among the us, so let's push them and be a pathfinder. Yes, sir. A group of nobles responded quickly. Also, prepare the army and slogans. Augustus said, we will take action when the time is right. My lord, what do you write in the slogan? A nobleman asked. Get rid of the chaotic thief, King Jun sighed. Augustus showed a smile on his face. As for who the chaotic thief is, then we will define it. It's really a ghost. Eric threw a stack of papers on the table, pressing his temple with a headache and said, I haven't given any orders yet. These guys have already started to gather troops. Doesn't the National Security Bureau exist? Zackley, Augustus, and Pixis, all of them are not weak, but I don't have any direct troops to mobilize. I saw that the second reform needs to be here. It's a headache to start well. You do not have an army directly under your command as part of our compromise with them in the initial reform, but after this time we don't need to make a huge compromise with anyone. Sue Jenkins' voice suddenly came from Eric's left side. Turning to look around, he found nothing there. I am invisible. Sue Jenkins explained. Don't worry, I will guarantee your safety in a while. I know. Eric nodded. You said, will Zackley challenge me at the meeting for a while? He hasn't gotten all his hands yet, so he won't know how to do it in the open, but in the dark he will definitely do it. Sue Jenkins shrugged and said. It doesn't matter, you just have to do a good show then. After Lance and others arrived in the city, Eric ordered a meeting. Discuss sending people to rescue the investigation corps. Zackley arrived first, then Augustus, and finally Pixis. The content of the meeting was lackluster, and rescue operations are definitely going to be carried out. Apart from anything else, attack on Titan and Titan alone are enough for the wall to do everything to rescue. After all, the top combat power can be nothing to lose. In the first few minutes of the meeting, the candidate for the rescue team was determined, and it was decided to block the news from the people first, and then listen to Lance to explain the specific situation. At the beginning, we planned to use cannons to defeat the beast's Titan, but we underestimated the distance of its throwing stones. After the first round of shelling missed, it quickly counterattacked us, destroyed our artillery positions, and then shot down the airship before our airship evacuated, causing us a heavy loss. Commander Irwin led some members of the investigative corps to charge to the Beast Titan to attract its attention. Captain Lowell used Titan to get around to the Beast Titan to solve it, but only 7 of the hundreds of people who participated in the charge came back alive. The transformation of the super-large Titan in the Higashina district caused us the same huge casualties. More than 70 people were killed and more than 50 people were seriously injured. In the end, although we defeated them, we only managed to stay. After the super-large Titan, the other 2 were rescued by Chelly Titan, and we lost more than 200 people in the battle, losing the head of Irvine, Duke Jaowen, Duke Su Jinkin, the heavy toll of Captain Mech and other important personnel. Now the investigation corps has nearly half of the casualties, lost a large number of veterans, and lost the ability to return on their own. Please send support as soon as possible. Lance wiped away his tears and said with full performance. Several people attending the meeting looked solemnly. I am very sad for such a heavy loss. Eric said with a sad expression, the rescue of the investigative corps must be carried out immediately, and no more unnecessary casualties can be added. The family members should also be properly settled. Regarding the people who died in this battle, we will not forget them. Your Majesty, rest assured, the old man will go to the Wall of Roses to supervise the truce area. Pixis said immediately, on behalf of the nobles, I will fully support this matter. Augustus also nodded and said. Zackley took a deep breath, trying not to let people see his true emotions. I will let people start preparing when I go back. The team can start from Hina's wall tomorrow morning. Eric was satisfied. Nod, the meeting ended quickly, and several people quickly dispersed. Zackley nodded to the others without expression and walked to his carriage. At this time, dozens of former presidential guards were waiting nearby. Timo stepped out of the carriage and whispered to report, the news is true. Master, the presidential guard is 80% assembled. The butler said the same, and Zackley hummed and took off his coat in the carriage. Next, put on a long windbreaker and a hat, then walked out of the carriage, and handed the coat to the butler. Pete, you pretend to be me and Timo and go back to deal with the matter, and the guard will follow me. The carriage left the palace, while Zackley left on foot. After walking on the avenue for a while, he turned into an alley. Some members of the former presidential guard were already waiting in the alley. My lord, where are we going next? A blonde young man stepped forward and asked, go to the Bartho mansion, and I'll get in touch. Zackley replied, yes, my lord, those nobles also have the same intention. The blonde young man nodded and replied with a respectful look, don't worry, your sir, the weapons are ready, and we can guarantee your safety in case they cheat. Very good, Zackley said with satisfaction. Nod. What is the strength of those nobles? Zackley asked. The highest rank is the Marquis Barths. Besides him, there are 6 earls, 17 viscounts, and 28 barons who are willing to cooperate with us. No duke will participate. They are expected to pull up a private army of about 500 people. The blonde youth replied a little embarrassingly, so few. Zackley frowned somewhat unexpectedly, which was less than 1/5 of the noble's overall strength. It was a bit beyond his expectation. Augustus's control of the noble power was much stronger than he expected, but the influence was not great. Where is Nair? Zackley asked again. The head of the Dirk division said he will not participate, but he will remain silent about our actions. The blonde young man said in a deep voice, Tisk, it's a pity. He hesitated like before and tried to not guilty. Did he forget how the gendarmerie was disbanded and how he was transferred? Zackley shook his head and said disdainfully, the gendarmerie is willing to cooperate with us. How many? Can you get new weapons? 2/5 of the original gendarmerie are willing to join us, and they have also brought in some people from the gray area. The blonde youth replied, we really can't get new weapons. 2. Gray area. Zackley was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted, that's right, Gawain Ackerman didn't leave them away to survive, and now he has a chance to resist them. He will naturally come together. My lord, then, do we accept them? The blonde young man asked, and Zackley hesitated for a few seconds. Is it reliable? How many people are there? Those gendarmes who are willing to vouch for them are not heinous people. The blonde young man whispered, there are more than 200 military policemen, and there are nearly 300 people in the gray area. They also have no way for new weapons. The rehabilitators have extremely strict control over new weapons. It is impossible to obtain weapons from them. The National Defense Forces have only a few units equipped with new weapons that are under the direct control of Pixis. It is not easy to reach out. Analysis with a beard, it doesn't matter. The reinstatementists have no actual arms. Pixis will leave here tomorrow to the Wall of Roses. Before the reorganization is completed, the Wehrmacht will be a mess. It is not to be feared. Use our current manpower. The old-style equipment is enough, we will do it tomorrow evening. Yes, sir. The blonde young man responded. After more than an hour's concealed walk, Zachary finally led people to the residence of Bartho. They entered the residence after confirming their identities and no one to follow. Leader, Zachary has entered Barty House mansion. Do you need to sneak in again? The voice of a member of the National Security Bureau was conveyed in the transmission spell card. I immediately responded, no need, pay attention to safety, don't expose it, etc. The target comes out and continues to monitor. Understand. The other side responded, and then cut off the communication. That guy Zackley thought he had a concealed victory. In fact, he was just a monkey played by us. Mark laughed, and I shrugged, rubbing Mikasa's head and asked, guess what they will talk about? It's nothing more than some exchange of benefits, and discussing specific action plans and planning to start with Lance. Mark said disdainfully, yes. I said while eating the cherries that Mikasa fed me. Where is Yanni? I have been in contact with those nobles, and I'm 80% sure that I lied to them. Mark responded, to be honest, I think Zackley is quite unhappy. Obviously he didn't appear in the change of kingship. How much power has occupied the position of prime minister, and the bureaucrats under him are still arrogant all day long. They only know that they are obstructing reform and want to them. Many people from the restorationists think so. I asked, and Mark nodded. Brothers don't have a good impression of that bunch of bird feathers. You are now a senior government official, Mark. I'm going to change my temper. I said helplessly, you should appreciate again after Zackley's down a large number of positions are vacated. This is not good. Don't worry, I will pay attention to the adjustment. Malkay waved his hand. The robber has been working for a long time, and suddenly switching like this is still a bit uncomfortable. Okay, I began to change the subject. How is the force group assembled? Are you sure? At more than 600 people, the rest is inconvenient to come over at Roselle's wall, but it must be enough to hit them. Mark replied nonchalantly, the current war is not determined by the number of people. Negative, I will teach them how to fight. That's good. I smiled, but don't kill too hard. The Empire lacks people in mining, building roads, and building infrastructure. Mark stunned for a moment, and then laughed, you are still smart, don't worry, I will control the degree, so that they can make a good contribution to the Empire. Then you continue to prepare, I'm going to sleep. I put my arms around Mikasa and stood up and said, I'm afraid it's not just sleep. Mark smiled narrowly, Mikasa's face suddenly reddened, and I threw away mine. The hand quickly walked towards the room. I laughed and then caught up. For many people, tonight is a sleepless night. While preparing for the rescue team to leave tomorrow morning, they will do their best to calculate others. Various conspiracies and tricks emerge one after another. They are nervous and look forward to tomorrow's changes. For me, tonight is really a good time to relax, especially since Mikasa is still obedient to my words. This is the most comfortable and understandable. The night passed quickly. While the sun shining on the earth, it also covered up most of the darkness in the city, but unfortunately, no matter how bright the sun is, it will not illuminate the dark hearts. But it's okay. We will use machine guns and new artillery to light it. Light them up. I asked Mark to pull all the new artillery that was sent to the Hina wall by the bombing attribute. It is estimated that the machine gun will not be of much use. I believe Zackley and the others will enjoy it. When the rescue team inside the wall left, the Fu Quan faction had no military strength on the bright side, and Zackley and others began to move around. They only waited for the rescue team to move away. How did they arrange for Yanni? I asked. They let Yanni be a reserve member. If the people they arranged in the rescue team can't handle Lance in human form, let Yanni shoot. Mark replied, have you arranged the team in the palace? Yes, the deputy captain of the former opponent's suppression force, Kelly, led the team, and Su Jinkin personally protected Eric. There is absolutely no problem. I nodded and said, they are responsible for eliminating the risk of the palace and cooperating with Emir to drive them out of the palace, and then it's up to us. 102 new artillery. I guess we won't wait for Lance and the others to come back. Mark curled his lips. Don't you say yesterday that you wanted to keep your hands to catch more prisoners? I have so many cannons. I wonder if any of them will survive the shelling. You didn't let you shoot out all the shells, as long as one round of shelling knocked them out and we rushed over to capture the prisoners. If the tug of war will kill more people. I shrugged and said, train artillery by the way. Well, you are an expert in this area. Listen to you? Mark nodded. Originally, according to intelligence, Zackley planned to do it in the evening, but he couldn't stand it until noon. After confirming that Pixis and others would not get news in time, he gathered a group of people. He went to the imperial palace mightily, no longer concealing his intentions. Most of it seemed to him as long as he controlled the emperor's majesty, it would be considered a victory. The Wehrmacht, which was still in a state of chaos, did not respond to this, and Neil, Augustus and others remained silent. Zaker left the large army outside the city, and brought more than 100 armed men to the palace. The restorationists did not stop, and the Wehrmacht did not move. Neil and Augustus remained silent. The few guards in the palace whose symbolic significance was greater than the actual meaning opened the palace gates, making Zaker feel extremely good, as if everything is in my control. Without any further effort to conceal, Zackley directly led people to the throne, no longer caring about anything. Hundreds of armed men armed with guns gave him unprecedented information. At this moment, he is full of spirits, he is fearless, his confidence is high, and if he is assisted by gods, it seems that the power in the wall is in his hands. The palace hall. 2 members of the former presidential guard wanted to step forward and push the door open. Zackley waved his hand to stop them. He stepped forward and pushed the door open. Eric was sitting on the throne with a calm face. There was nothing around him. One person. Your Majesty. Zackley took a few steps forward and yawned to Eric, with a false smile on his face, but his pride in his eyes could not be concealed. You should know what I am here for. If I just hung a grenade behind the gate, you are dead now. Eric said blankly, and Zackley was taken aback for a moment, and then replied a little embarrassed, that's if? Admit it, Your Majesty, you have already lost. Yeah, if. Eric stood up from the throne and stared at Zaker with unwavering eyes. Darius Zaker, do you know you are rebelling? Your man all can be classified as rebels. No, Your Majesty. Zackley finally lost his patience, his eyes were full of anger, this is a revolution. If you are not willing to recognize the reality, I can only let someone will help you sober up. Now I am the real king. Eric smiled disdainfully, turned his head and said to the heir on the side, enough acting, you can do it. Eric George? It looks like you are already crazy, take him down. No longer disguised at all, he tore his face and pointed at Eric and gave an order loudly. The 2 men walked towards Eric grinningly, but the next moment 2 magical arrows penetrated their heads. A sonic bomb exploded in the hall, and everyone except Eric, who covered his ears in advance, couldn't help bending down in pain, and the team was in chaos. Boom! At this moment, the roof above Zackley and others exploded suddenly, and the fragments directly injured many people. A dozen figures wearing 3-dimensional mobile devices for humans jumped down from the gap and raised shots. The gun fired quickly at Zackley's team, killing all the intruders in the hall except for Zackley in a moment. People outside heard movement and tried to rush in but were quickly knocked down. Zackley looked up a little dazedly and touched the blood marks on his face that had just been drawn by the shotgun. Then he suddenly recovered, and quickly turned and fled out of the hall. The crowd did not open fire on him in a tacit understanding, allowing him to escape. Hall, but Zackley, who was in a panic, didn't notice this special, he just wanted to escape now. Boom, boom, the members of the former opposing suppression force outside the hall also began to attack Zackley's team. The team that neither searched the surroundings nor occupied the firepower point suddenly suffered heavy losses under the sudden attack, and the rushed counterattack did not hurt anything. Enemy. Counterattack? Counterattack. Someone tried to save the situation and organized a counterattack, but a few seconds later, he was shot headshot by a shotgun. The morale of the team plummeted. Retreat. Zackley shouted in panic, nothing. The prestige just now, protect me. Several former presidential guard members quickly surrounded him to flee outside the palace, and the others in the team immediately began to rout. The few people who tried to fight back were quickly killed. Intensified the speed of the team's flight, the scene was chaotic, and the situation turned into a one-sided slaughter. The corpses were spread from the hall to the door. We only injured 1 person and 2 slightly. In this situation, Zackley has nothing to do. At this time, his clothes are damaged and his hair is messy. He is embarrassed and panicked. He is fleeing like a bereaved dog. Only a few guards are left with him. The army fled to the gate, and it was totally different from the majestic image just now. The team of more than 100 people now only has nearly 40 people left, and after subtracting the number of people who fled, there are now only a dozen people left by Zackley. The subordinates led a somewhat frightened war horse from the side, pushed Zackley on the horse and protected him to flee out of the city. The members of the former opposing suppression force used a 3-dimensional mobile device to chase after him. Zackley was stunned for a while. Finally recovered, he said anxiously, quick, launch a letter smoke bomb to inform Barty Howe, and let him send someone into the city to meet us. The subordinate nodded, raised his hand and fired a yellow letter smoke bomb. On the other side, a black letter smoke bomb rose into the sky. 2 letter smoke bombs, one was launched by Zaker and others, and the other was launched from Augustus's mansion in the royal city. They joined forces. In the location of the military force group outside the city, Mark, who was looking at with a telescope, suddenly changed his face. I reached out and patted his shoulder with a calm expression, don't be nervous, Augustus is a smart man. In this case, it is impossible for him to join forces with Zackley, on the contrary. He will probably bring people to deal with Zackley, and then he will also see if he has a chance to be in the position, and continue to forbear if he has no chance. Then we have to deal with them. Mark asked. The airship reconnaissance determines the exact location of Augustus, and then covers him with artillery fire, and then says it was a mistake. Don't think about it, there is no way to deal with it. If you do this, the civil war should begin. I rolled my eyes and said, prepare, adjust the artillery elements, and show off the artillery coverage in front of Augustus's team. All right. Mark nodded regretfully, and began to command the team, remove the camouflage, the airship will move forward to reconnaissance and prepare for battle. Zackley's team outside the city was in a commotion. Some people began to enter the city, and 5 black letter smoke bombs rose up behind them. Augustus's team came, Zackley's escape route has come to an end. Although members of the suppressive forces behind him are still chasing after him, he is now close to the city gate and is about to escape. The team of more than a dozen people in the chase and escape is now only 9 people, and those chasing troops were seized by them and killed too. This entry into the city was completely defeated in every sense, but they still have a chance. There were a team of nearly 1,000 people outside the city, and they could pile up a victory even with a pile. The team that came to meet him quickly greeted Zackley and protected him to go outside the city. The 6 characters of In addition to Chaos, King Jun's side were written on a black flag. The red letters on the black background looked a little fuzzy, but they were not so clear that they could not be seen clearly. Augustus's team lined up neatly, slowly advancing towards Zackley's team. The cavalry was lined up on both sides with sabers, more than 20 old artillery pieces were dragged behind, and the main force of the team was the musketeers holding rifles in square formation. Regardless of the actual combat effectiveness, at least on the surface, this team is still elite, but it is a pity that they are now behind the times, and they are vulnerable in the new era. Zaker's team began to respond. They also lined up in a dense formation. The cavalry gathered on both sides and prepared to charge. The artillery turned to the Augustus team, but their formation was much more disorganized. The chaos that constantly appeared in the game disrupted the formation, and there were mobs of people who wanted to escape but were executed on the spot. Even though Augustus's team has only more than 400 people, it is far better than Zackley's side in momentum. Line up for shooting. I didn't expect to see this kind of play. I sighed in a low voice, but the era of queuing for shooting has passed since the machine gun was invented. Should we watch them fight for a while? Mark asked in a low voice. We will come out after watching them bite the dog. No need. I shook my head. We can do it after they start the fight. The artillery will deal with their artillery first, and the airship will strike in the air. And then the artillery advances, and the infantry can charge with bayonet to catch people. Let Augustus play a bit, and then we will teach them how to fight. This is a good idea. Mark smiled. All units are ready to follow my order and then attack. Line up. We are the truly righteous side, and justice, law, and God are with us. The commander of Zaker's team pointed at the position of Augustus' team, and tried his best to rectify the team and boost morale. They dare not shoot at you. They dare not shoot at you. They dare not violate the human charter. Open. Give the thieves a good look and let them know the fate of the treason. Augustus grinned coldly, waved his hand and ordered, yes. The subordinate nodded immediately and began to convey the order, shoot. Suppress the rebels. Before Zackley's team was ready, Augustus fired first. 20 dozen artillery pieces roared at the same time. Solid shells flew out of the barrel and landed in Zackley's team. 10 armed men said, they fired. They fired. Someone yelled in panic, and began to try to escape from the team, making the orderly queue again chaotic. The commander hurriedly fired and killed the deserter, trying to rectify the order. But a drop in the bucket. Bang! A green letter smoke bomb rose from Augustus's position, and the green smoke column pointed diagonally forward. The cavalry on both sides immediately moved, riding horses towards Zackley's team. The charge of nearly 100 cavalry looked vigorous. It was amazing, and they were also equipped with short-barreled carbine and sharp sabers, which seemed not low in combat power. Boom, boom. Under a few elite organizations, Zackley's team reluctantly carried out a round of attacks against the incoming cavalry. Amid the roar of muskets, nearly 30 cavalry immediately fell to the ground, but the rest continued forward without fear, and at the same time raised the short-barreled carbine and pulled the trigger at the enemy. Boom, boom. The cavalry's guns were filled with shot bullets, and the team that had been crowded with one shot suddenly fell. Those who were still alive temporarily lost their combat effectiveness, and there was chaos in front of Zackley's team. Glory! The cavalry yelled, putting away their carbine and pulling out the saber to speed up towards the target. The heads rolled everywhere, like a massacre. The cavalry turned around and left after killing hundreds of people. In addition to the 30 or so people who died in the first battle, they only lost a dozen people. It's time. I nodded, shoot. Boom! With the loud shout of Mark fire, the 102 new artillery pieces behind me roared at the same time. The overwhelming artillery shells smashed into the enemy like skyfire, and there were patches of blood in Zackley's team. Unlike the cannonballs fired by Augustus and others, our cannonballs can explode. They are far more powerful than them. Under a round of blows, the artillery of Zaker's team was wiped out and the infantry team was also destroyed. The fate, while the airship descended and fired at them with machine guns, aggravated their rout. Just one round of shelling left Zackley's team with heavy casualties. Those in the gray area in the team couldn't hold it first, and immediately turned and fled to the distance, leaving the scene in chaos. Some gendarmerie wanted to maintain order but were shot down because they blocked their way. For the purpose of self-protection, the gendarmerie had to start a counterattack. In the chaos, many people were accidentally injured, and the chaos became like a snowball. The bigger and bigger, Zackley team has completely lost control and collapsed without fighting. It's so weak, it can almost be caught by our infantry? Huh? Wait. Mark stopped in a relaxed tone, holding his binoculars in surprise. What's the matter? I frowned and asked with some confusion. Their cavalry, their team is disintegrated, but their cavalry seems to be still gathering. Mark said in a very uncertain tone, with a very surprised expression, Gawain, let's fight another round. No need. I shook my head. The cavalry team is elite, so naturally it won't be defeated so easily. The artillery is not the best way to deal with them. Let the machine gun be ready to kill their enemy and surrender. Our sudden appearance caused a little chaos in Augustus's team, but Augustus quickly restrained the team again and told them to retreat, apparently worried that we would also give them a round of artillery coverage. And this action to them also pointed out the direction for the remaining cavalry in Zachley's team, and turned their attention to us. Under the command of the commander, the cavalry began to line up again, and they lined up in a neat formation toward us. The leader drew out his saber and shouted 2 words, and then took the lead in charging us, followed by the cavalry. Hundreds of cavalry rushed to us like a tide, and the scene was really shocking, but unfortunately their era had passed when the machine gun was invented, and the present momentum is just the afterglow of the setting Sunday Gawain. Mikasa held my hand nervously, leaning forward slightly, ready to stand in front of me at any time. Don't be nervous, I've arranged everything. I reached out and rubbed the back of her head. Calmly said, the forward position of 16 machine guns, the arrangement of crossfire power, as long as they can rush over. My name is not high, but you didn't have the surname Gao. Mikasa blinked with some doubts. Ahem. The scene was a bit embarrassing. I silently looked forward, forgetting the different characteristics of the Eastern and Western surnames. It's better to stop talking, focus on the battlefield. The cavalry has already rushed halfway. Fire. Mark ordered loudly, and the silent machine gun position immediately spewed out tongues of fire, like a silent behemoth suddenly awakened, and launched an angry attack on the mortals who dared to disturb its sleep. Assaulting cavalry, no one survived wherever he went. It was called a battlefield meat grinder. The cavalry that rushed in the front fell off their horses one after another. Some of the cavalry behind them tried to accelerate through the fire blockade, while others tried to turn their horses to escape, but their actions all failed within a few seconds. In just over a minute, more than 100 cavalrymen were wiped out, making everyone present scared. This is the first time a machine gun has fully demonstrated its power and directly refreshed everyone's war against war. Zachley's team was in a commotion again, except for a few personnel who had a chance to escape. Everyone put down their weapons and knelt down. We don't even need infantry. The battle was over, and it ended unexpectedly. The enemy surrendered before all the follow-up methods I arranged. At this time, most of the rescue team had not rushed to the Wall of Roses, and the airship secretly transported the investigative corps. Haven't set off yet. However, the enemy team of more than 1,000 people now has only 600 people left, and more than 1/3 of the casualties. Bartho was stunned by the shells. The actual commander of the team died on the way leading the cavalry to charge. Zachley was stunned by the shells. It is not surprising that with their qualities, they surrendered after suffering such a blow. The soldiers of the Wolai clan of the Restoration faction were confiscating the weapons of the members of Zachary's team and gathering them together. The process was surprisingly smooth. No one tried to resist or escape. They were obviously scared by machine guns. As for those who fled first, can they pass the airship no matter how fast they escape? And their deaths can be used to deter those who surrender. Very effective. The Augustus team in the distance quickly sent a small group of people to come to us after watching and rioting for a while, and the person walking in the front with a cane was Augustus. Although in the spirit of respecting the old and loving the young, I should take the initiative to greet Augustus, but this situation is definitely not the time to pay attention to this, but should speak in terms of status and status. I am both a duke and I still with the identity of the foreign minister. Augustus should have paid me a courtesy anyway. Moreover, I brought the army king back and quickly countered the rebellion. The momentum was the same, but Augustus had a ghost in the early stage, and was suspected of improper imperialism. Only the last banner of the King of Qin made him qualified to stand. Here, the judgment is made. Duke Gawain, I am glad to know that you have returned safely. It seems that everything is going well with the victory of the Wall of Mary. Augustus leaned slightly to me and said. I accepted him calmly and nodded in reply. It's true that everything went well. Kaiser's Titan and the super-large Titan have been won by the head of Irvine and Alman Arnold, respectively. The Beast Titan and Titan was captured by us and moved some hands and feet and put them back. They will secretly provide us with the required intelligence and technology, and support Murray not to fall down so quickly, attract the attention of the world, and give us time for development. After hearing what I said, Augustus couldn't help but froze for a while, then smiled and said, this is really good news. It's really good news. I raised my eyebrows, but let's talk about it now. What happened inside the wall this time? I deeply regret what Prime Minister Zachley did. I also have some responsibility for the participation of those nobles in this matter. Augustus said immediately, very much. Resolutely, did not give me the opportunity to go further. Human greed is hard to control. Duke William, you are not to be blamed for this matter, but we should thank you for your loyal and diligent behavior. I simply stopped delving into it and gave Augustus a step down. You said yes, Lord Gawain. Augustus nodded immediately. Then what shall we do next? Shall we make Zachley's actions public? No, I shook my head. Now for the political stability that is needed in the wall, just try him here, and then push the matter to the Marai spy. We will wait a while, and His Majesty will come and do it himself. Oh, it's cheaper, Augustus said with a sigh after being silent for a few seconds. It is difficult to tell whether he really thinks this way or pure acting, but it doesn't matter. The current situation makes him obey us. We'll no longer try to rebel or hinder reform. Your Majesty is here. Someone shouted, and everyone present immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to Eric to salute. I wondered if Eric put on a dragon robe at this time. Everyone shouted together. Long live my emperor, long live, long live, long live must be particularly suitable, but such a skinny idea will only keep it in my heart and I will never say it. Eric didn't wear any dragon robes now. He was wearing a majestic king's head guard. He was personally guarded by Su Jinkan. The former oppressive forces were scattered around and walked towards us, with no expression on his face. Your Majesty. Augustus and I bowed to Eric with his right hand on his chest. No need to be polite. Eric nodded and waved to us, and then smiled and gave me a hug. Gao Wenking. Unexpectedly, there are so many people in the Wall of Death that you want to subvert the Empire, but fortunately, this time I just swept them all to ensure the purity of the Empire. Thanks to you, otherwise I will not find so many. If you find it, it's hard to clean them up so easily. And Duke William, thank you for your loyalty. Your Majesty is polite, this is an old man's business. Augustus said, bending over again, smiling. That's why I didn't dare to die. I got out of Eric's arms a little uncomfortable. It's really hard to accept this way of greeting. If it's a beautiful girl, forget it. A big man joins in the fun, even if they are really dead. I have to crawl out of the coffin to deal with them. Ha ha ha. Eric burst out laughing and patted me on the shoulder. Don't say anything else, I will ask you to eat. Pause, now we take care of the business first. 2 soldiers came up with Zackley who was still in a coma, and another group of soldiers escorted the surviving nobles from Zackley's team to one side and knelt in a row. Your Majesty, please be merciful, we are wronged. It's all Zackley and Bartho. They threatened us. Your Majesty, we were deceived by them. We are actually loyal to you. The nobles cried, as if they were wronged. Eric sneered twice at this, did not speak, but I frowned a little irritably, and ordered coldly, let them shut up. The soldiers who took care of the nobles immediately stepped forward and slammed their rifle butts on them, leaving the nobles with a scream, leaving only a low whimper, kneeling on the ground looking very pitiful. However, some of our judges will not sympathize with them. If you do something wrong, you will pay a price. Children know this. Moreover, they are not just as simple as doing something wrong. They are on the wrong team. Only to die. Eric pulled out a wooden handle and a metal frame from the holster around his waist. The gun was also decorated with a beautifully patterned revolver. This gun was given to me by Mark the day I became the throne. I have never thought about what to call it. Now I think about it. Just call it the Executor. Eric muttered to himself first, then waved his left hand. Wake Zachary up. The trial has begun, and those who deserve it will get the punishment they deserve. A soldier took a bucket and slammed half a bucket of water on Zackley's body. The cold liquid made the latter cough twice and began to regain consciousness. Mark stepped forward and slapped your face with 2 slaps without hesitation. During his waking process, his face was full of pleasure. We all chose to turn a blind eye to his behavior. Zackley gasped twice and raised his head. After a few seconds of confusion, his eyes focused on Eric. Zaker, as the Prime Minister of the Empire, you took the lead in rebellion. It really disappoints me. Eric stared at Zaker blankly and said. Zackley coughed twice, did not answer, but said his gaze turned to me. Gawain, was it a conspiracy from the beginning, right? He laughed, and laughed very sadly. Let Lance fake the news of your death and lure me to gather people to try seize power. In the end you guys will kill us all at once. From the beginning, I was played by you as a monkey, right? If you didn't have that thought, you wouldn't be where you are now. I responded indifferently. This plan of mine is not aimed at any one person. I just put the bait out and waited for someone who couldn't bear it to take the initiative to bite. I also stared at Zackley blankly and said, Dearest Zaker, you should be thankful that the new empire needs stability, so your rebellion will not be made public to the people for the time being. We will also push your death to the Malays, and use your death to arouse popular confrontation. Malay emotions, so you won't be infamous for the time being. And they, your accomplices, will be included in the ranks of the corrupt aristocrats of Wangjang and be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Zackley froze for a while, then took a breath, and shook his head indifferently. It's okay, anyway, I'm going to die. I'll kill you last. You'll confess before that. Kay opened his mouth, turned and walked to the nobles who were kneeling in a row. They had already arranged the order of their titles, and Eric decided to kill them first. The icy muzzle hit the forehead of a middle-aged man who was wearing a gold-red garb and was kneeling on the ground by 2 soldiers. He suddenly raised his head and cried out in tears, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am wronged. Bang! Eric pulled the trigger cleanly and ended his life, then walked to the next person to be tried. Asshole. Bang! Falling down with a corpse, Eric's movements did not stop, and he continued to walk to the next one with a cold expression. No matter whether the nobles begged or cursed, crying bitterly or showing no fear on their faces, they were all shot to death by Eric with the executor. The remaining aristocratic criminals after the execution of 8 people finally lost their chances and realized that they had no chance to escape today. Under the shadow of death, they began to go crazy, cursing Eric in the most vicious language. Struggling fiercely to try to resist, but to no avail, Eric still took the gun and executed them one by one coldly. The madness of the prisoners and the coldness of the emperor impacted everyone's hearts. If you feel uncomfortable, don't look at it. This is not for you. Go to the back and rest. I squeezed Mikasa's hand and said in a low voice. She looked very uncomfortable, and suddenly held mine. Hand, the impact of this execution scene is a bit too big. After all, it is used to kill the chicken and respect the monkey, and this will also help increase Eric's prestige. From now on, people who know this will definitely not would dare to underestimate him again. But this kind of scene is not acceptable to most people, and I don't need to let Mikasa finish it. Go and rest, just have me here. I persuaded in a low voice. Mikasa was silent for a few seconds, then held my hand harder, and replied stubbornly, no, I am not afraid with you. I wanted to rub her head with a smile, but because of the occasion, I resisted it. I just squeezed her little hand in response, and didn't speak any more. In the field, most of the noble criminals have been executed, only Barty Howe and 2 nobles are left. Bang. Another corpse fell to the ground, and the cursing stopped, but because of the angle, a brain mixed with blood splashed on Eric's face, looking a little scary. Boom. A silent nobleman also fell to the ground, and only Barty Howe was left. He had already scared his pants before. His fat body was pulled by 2 soldiers so that he did not collapse on the ground. Strong urination. Wei made the 2 soldiers frown. Eric finally walked in front of him and stared at him with no emotion. Barth, I have a little impression of you. Do you have anything to say? I also have an impression about Barths. This guy is in the anime. Appeared in a season. After learning that the Troost area was breached by the super-large Titan, he asked Pixis to give priority to protecting his fief. He also said that soldiers and people are cheap lives and are not worth protecting. If it is not a hindrance in Augustus, I had dealt with him a long time ago. Bartho's upper and lower teeth were fighting, and his expression was terrified, but after a few seconds of silence and looking at the corpse of his accomplice, his expression quickly became sullen, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, Eric, yours. The reign will not last long. Sooner or later you will be defeated by Mirai. Even if your fate will be the same as me, you will all go to hell. I curse you, shameful betrayers, the villains who steal the crown. Ushering in the end. After speaking in a nearly roaring way, Barty Howe panted heavily. His expression changed. Are you finished? Eric asked blankly, and began to fill the gun with bullets. Frozen for a while, then burst into tears. I don't want to die. I don't want to. Bang! Bartho trembled, and the 2 soldiers let go of him and let his body fall to the ground. It's you, Zackley. Eric walked up to Zackley and took the hot gun. He said on his forehead. He didn't say a word at the beginning of the sentence, did not abuse or beg for mercy, and did not struggle. Is there anything I want to say? I don't have much to say. The consequences of failure are as expected. It's just that I didn't expect that I would fail when I acted. Zackley sighed and said fatefully, I just want to ask. In one sentence, to deal with Mirai, let the Second Empire of Eldia rise and reproduce the glory of the year. Are you sure? Yes. Eric nodded seriously. What percentage? Zackley said. Asked. Eric turned his head and glanced at me, and then replied, at least 50%. Then I will have no problem. Zackley smiled. I'm done with everything I want to say. Right. Bang. Eric pulled the trigger and turned away. Take care of the corpse. Augustus's expression was not so good, and after whispering to his hand, he stepped to chase Eric and Mark, and I caught up. Gavin, how do you explain today's movement to the people? Eric asked. Just say that the National Defense Forces are conducting military exercises. The purpose is to improve their combat effectiveness as soon as possible and adapt to the new era so that they can be better in the future. Ensure the safety of people's lives and property. I thought about it and replied, as long as the confidentiality work is done well today, there will be no problems. You can make your own arrangements for specific operations. I understand. Eric nodded in response, and then spoke of the lines that had been arranged before. Also, now that the Prime Minister's position is vacant, someone with the ability is needed to replace it. The Parliament still lacks a parliament to check and balance the cabinet. Prime Minister, prevent today's event from happening again. Head Erwin Smith made a great contribution to the recapture of the Wall of Mary. I think he can serve as Prime Minister to replace Zackley. As for the chairperson, Duke William, you are already here. I have proved my loyalty in today's affairs, and the position of Speaker is left to you. Yes, Your Majesty. Augustus replied, his tone unwavering. The next step is to deal with the incident of the investigative corps returning to the city. Lance and others will take the airship to meet the investigative corps and then return to the city together, accept the cheers and celebrations of the people, and then the second reform, the return of the investigative corps was warmly welcomed by the people. The people who gathered spontaneously stood on both sides of the road they must pass. They wanted to throw flowers and share food. For the first time, the investigative corps truly enjoyed the treatment of a hero and was celebrated by the people, triumphantly. In fact, the vast majority of people in the wall don't care about Mirai intelligence and the power of Titan. These news seem to be shocking, but they are not directly related to them. At most, they will be left behind when they talk about it for a while. What they really care about is whether they can get more food in the future, whether they can have more land, and whether their days can get better. The investigation corps has brought them what they want, so the investigation corps is the hero. That's it. The Emperor personally commended all those who participated in the recapture station, and at the same time announced the unfavorable news that Zaker was assassinated by Mirai spies, and then smoothly promoted the recapture hero Erwin as the Prime Minister. Followed by the inauguration ceremony in front of the people and the expression of determination to fight Mirai to the end, the effect was remarkable. After 3 days of various processes, the second throne meeting was finally held. Although it should be called the throne, everyone is used to it and there is no change. There is no opposition to hinder the meeting. All issues, it's all about going through a process. The first is to reduce the original number of 60,000 for the National Defense Forces to 50,000, and establish the Aldea Capital Division, with Mark as the division commander, who is directly responsible to the Emperor. Only the elite of the troops can join. The number is tentatively set at 10,000, and regular combat is used. The Capital Division must take the lead in the mission. The first rule is to avoid the embarrassment of the Emperor when someone tries to seize power. The latter rule is to prevent the Capital Division from degenerating into the same existence as the previous Gendarmerie Regiment. The Capital Division is not a place for people to mess around. The second is to increase the construction of industrial cities in order to fully install new weapons to meet the needs of today's wars. There must be a big gap between the new weapons in the wall and the outside world, but at least they are far better than the old ones. For weapons, it's much easier to put up the frame first, and then change the outfit later. As for the funds required, the property obtained from the nobles and Zachley's homes has been squandered for a long time, and we don't have to worry about funding until various plans are completed. There is also the establishment of a military academy to update the military combat concept in the wall. From the moment I saw them fighting in a line of shooting, I had no hope for my own combat concept in the wall. Napoleon was awesome, but he tried to command the First World War. It is estimated that France will be destroyed in 6 weeks. I don't want to see the army in the wall fight with new weapons in a line of shooting. The population base in the wall is a flaw, and soldiers can't add it. We are in a meat grinder like the First World War. Can't afford to die. In addition to the restructuring of the army, we have also reformed the training content of the training corps. The operation of the three-dimensional mobile device is now included in the special skills. Ordinary training soldiers are no longer required to learn. Only those who are determined to join the investigation corps and special forces only trained soldiers will learn. Increase Q training, modify some physical training content, make substantial changes to training materials for soldiers, increase ideological education classes, increase training and use classes of new weapons, increase combat concept classes, and reduce training time from 3 years to 1 year. Three-dimensional mobile devices are currently the best weapon against Titan, but our current enemy is not just Titan. Appropriate choices are necessary. After making the corresponding arrangements, I will take the important task of the chief instructor was handed over to Keith, let him slowly get his headache. Of course, he still needs to make up lessons at the military academy first. After the military reform agenda is set, what is to be done immediately is the education reform. The 3-year compulsory education system that was previously obstructed and shelved was quickly passed. The decadent concepts and ideas left by Wang Zhang must be eliminated as soon as possible. The people's culture water must be improved as soon as possible to be competent for the increasingly complex tasks in the future. National defense determines the present, and education determines the future. I know this very well. Education reform must be implemented no matter what, and its future returns will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. After completing the 2 most important agendas, the next reform content was revised and improved on the basis of the last reform plan, and the issues that were not passed the last time were passed and quickly settled. The next thing to be done is the issue of cleaning up Titan in the Wall of Maria and when to advance to the southern port of Parody Island. The former is about when the wall can be restored to the Wall of Maria. Land control, the latter is related to Eldia's initiative and control over Paradise Island. Only with a port can we have a way to fight back. Regarding the issue of cleaning up Titan, Hanji proposed a device called Titan Guillotine and the corresponding plan, which was basically made by Yanni using the female Titan to scream around Titan attracted, and then use the hardening ability of Titan to construct obstacles between the gaps in the wall, and humans act as bait to bring Titan closer, and finally the people on the wall manipulate the sharpened log tied by the rope fall down and kill Titan. After confirming that the plan was effective, the wall quickly began to promote the device on a large scale. There was no need for the investigative corps to run around and pay the price of human lives. The efficiency was not bad. At this time, the wall is also autumn. After confirming that the harvest is sufficient, the cabinet quickly issued a decree to encourage childbirth. Those with multiple births can not only enjoy subsidies but also rewards. As long as the food can last for the next year, it will be enough. When everything thaws in the spring, most of the Titan in the Wall of Maria has been cleared, and production can be resumed on the reclaimed land without worrying about food. And after dealing with the official business, I should also deal with my personal affairs. Preparations for the wedding with Mikasa begin, and the invitation is ready. After dealing with the major events, I decisively threw some trivial things to others, and began to concentrate on preparing for the wedding with Mikasa, from the wedding dress to the venue layout. After all, the wedding is only once in a lifetime. Naturally, I have to make good preparations. By the way, I can make a mockery. Until now, Su Jinkan, who had not been able to attack Yanni, made the latter almost cut off from me. The invitation is sent to everyone I know. The scene will be very lively when the time comes, but don't worry about the venue being not big enough, because Eric temporarily gave up his palace, very loyal. The wedding day was as lively as I expected. Mikasa looked much more beautiful than usual in her white wedding dress. I took a few sips while others were not paying attention, and Mikasa hit me several times. The bones of ordinary people are all broken. Fortunately, my physical fitness is at the same level as Mikasa, and it hurts for a while at most. The specific process of the wedding will not be repeated. The weddings and banquets started in the morning and did not end until late at night. From the moment I became a senior in the Empire, it was destined that my wedding could not be as simple as an ordinary wedding. Other people's ties and alliances, as well as mutual compromises throughout the wedding banquet, are exhausting both physically and mentally. From now on until the beginning of spring, the wall is in the stage of recuperation and rest. The reform was carried out smoothly, and some of the twists and turns are not worth mentioning. The weakest period of reform has passed, and there will be a high speed inside the wall. The golden age of development. The sound of the guillotine in Titan reverberated for half a winter. Later, Yanni couldn't attract any Titan even with her roar. It seems that Titan in the wall of Maria it was indeed cleaned up. When the ice and snow melted, the boulder at the outer gate of the truced area was moved away by Lance and Aaron, and the gate finally reopened. The exiles of the Wall of Mary can finally set foot on their hometown after 5 years. Perhaps the barren land needs to be reclaimed, and the dilapidated or even collapsed houses need to be rebuilt, but it is not a problem for them. Home is the best result. We call these people returnees or pioneers, reclaiming lost lands for the humans inside the wall. With the efforts of the pioneers, there is a thriving scene in the Wall of Maria, and another group of pioneers I will also set out to explore the land in the wall that people have not set foot in for a century, to meet the sea. I announce that the 58th extramural investigation will now begin. Irvin ordered loudly, all of them, let's go. This time the investigation corps did not dispatch all members, but left 1 out of 500 people. Hundreds of people cooperated with the Capital Division and the National Defense Forces to patrol the walls to prevent the hidden Titan from harming the people. In addition to the investigation corps, the participants in this extramural investigation included all the members of the original opposing suppression force and the 100-member Capital Division. They were all temporarily incorporated into the investigation corps to perform the task of seizing the port, and there were 6 major Titan to participate in combat. The action is tenable. According to the information provided by Jike, Marae will have a certain army living in the port to demonstrate their sovereignty over Paradise, but now they have sent none of the 4 major Titan on Paradise. It is estimated that the neighboring countries of Marae can't wait to start a war against Marae after getting the news. Do they still have the energy and courage to continue to station troops? If not, everyone will be disappointed. We are not doing so much for outings. The investigative corps hopes to engage a small part of the Marae garrison to accumulate some combat experience. I hope to obtain some new information from Marae through the captives in order to make a better response. Lance is eager to capture 1 or 2 Marae warships. He is already a polished commander. After all, there is no inland water army inside the wall. Everyone wants to encounter the enemy. This feeling is a bit weird, but it reflects unprecedented confidence that we are no longer weak. The team traveled a long distance outside the wall without encountering a Titan. It seems that most of them rushed into the Wall of Maria after the wall was broken. Now outside the wall Titan has become a rare species, and it is hard to come across. Without the obstacles of Titan, there is no need to hide from Tibet and detour around as before. The team quickly crossed the farthest boundary that the investigative corps had explored before, and headed for an unknown place. After the large grasslands, the team encountered a few wandering Titan, which were quickly resolved by members of the elite class. After passing through the grassland with few trees, the team saw the desert. It was the sandy snowfield described in Amin's book, which made everyone really happy for a while. They continued to move forward after trimming on the edge of the desert. By the way, that year, the banned books have become part of the compulsory education textbooks in the wall, not banned books anymore. After traveling for about 3 kilometers, we finally saw the distant port. We used the binoculars to see the figure shaking. The presence of the enemy made everyone excited. At the same time, we paid more attention to concealment. There is nothing in the desert except sand dunes. It is covered with no fences, dusty at the first move, and extremely easy to expose. The enemy's situation is unknown. It is not suitable to be stunned at this time. Let everyone go back first. Let's Ackerman go and see the situation. I whispered to Erwin, not afraid of defeating them, but worried about unnecessary damage. It is better to send a small force to detect intelligence. Irvine nodded, then waved to Hanji and Mick beside him and said, call the Ackerman squad here, and instruct everyone to retreat in batches, and be quieter. Yes, Captain. Hanji and Mick nodded solemnly, and then Erwin turned their heads to me and asked in a low voice, Gavin, are you sure you can pass this kind of terrain without being discovered? If not, don't force it. It should be okay to go directly with the invisibility card. I shrugged. It's really not possible. We can still take a short distance. There are trees near the sea. It is also possible to use the stalker model. The Malays built a 30-meter high platform behind the port to block Titan. The high platform is about 100 meters long and protects the port in a ring shape. There are no defense facilities or weapons on the high platform. 2 soldiers carrying rifles were standing listlessly. Their defenses were lax, their skills were good enough, and with a little luck, they could sneak through without invisibility cards. Of course, it is extremely unwise to take risks in this kind of thing. After Levi, Kenny, Sue Jinkin, Phoenix, and Mikasa all arrived, we inspired the invisibility card to dive to the high platform. The process went smoothly without any exposure. Now all the 6 of us, except Levi, have been equipped with human-shaped 3-dimensional mobile devices, but Kenny and I are equipped with shotguns, and they are revolvers, covering the distance and the center. After teleporting on the high platform, we maintained our invisibility and started counting the number of each other. Behind the high platform is the camp, where there are 3 large houses for residents, 2 warehouses for storing supplies and munitions, and an officer's quarters and a toilet. There are about 30 people in a row. Luel and Kenny are on guard here and warn them if there is a situation. Sue Jinkin and Phoenix go to see their arsenal, learn about their firepower situation, and bring some samples back. By the way, Mikasa and I will go to the officer's dormitory to see, maybe some necessary information can be found. I ordered in the spirit of the Demon Hunter's unique list, and I had no objection to my command, and after nodding in response, I went to the target. It is now close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Murray soldiers are gathering to chat or hide in the dormitory to play cards. They have no vigilance. Of course, they did not expect that the so-called demons on the island would suddenly come over. I suddenly changed my mind when I passed by them invisible, and immediately sent a message to Mikasa in the spiritual link. Mikasa, stay here and listen to their small talk. Go back and tell me useful information. I will go alone. The officer's dormitory is enough to increase the channels of information acquisition. Understood. Mikasa immediately responded in the spiritual link and stopped. No one was standing guard around the officer's dormitory. I swept the house with a hunter's vision and no one was there. I decisively teleported into the house and started to look at the surrounding environment. The dormitory is a single room, and it should be for them. If their military establishment is similar to that of the Earth, they also have toilets, much better than the soldiers' dormitories. The room has a single bed, a bedside table, a desk and chair, and a wardrobe. The environment is fairly tidy, the quilt is folded, the clothes are not littered, and there is no strange smell. I first looked at the desktop. There were a stack of newspapers and a calendar on the table. The labels on the calendar were also the same as those on the wall, using rumba as the unit of week. There are 8 days in a rumba, but their months are related to the Earth. There are also 12 months, but each month has 32 days, which is exactly 4 Ren worship, giving people the feeling of a foreign country. The calendar now turns to February, and every day has been ticked with a marker. Turning to the March page, a circle was drawn on March 1st, so it is inferred what important day tomorrow should be. I took a look at the newspaper again. It was a daily newspaper, and the latest one was from February 1st, so I concluded that their supplies should be sent once a month. Tomorrow is the day when they send supplies, but the strange thing is before there is no circle in a few months. I reset everything on the table one by one, and then I started looking for clues elsewhere. There are 2 pistol magazines and a few documents in the drawer. Only let me know what the officer looks like and his name Nicholas Gary. There are a bottle of wine, a knife, and a few letters on the bedside table. It was written to him by his family. There was no useful information. It only let me know that he is married and has a son and a daughter. There are only clothes in the closet, and whether there is anything under the pillows and mattresses. In the end, the only way to get information is through newspapers. The oldest newspaper is 3 months ago. It is about some basic facts in Malaya. It helps people understand part of the situation in Malaya, but this is not what I am most concerned about. After reading a few newspapers quickly, I found out what I wanted to know. After the Middle East coalition forces declared war on the Malay state, the Hayes Federation declared war on the Malay state, and the Malay state was forced to fall into the dilemma of fighting on 2 fronts. And the frontline fortresses fell. A week later, Murray announced that he had entered a wartime state, issued a comprehensive mobilization order, and began preparations for homeland defense and counterattacks, as well as a substantial report on the situation. By convention, the reports on the war in the newspapers of this era can only be used as reference, because they all have excessively exaggerated their own record and reduced their own war losses. In fact, this behavior still exists until now. This situation is okay to deceive ordinary people in this era, but it is too bad for me as a traveler. Take the anti-Japanese war and the liberation war in China as an example. The Kuomintang reported that the number of Japanese soldiers killed was at least 3 times the number of Japanese invaders. The reported number of the so-called annihilation of the People's Liberation Army added up to 100 million. In the end, everyone knew. The National Party's report is not credible. Of course, reports from the Japanese army can only deceive ghosts. A wing was surrounded by several armies and beaten up for days and nights. In the end, they fought hard and killed dozens of people. Only a fool would believe you. And the Murray country obviously also has the fine tradition of exaggerating the great achievements. With the help of Beast of the Beast, Titan, and Shelly Titan, our XXX army successfully wiped out an enemy army. No one was killed or injured there to write it, and the reference significance is extremely low, making it difficult to infer the true situation of both sides of the war. The few highly credible news is that Murray barely stabilized the battle after suffering heavy losses in the early stage, used the mono line of defense to enter a tug of war with the Middle East coalition forces, and at the same time combined the Beast Titan and the Car Power Titan was transferred to another line and the Warhammer Titan to raid the capital of the Hayes Federation, Ranum, forcing them to suspend the offensive. After reading the newspaper, I reset all the items in the room and left the room with a teleportation. At the same time, I sent a signal to other people in the mental link. After reassembling on the high platform, I evacuated together without attracting anyone's attention. The process took about an hour and was extremely smooth. After returning to the main army and finding the head of Irvine and the high-level officers of the Corps, we shared the information obtained in the Murray barracks. The above is the information I have obtained. Tomorrow should be an important day, not just as simple as the supply ship, so we should take a good rest tonight and catch them by surprise tomorrow. I said, tomorrow is they rotate on the day. Mikasa added at this moment, I heard those soldiers explain that the fleet will arrive at about 9 o'clock in the morning, and then they can go home. Rotation? Then their number will be only then. It will be doubled. If there are 60 people, it is difficult for us to get them with 0 casualties. Irvine touched his chin and looked solemn. Phoenix and I took a look at their arsenal. Only 1 infantry gun and 2 heavy machine guns were used as heavy weapons, and some dust accumulated. Generally speaking, we will not change weapons if we use Titan. It's not a big problem if the main force is attacking the arsenal and the ship at the same time during their rotation. Su Jinkan interrupted, and Lance frowned. Can we solve them without damaging the ship? We are in urgent need now, of the battleship. Haha, maybe we can let Titan lift the ship out of the water. Everyone suddenly remembered that Lance was still a polished commander of the sea, and immediately laughed. In the end, it was Hanji who came up with something that seemed feasible. The idea, in the end, I still have to rely on the power of Titan to solve the problem. I originally planned to fight it upright. Mick touched his neck and said, don't be stupid, of course it's convenient. Hanji patted him on the shoulder and said nonchalantly, now that's the situation, you can't help it. Alright, well, I'm not going to be able to work around, but I'm sorry. Mick took it helplessly. Opened her hand. Okay, let's set up the specific actions for tomorrow. Irvine interrupted their conversation and said, Hanji and Mick immediately fell silent, because I'm not sure about the size of the opponent's fleet. I suggest taking advantage of it. In the dark, let Kenny take his men into the camp of the Murray army first to control the situation at that time, and the number should be controlled at about 10 people. Aaron and Lance are the main forces against the Murray fleet, and I will act as a substitute. Yanni and Amir are responsible for controlling the arsenal and removing the enemy's heavy fire threat. The plan is roughly the same. Is there a problem? We shook our heads together. This plan can no longer be said to be insurance, insisting on killing chickens with a sledgehammer. Picking any one of the 5 major Titan participating in the war can completely destroy the enemy, not to mention the 4 together and there is a battle. However, our goal is not to destroy them, but to capture the enemy's warships. This arrangement is reasonable. After resting for a night, our party took Kenny and Irwin into the high platform before dawn, waiting for the arrival of the others' rotation fleet, and I even sneaked directly to the radio station in the barracks to prepare. Get the latest news at any time. And this time I got the more difficult news directly. Murray intends to withdraw troops from Parody Island. Their fleet this time is composed of a cruiser, 2 destroyers, 3 transport ships, and a batch the Eldia captured from the Black Front, intending to inject them with Titan spinal fluid into Titan. It's been 3 days since Anderson was gagged, put on his headgear, tied his hands and threw his hands on the bottom of the cabin, and the companions around him were treated in the same way. During this period, the Malays were treated twice a day except for being unbound by them and letting them go. Eat something and drink some water to avoid death and leave them alone. There is no hope of escape in the long darkness. The weapons on his body have long been sent and searched. Now Anderson can't even get the rope tied to himself. He regrets that he didn't learn some special skills from some special talents. But the emotion stronger than regret is despair. The long darkness, deathly silence, and the approaching death, these things together are enough to make an ordinary person collapse, but it is not a big problem for a tough-willed Black Front high-level person like Anderson. He has long been a similar situation. I have experienced it once, that time he was going to be sent to the front line to become Titan, but the leader led a man to attack Marai's transport team and rescued him, and he has since joined the Black Front. But this time I am afraid that no one will come to rescue them. The secret base of the Black Front was raided. Most of the members were killed. The leader did not know the life or death, and his party was captured. Years of hard work were almost destroyed by Marai's raid. Eldia's resistance forces were hit hard again, and they acted like their predecessors and failed. The hope of success seemed to have never appeared at the beginning. However, this is what makes Anderson the most desperate. His support against Marais over the years is nothing more than hatred. Oh, and as soon as it seemed that some hope appeared, it was quickly shattered, but at least he had avenged his parents, and he was worthy of their idea of restoration. The Black Front was originally formed spontaneously by the Eldias serving in the Malay army. The reason was that they were dissatisfied with the Malays' concept of using them as cannon fodder. They tried to reverse this concept and let more people survive. The reason is that this organization eventually broke with Marais and mutated. Under the leadership of the commander Colonel Roger Weir, it was reorganized into a Black Front and embarked on the road of confrontation with Marais. At the beginning, only soldiers existed in the Black True Front, but later it gradually developed and expanded in the transportation team that continued to attack the Malay strongholds and ambush them, becoming the most powerful resistance organization in the Malay nation. Now that the secret base of the Black Front was exposed due to the leak of news, and was raided by the Marais, at least half of the members died, but I don't know what happened to the leader. As long as he is still on the Black Front, he will not perish and he will do his own line. Revenge. Anderson's thoughts were drifting away, but the sound of the door opening suddenly pulled him back to reality. At least a dozen Malays came in, and their commander, who was also the captain of the transport ship, said with a grinning smile, "Urdia's choppy, we are here, let's get ready to go." Anderson was roughly pulled from the ground by the 2 soldiers, and walked outside. His companions were also treated the same. being escorted back to the land, walking to an unknown place amidst the laughter of the Marais soldiers. He was finally pressed to kneel on the ground, the headgear was suddenly lifted off, and the rag was also taken off. Anderson, it took a long time to squint his eyes to adjust to the bright light. What was in sight was a desert, and he was kneeling on a high platform. Is this the so-called paradise? Anderson muttered to himself. Anderson turned his head and looked at his companions. There were a lot of 23 people. To the left of him stood a Marais officer with a syringe in his hand and smiled and said, "Hey, have some fun, just let's start with you first. Captain Anderson." "Boss." Anderson's companion got excited when he heard the words and began to struggle violently. At the same time, he yelled at the Marais officer, but the other party had an expression of enjoyment and was unmoved. Began to approach Anderson with the syringe. Anderson said nothing during this process, his eyes were very calm, but his body was secretly accumulating energy. Maybe, he could try to pull a cushion before being turned into Titan and bring a Marley. They fell off the platform together. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a few loud noises interrupted everyone's movements. Anderson suddenly looked back in the direction from which the loud noise came, and his eyes widened in surprise. Accompanied by a roar, Marais, the 2 destroyers in the fleet and 1 cruiser were picked up by the 3-headed Titan from underwater, hanging in the air and unable to fight back, while the 3-headed Titan happened to be blocked. The path of the 2 transport ships left them nowhere to escape. It's Titan? It's the devil on the island? They have come. The Marais soldiers suddenly became confused. I don't know who was the first to turn and escape. The surrounding soldiers immediately followed suit, without fighting spirit. Bang, boom. An officer suddenly drew his pistol and fired 2 shots into the sky, barely calming the soldiers. "Don't panic, organize a counterattack." He shouted, "Go to the arsenal. The arsenal has." Boom, boom. Accompanied by 2 yellow lightnings, the female Titan and the Titan appeared in front of the arsenal, directly blocking the second half of the Marais officer's throat and saying, "No. Come out, the whole person is in a sluggish state." "Damn it." The Marais officer behind Anderson yelled, and immediately he was about to inject spinal fluid into Anderson's body desperately. However, the next moment, a silver-white blade penetrated his heart to stop him, and the blade was immediately withdrawn. The necks of the 2 Marais soldiers who were holding Anderson were cut off with lightning, and their bodies fell to the high platform. Killed 3 well-trained Marais soldiers with double knives in at most 1 second? Anderson stared blankly at the soldier with a disgusting expression next to him, and even ignored the gun statement on the side that stated that he was at most 1.6 meters tall but had an aura of 2 meters and 3. The soldier lightly waved the blade and cut off the rope tied to Anderson's hands, then took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood spilled on his hands before he said, "Hey, can you stand up by yourself?" Reluctantly, "There is no problem with sticking here, but it is not possible to help with the offense." The soldier's words immediately made Anderson regain his senses, and he immediately replied. The soldier was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head. "I don't need you to do anything, look here. Just stay, the enemy will leave it to us." The soldier used the strange device on his body to leave the high platform and flew towards the enemy. Anderson was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that he and the Malays around his companion had been killed, but the other Malays were guns. There are shotguns and grenades, only the Malay people around him were killed with a knife. The compatriots in the wall, are they so powerful? Anderson stood up and muttered to himself. Picking up the guns of the Marais soldiers, he found that he seemed to have no room to intervene, because now the Marais army has nothing to fight back. Force. The 3 warships have been put back into the water, but the people on the ship have long been stunned, let alone fighting. It is a problem whether they can stand up in a short time, and the few people on the transport ship tried to fight back. After being pinched to death by Titan, others chose to surrender. On the shore, those inside the walls flew around the houses with their devices, shouting to surrender their guns and not kill the rebels. The remaining Malays chose to surrender in less than 5 minutes. Bang! A green letter smoke bomb rushed into the sky, informing the large troops that they could come to the port, and all the Malays in the port had been confiscated with their guns, gathered together and squatting together, and the Black Front members cooperated with Kenny's people to attack them. Watch over. This time the battle was quite rewarding. Not only did we obtain a lot of information and equipment, but also captured a lot of prisoners. The people of the Black Front were a surprise to us. Their presence means that we have taken the initiative to go. The way to look at the mainland is no longer unilaterally trusting Jike in terms of Malay's intelligence and contacts. After all, he is not reliable in my opinion. In my opinion, the people of the Black Front are the biggest gains of this trip. What is even more surprising is that a large part of them have been soldiers, all of them have received systematic military training, and they have rich military theory and practical experience. The instructor who has been in short supply now has it. However, in Lance's eyes, the biggest gain from this trip is probably the 3 warships we seized from the Marais. After inspection, they were almost intact. It is precisely because of this that he is no longer a polished commander. Those 3 transport ships can only be regarded as an addition. Lance now only knows that watching the battleship drool. Saliva, it's a shame. I walked to Lance and patted him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't look, it's yours and you can't run away." Ha ha ha. Lance smirked. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Gawain, with these 3 warships, can my naval force be formed?" "It's still early." I curled my lips. With the battleship, how about your soldiers? Can you sail? Can you use naval guns? Can you look at nautical charts? What did you build without you? Alance's smile suddenly stiffened on his face, and then looked at me with a bitter look. Gavin, you have a way, right? My ocean is not so good looking. Those in the wall, I have recruited more than 40 sailors with inland steamboats for you. For the specific manpower, you need to go to Eric to approve a note so that you can recruit people from all the troops. I can only help in terms of personnel. That's it. I rolled my eyes and said, but it seems to me that you should be paying attention to the captured Marais Navy. Only they will sail the ship and repair them. Hurry up and try to instigate them. Lance left as soon as his eyes lit up, and I stayed where I was and continued to watch the sea, lazy. After a long time, after the large troops arrived, I replaced the people from the Black Front and arranged for them to rest. The investigation corps, except for a few people, stayed to be alert, and everyone else was allowed to move freely by the head of Irvine. After all, everyone saw the sea for the first time. This is the sea. On a plate of beach, Ammon leaned over and picked up a small piece of seawater from the sea and said with emotion, Gavin, Aaron, Mikasa, look at it. Just like me as said, the sea is boundless and vast, and the salt in the sea is inexhaustible. I never doubted what you said, Ammon. I smiled and answered, Mikasa softly with a hum. I took off my shoes and socks and tried to let the sea water cover my feet, but Aaron stood quietly in the sea without answering, looking at the opposite side of the sea with a complicated expression. Aaron. Ammon called him again with some confusion. Aaron's eyes moved, and it took a long time to speak in an extremely vicissitudes of life. I used to be because there is freedom outside the wall, and the opposite of the sea is the good life I long for, but I didn't expect to leave the shackles of the wall, but found himself in a bigger cage, and the other side of the sea is the enemy. He paused here, and pointed his finger at the opposite side of the sea. Jaowen, Ammon, you said that if the sea is if all the enemies on the other side are killed, are we truly free? Aaron. Mikasa and Ammon couldn't help but cried out in worry and surprise. I frowned slightly, faintly feeling that Aaron was not quite right now, as if it had made him too much from the fight back. After several contact with Sistria, he began to change. Not only did he grow his hair and talk a lot less, he also often went into a state of wandering beyond the sky, which was very wrong. But at the time I was busy dealing with the affairs of the wall, getting married, and spending my honeymoon with Mikasa, and did not pay much attention to her. Now it seems that Aaron may not have encountered some troubles that caused him to change his temperament, related to the inheritance of memory. Aaron, wake up, don't sleep. In response, I directly raised my hand and cast a simple and rude mental shock to Aaron, then teleported close together to put him in the sea. I fell into the water and got bored for a while before being pulled out by me. Gawain, what are you doing? Ammon exclaimed immediately, stepping forward to try to stop me, but Mikasa quickly pulled him. Ammon, calm down. Gawain wouldn't be like this for no reason. Tell me who you are. I grabbed the hair of Aaron and asked loudly, and at the same time started hypnosis. I am Darren Fritz, the Guardian Duke of the western border of the Eldia Empire. Aaron replied blankly. My pupils suddenly shrank. Sure enough, memory inheritance affects a person's temperament and self. Originally, Aaron should only inherit most of Gressa's memory and the memory fragments of previous generations, but Attack on Titan can spy on the memory of the inheritors of the past generations. Coupled with the frequent contact with the royal bloodline some time ago, it seems that the memory inheritance of Aaron is out of control. Those memories inherited from Aaron are changing him, and he still didn't realize this, because those memories would also affect his cognition. When the real influence is completed, Aaron will not be Aaron. So I have to find a way to get him to recover and get rid of the influence. It seems that the mental shock is useful. At least the influence on him will appear on the bright side. However, the mental shock is not enough. You must get some strong medicine first. The personality in the memory suffers. Darren Fritz is dead, I said after a few seconds of silence, and pressed the head of Aaron into the sea, ignoring his violent struggle, and then pulled it again a minute later. He came out. Who are you? I asked again. I'm Norman. No. I'm Cromwell Dice. No. The face of Aaron was clearly struggling. But I still didn't think of my true identity. You are Aaron? Aaron Jurger? Look at us. We are your companions. I reminded loudly. Aaron looked up, looking at the few people present, with a dazed expression on their faces. I sighed and pushed them into the water again. What's the matter? The movement on our side quickly alarmed other people, and Connie, Sasha, Mia and others rushed over and looked at the face of Aaron, who was pushed into the water by me. Asked in astonishment, Alman, how did this kid Aaron provoke Gawain? Turning his head to look at Ammon, his face was full of gloating expressions, whether he was still an enemy. Aaron has some problems with the memory of the power of Titan. Those memories are affecting him and turning him into another person. Gawain is helping him get rid of this influence and let him reconfirm who am I. Ming replied solemnly and nervously. He didn't notice Jean's expression, so he was stunned by Wen Yan, then put his expression away and said, sorry. It's okay. Ming shook his head. Continue to look in the direction of Aaron, and at this time Aaron was just pulled out of the water by me again. Who are you? I asked loudly. I am Aaron. Aaron said with a confused look. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his next sentence made everyone's heart come up again. I am Aaron, Grog, codename Xiao, is the founder of the Eldia Restorationist. Xiao. I was taken aback for a moment. I heard Grisha talk about this person. He took the post of Attack on Titan, and it seems that Eren is not far from reconfirming his identity. I pressed Eren into the water again, waited a minute and then raised him up and asked, "Who are you?" "Hill Fox, the Imperial Northern Army." I put Eren, again press into the water, his face is gloomy. The inheritance of memory turned out to be random? The owl is 100 years after the death of the Eldia Empire, and what Hill Fox is a member of the military during the Empire. For a long time, the ghost knows how many generations Attack on Titan has been passed down. So slowly and randomly, I'm afraid he will be tossed to death before I wake up Eren. I pulled out Eren again, and asked, "Who are you?" "Good off." I sighed and let the head of Eren continue to be soaked in the water, with 2 mental shocks and 1 hypnosis. I can only gamble on luck first. I hope Eren is lucky enough. After asking more than a dozen more times, I still didn't get the answer I wanted, and Eren could no longer support my simple and rude technique, but if I stopped now, I would sacrifice Eren. This is absolutely unacceptable. It seems that it is necessary to use some extraordinary methods, such as directly entering the long river of memory to wake him up. I had known that I was not so reckless just now. "Who are you?" I asked hopelessly, regretting the impulse in my heart. "G. Grisha Yegel." Eren replied, and I was stunned for a moment, and almost let go and let Eren fall into the water. A mixture of several emotions rushed to my heart, including astonishment, ecstasy, sadness, and a little grievance. All of a sudden, my expression was very complicated, which was comparable to the face change of a Sichuan opera. Standing there, I don't know what to say. "Gavin, look to your right." Just then Eren spoke again, and everyone's exclamation came from my ear at the same time. I grabbed Eren and turned my head and saw Grisha. He was standing above the sea and looking at me with a smile. He was wearing a decent black robe, exactly the same as before. "Uncle Grisha." Mikasa and Ammon couldn't help but yelled, "Mr. Jaeger." The other people's voices were a little hesitant. I stared at Grisha blankly and watched him walking towards me. "Wait, why can you show up?" I suddenly raised a trace of vigilance and asked, "Aren't you?" "I am indeed dead." Grisha said gently, "The me in front of you is just a transformation in your memory. It's just because of the memory of you, Mikasa, Ammon, and Eren as the medium that I can appear in this image. Also, don't forget that Attack on Titan has the ability to see the future." Grisha smiled. "I know the restoring party and the current situation inside the wall. Thanks for your hard work, Gao Wen." I took a deep breath, and the grievances and dissatisfaction that had been burdened with many tasks over the years disappeared. "What now, Eren?" I looked down at the Eren, with my hair, asked a little embarrassedly, "Will you replace him?" "No," Grisha shook his head, still smiling gently, but there was a touch of sadness in his eyes. "I will wake him up. Although I really want to talk to Gawain, but I obviously don't have much time. Say sorry to Carla and Eren for me, and if you can, and Jik, goodbye, Gawain." Eren felt a voice calling him. A beam of light shone on him. It was warm and sad, and he couldn't wait to wake up from it, as if he had missed something. In the end, Eren suddenly opened his eyes and found that it was sunset now, and he was lying on the beach, tears streaming down his face at some point. What happened? Eren wiped away my tears and sat up blankly, thinking for a long time before remembering where I was. The memory from the end of the recapture battle to the present is like it happened hundreds of years ago. Same, very weird. "You are awake." I looked at the sitting Eren and asked, "Remember who you are? Tell me who you are." Facing my question, Eren trembled instinctively, and then replied inexplicably, "I am Eren Jaeger. What's the matter with Gawain? Don't you remember?" Eren looked at each other. "Huh? Remember what?" Eren touched the back of his head with some confusion. "Hey, why am I wet?" "There is something wrong with your inheritance memory, and you almost turned you into another person." I looked at the place where Grisha once stood on the sea and said, "His figure had already become transparent and disappeared, but then your father, the memory of Eren, awakened you and asked me to say sorry to you and Aunt Carla for him. I wonder if the previous mental shocks wiped out his intelligence. You continue to rest here, I'll take care of dinner." I patted Eren on the shoulder and said, got up and walked aside. Seeing Grisha again made me feel a little sad after being happy, and naturally I don't want to. I'm here again, and I can leave after confirming that Eren wakes up without any problems. Next is the dinner session. It is said that I haven't eaten seafood for many years. Today, I have to solve my gluttony anyway, and do it before dark. Gao Wen. Brother Gao Wen. Just when I was about to find Su Jinkin to cooperate with some seafood, the shouts of the people in the Gao Wen class of the first 9 classes now investigating the core suddenly attracted my attention, and I turned my head to look. I saw that they were squeezing on the rock by the sea, and Mia was waving hard at me. "Brother Gao Wen, let's watch the sunset together, it's spectacular." In the distance, the sun is slowly entering the sea. It is indeed extremely spectacular and beautiful, as if a huge fireball fell in the water, and the golden light wandered freely on the surface of the sea. It was really shocking to everyone who had never seen the sea before. The investigators nearby were also. They stopped what they were doing to watch the beauty. I smiled, and a teleport came to the crowd. I haven't seen this scene for a long time. It doesn't hurt to see it. Dinner can be postponed. This is not to be missed. This is the sea. A Ming sighed with intoxication. It is 1,000 times or 10,000 times more beautiful than what the book says. Ammon, I patted his shoulder. We will pay. There will be more beautiful scenery. I believe you, Gao Wen. A Ming nodded solemnly. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared from the sea, the sky seemed to suddenly darken, and everyone recovered from the silence of watching the sunset on the sea. Let's go. I clapped my hands and took the lead towards the camp with fire. Walked. I invite you to eat seafood in the evening. If you eat it, you can eat it as a midnight snack. Seafood. The crowd was still a bit unsure, so Hanji's cry was heard in the distance. Hey, come on. Su Jink and I made a bunch of crabs today, first come first served. The crabs were already ripe when we arrived at the camp. They were all red and looked very attractive. There were no crabs in the wall, so this was the first time everyone saw a crab. How come it looks like a spider, huh? Connie began to look carefully at the crabs on the plate, and he reached out and poked. Instructor, can you eat now? When Connie talked about spiders, the girls couldn't help showing their disgusting expressions. Emir immediately punched Connie and said angrily, Connie, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Crabs and spiders have nothing to do with each other. Try it tastes good. Su Jinkin said with a smile, glanced at Yani, who was holding the crab and eating with relish, and she was very proud. When he heard that the taste was good, Sasha immediately moved. He took a step forward and grabbed a cooked crab regardless of whether it was hot or not, and bit it down. After chewing for a few bites, he nodded in surprise, it tastes really good, come and try it too. The meat is very tender. Su Jinkin and I were stunned at once. Can crabs still eat like this? Heroine, dare you ask if your teeth are made of steel? It's too cruel. Sasha, crabs can only be eaten after they are shelled. I reminded me cautiously. Sasha's movements froze for a while, and it took a while to react. She cried out with a frantic and collapsed face, why didn't you say it earlier? It's a shame. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing. The court was full of cheerful atmosphere, and then Su Jinkin talked about the skills of eating crabs at last. No one bites like Sa Xia's second product. In the distance, Livier quickly handled the crab while listening to Su Jinkin's explanation, and then, backhanded the crab to Petra, soldier. Petra was both surprised and a little shy. Livier. The crowd immediately blew their whistle, but the whistle quickly disappeared after Luel's eyes were swept away. Most of them coughed and pretended that they were doing something and didn't see it, but now they still have an iron long. Don't peel it off for me. Oluo leaned over and said slyly. Petra's face immediately turned red. Boom. Without any hesitation, Livier put Oluo on the ground with a sweeping leg, and said blankly, today, the task of cleaning up our class camp is left to you, Oluo. Ha ha ha. The others all had expressions of gloat. Oluo touched his nose awkwardly, and strayed away from the captain and Petra. Do you think it is possible for them to go further tonight? Su Jinkin looked up and asked in a low voice, that's not true, but won't there be meetings later tonight? I guess it's a bit unlikely. He replied while feeding the crab meat into Mikasa's mouth, and tasted it by the way. Hey, if there is garlic vinegar, it's fine. I will have it next time. Su Jinkin shrugged. I didn't prepare this time. You just make do with it. At least it is natural and pollution-free. After dinner, it's time for the meeting. It's mainly to deal with the problems left over during the day. The people of the Black Front finally recovered a lot of energy after a rest. Now I can talk to them in detail, and also about stationing troops in the port. It is also necessary to discuss matters to guard against the Malays. How many people will be stationed and who will command them? These need to be determined. All the members of the investigation corps are excellent soldiers, but in the new era, they are obviously all unqualified and need to be retrained. This again involves the question of instructing people from the Black Front. There were still more than 20 minutes to leave the meeting. When I walked into the tent that was going to serve as a meeting room, I found that Erwin was eating crabs with several elite class monitors of the investigative corps. My first reaction was that I went to the wrong tent. After confirming that he did not go wrong, he said in a little surprise, how many crabs did Su Jinkin catch? How do I think everyone has one on the way? To be exact, he found it. Erwin picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mouth and replied, returning to his usual seriousness, there is a shopping mall 500 meters to the left of the high platform, where there are crabs everywhere. After Su Jinkin said that they are edible and taste good, I organized a man to take them. Going to catch crabs, it tastes really good now. You take them to catch. My chin almost fell to the ground, feeling that the leader of Elvin's team collapsed on the ground, so serious and ruthless in planning, the team leader would take people to catch crabs? He was pierced by a human soul? Is there anything weird? Appropriate leisure activities are good for regulating emotions. When I was trapped inside the wall, I would often take everyone to outings outside of training without investigating outside the wall, which can effectively reduce psychological pressure. Irvin said sternly. I opened my mouth, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Captain Elvin was also a flesh and blood person, not a cold steel machine. He would also be happy, angry, and tired. It's no big deal to relax occasionally. I made a fuss. And in contrast, I am very insecure. When people work, I fish, and when people fish, I also fish. I make a fuss about people's occasional relaxation behavior, and suddenly feel a sense of lack of self-confidence. Okay, I nodded, feeling very embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject forcibly. By the way, you should quickly clear the crab shells. If you let the guests of the Black Front see it, it would be shameful. Said. Yes. Irvine was also a little embarrassed, and immediately began to greet his men to clean up the garbage, and at the same time did not forget to explain to me, the investigative corps hasn't received many guests, so I don't have much experience, and Lai Will is not there, otherwise, he would definitely. What? At this moment Lowell opened the curtain and walked in, and asked, "No more crabbing with Petra?" Erwin joked. "Ha ha ha." The squad leader suddenly laughed, and the awkward atmosphere in the tent dissipated immediately, while Lowell's face turned dark, and after a little movement of his wrists, he stepped towards Irvine, inherited. After Kaiser's Titan, your recovery ability has risen in a straight line. If I interrupt your leg, it is estimated that it will grow in 10 minutes, Irvine. Lowell said in the last 3 words. The tone was particularly aggravated, and the corners of Irwin's eyes twitched without a trace, and he resolutely chose to quietly shut up, while all the elite class monitors present pretended not to see it. Ahem, let's clean it up quickly, they are estimated to be coming. I stepped forward and said helplessly, and started to round the field. It should be cool to let them ridicule like this. This sentence really succeeded in diverting Lowell's attention. After scanning the surrounding environment, he frowned and immediately joined the cleaning ranks, and we settled everything before entering the tent representing the Black Front, and successfully shed the smell. 5 minutes before the start of the meeting, all participants were present. The representatives of the Black Front were Anderson Hunt and Lauren Seif. Their image and mental outlook were much better than before. They were no longer so haggard and weak. "Now, you can talk to us." Anderson is wearing the uniform of the Investigation Corps. The original smelly clothes have been thrown away, and his beard is cleanly shaved. He looks a lot younger than before, only 27 or 18 years old, and Lauren is the same. Wearing the uniform of the Investigative Corps, he looked in his 30s, and he was 1.9 meters tall and a head taller than Anderson. He was extremely oppressive. Only the head of Irwin was the same height. After introducing each other, shaking hands and making a few simple polite sentences, everyone sat down and prepared to start the meeting, but the uniform of the Investigation Corps inside the tent looked like an internal meeting of the Investigation Corps instead of receiving guests. "Thank you very much for your help, otherwise we might have been turned into Titan by those Malenau." Anderson nodded politely to us. "We have also said about the status quo of Parady Island. After a general understanding, it seems that Eldia has reappeared. Hope of rising. Everyone is Eldia, and it is natural to help each other." Irwin responded politely. "In addition, we currently have considerable deficiencies in many aspects. Weapons and tactics are behind the world, and there is still a lot to go before the rise. I hope to get your help. Everyone is Eldia, and we all want to see Eldia's revival. We can just say what we can do," Anderson said with a serious expression, without any excuse. Wen nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at me. "I am an expert in this respect. We hope that members of the Black Front can go to the wall to serve as instructors of our new army, and teach them how to conduct modern combat and how to use new equipment efficiently." I said, "Of course, we also invite the Black Front in other respects. We guide and help us develop. There is no problem at all." Anderson nodded, "But I have a question. What do you plan to do with the Malays?" The atmosphere in the field suddenly lags, and Irvin and I look at each other. Irvine immediately said, "Your Excellency, do you have any suggestions?" "Of course." Anderson raised his chin, with a look of hatred in his eyes. "Seeing blood helps the rapid growth of the army. Those Malays are. It's an excellent sight to see." "No." I squinted my eyes and immediately rejected Anderson's proposal. The atmosphere on the court suddenly became tense. "Why?" Anderson's expression changed. "You don't think the Malays are just innocent, do you? The cruelest way to deal with them should be to let them know the consequences of oppressing the Eldia. They are of greater use." I did not back down and stared at Anderson, facing tit for tat in momentum. Navy. The initial formation of the squadron needs their guidance, and the members of the Malay army can be sent to the mines that are very scarce. Then what if they engage in ghosts or resist? Anderson's expression was a little slow. "Then those who engage in ghosts and resist will do as you say, but only guns are allowed. Don't use knives to make the scene disgusting." I chose to do a little bit concession. Anderson's face looked a lot better. He was silent for a few seconds and then nodded. "I understand. What should I do?" Then it was time for the two sides to discuss details with each other. Generally speaking, they were quite good at talking, but for the hatred of the Malays is very strong, and in this respect it is extremely uncomfortable. After sending off Anderson and Lauren, the leaders of the elite class also left. Only the core figures of Irwin, Hanji, Mick, Lever, Su Jinkin, as well as me and Lance, should talking about the real secret. The people on the Black Front can be allowed to give military guidance to the army, but in terms of thinking, our people must follow the written textbooks to ensure that they will not be influenced by the people on the Black Front. These people are responsible. People who train will use me personally and as a seed to train more people, and then arrange to enter the army after graduation, and the title is called Political Commissar. I took the lead and said, because the political commissar will enter the army later than the Black Front, so the first group of people who were handed over to the guidance of the Black Front were drawn from the former members of the reinstatement in the army. At least they are reliable. I don't quite understand. Isn't the Black Front on our side now? Why do you want to guard them like this? Mick frowned and asked with some dissatisfaction. In my opinion, they and Murray have an insoluble hatred. Based on this, we should be able to trust them. I am not defending against them, but their thoughts, their hatred. I sighed and explained helplessly. Hate has blinded their eyes. In terms of Malay, they can't look at it rationally. What they hate is the entire Malay group. Even women and children will not hesitate to start, because in their opinion, the Malay are enemies. This kind of blind hatred it is dangerous to spread in the army. We can't defeat the whole world, so we must treat hatred wisely and not be influenced by them, or control their influence on the military's thinking. Su Jinkan said, if we use brutal revenge to deal with Murray, what do other countries think? They will definitely worry that they will become the next Murray. Faced with fear, people will either succumb or resist. They have resisted once and succeeded, so what will they do next? It goes without saying. We will be besieged by the whole world at that time. You definitely don't want to face this situation. The key is that blind hatred will also turn our military members into extremists and terrorists, and even embark on the road of and become fanatic warriors. These will not end well, and practice has already proved that these roads are wrong. Therefore, for the real rise of the empire, we must manage the thinking of the army. I continued, with a serious expression, we will not forget hatred, but we will not kill innocent people. This is the main body of thought of the army in the future. Do you have any objections? Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and then shook their heads together. Then, next we should discuss the issue of the port garrison. Irvin calmly said, turning the meeting to the next topic, the Malays will definitely come again, and if we master the port, we will master it. The initiative retains the possibility of taking the initiative. Although we do not have the ability to take the initiative for the time being, there will be some in the future, so the port must not give up. However, we cannot keep a large number of people here, otherwise the logistics will be difficult to support, so I recommend changing defenses and arranging a small number of troops to be stationed in turns. With the Titan abilities we have mastered as the main force, if Murray sends a warship, we will capture a warship, and use the port as a bridgehead for us to fight against Murray. Select the knowledge level from the Murray prisoners' high personnel. They will compile scientific and technological teaching materials, imitate their weapons and equipment, and try to catch up with their equipment level. All opinions were put forward in the meeting, and the future development direction of the wall was quickly determined. The next step is to implement as planned and promote the rapid development of the military inside the wall. A week later, after Irwin proposed the change of defense system, Lance and I returned to the wall with 2/3 of the team. The only Titan-capable people stationed in the port were Irwin and Yanni. His strength is enough for defense. After returning to the wall, Lance began to run around, working hard to form his own navy. I started to train the political commissar team and asked Mark to arrange for the former reinstatement force members of the National Defense Force to regroup and hand it over to the Black Front for training. This goal has just completed the team formation today. Although there are many deficiencies in the army in the wall that need guidance, everyone still wants face. You can't expose a lot of shortcomings at once to make the guests outside the wall look down on yourself. Somehow we should do some makeup to make our army look not so backward. And the teaching camp composed of elites who have received training and fought in wars as a pseudo-army fan like me is the best decoration. These people are the most elite and best troops in the regular army in the wall. It is natural to learn combat concepts faster than other teams. In addition to the teaching camp, all the instructors of the training corps headed by Keith and all members of the investigation corps will also receive the training of the Black Front. The former is to modify the training methods after mastering the combat concept and combat skills, and then better teach training corps. The latter is to develop targeted special operations methods after understanding conventional combat methods. However, they are not as good as the teaching camp in terms of basics, and it can be expected that their performance will be inferior to them. On the selected training ground, all the 24 people on the Black Front have arrived. Next to and behind them are the prepared training equipment and training grounds. It can be seen that Anderson and others are somewhat extreme in their hatred of Murray, but in other respects they are still excellent, reliable, responsible people. The training guns used seized rifles and machine guns. The trenches and barbed wire fences were all over the field. It was conceivable that it took a lot of effort. There are also various equipment that have been improved by them, and they have been optimized a lot. Mr. Hunt, it's time to work. I stepped forward and shook hands with Anderson. Anderson nodded and waved his left hand. The responsibility lies, Mr. Ackerman, let's start. I need to pass a test to understand the training, the personnel's situation, and then the corresponding training plan can be formulated. No problem. I nodded. Teaching camp company, go. Among the hundreds of people gathered behind me, more than 100 people quickly ran out, according to the pre-rehearsal. The content formed a neat formation. The momentum is not small, at least it can make a deep impression on Anderson and others, and will not let the other side look down on us. The people on the Black Front did show a little unexpected color, which made the vanity of everyone in the field wall satisfied, and the performance of the whole teaching camp in the next test was very good, which made a lot of faces inside the wall. But then the instructor team and the investigative corps headed by Keith can only be described as terrible. The instructor team has also touched the gun at ordinary times. It has undergone some assault training before, and it can get 5 or 6 shots in 10 shots. Guns, but the investigation corps is miserable. Since leaving the training corps, I haven't touched the gun again. The previous assault training seems to have no effect. Even people who fired 10 shots and missed the target abound. Kay feels ashamed. There is no harm if there is no comparison. At least the tests in the previous teaching camp are decent, and can be called a regular army, while the instructor team and the investigation team can only be described as a mob. Mr. Ackerman, with all due respect, it is impossible for us to train such a group of teams together. Forced integration will only cause a waste of resources. After all the tests were completed, Anderson walked in front of me quite a bit. Said helplessly, the former have a good combat base, combat literacy, and combat awareness are very good. As long as a little more training can become a qualified soldier, let them serve as seed troops and instructors can effectively expand the size of the troop, and the strength of such a troop is not low, and it can be a complete troop with supplementary training. But the latter part is a complete rookie. In our terms, it is called cannon fodder. It is used to consume the enemy's resources and physical strength, as long as they can shoot. They may be considered elite in other aspects, but in this regard, I can only call them cannon fodder. Compared with the previous group, it is a far cry. Anderson said that Keith and the others had a very unsightly face, but they had to admit that what the other party said was not unreasonable. It's just that I'm not convinced by the strength of everyone on the black front, and I always want to test one or two. Then how is your strength? Suddenly someone shouted. Anderson turned his head and saw that a member of the instructor team was looking at him without fear, his eyes full of provocation. Let's do it. Anderson smiled disdainfully, knowing that it's time for Liwei. We have prepared paintballs and dug trenches here. Both sides have battle positions. We have 24 people. You can also pick 24 guns from your team to shoot well, each with a machine gun and 23 rifles, and fight here until one is judged to be killed. We will not bully you, the position you choose. Okay, let us see the strength of the black front, Keith said immediately. The most depressed person in the court just now was him. After all, the investigation corps is his old unit, and the instructor team is his new team, but the previous appearances of the two were embarrassing. Now that he has a chance to find some face, he naturally has to take it well. It's not difficult to find out more than 20 guns well among so many people. In less than 5 minutes, Keith selected the team, geared up and ready to fight the black front. I sighed silently and brought others withdrew from the field, already foreseeing the crushing one-sidedness afterwards. A good gun does not mean that you can fight a war, but a gun that can fight must fight well. Keith obviously hasn't understood this, and he doesn't know what a real war is. I didn't stop this contest because of the idea of keeping Keith's memory. After all, this can help Keith learn something. Good for him. Of course Keith still doesn't know what I'm thinking. He has already led people into the position and is ready to start. If you are hit by a paintball, you will be eliminated. After Anderson called out the rules, the confrontation between the two sides began, and then the crushing began. The people on the black front used a few fake moves to slightly lure Keith's machine guns to expose the target continuously. They didn't know whether to fire or transfer. After a bullet chain was finished, the machine gunner of Keith's position was shot by the opponent's machine gunner. A single shot was eliminated, and the 4 guards on the machine gun position were also swept down by the way, and then other talents shot to solve the target. If you don't know how to hide in the cat's waist, you can't run with the Z character. The people on the black front solved the opponent like a target. Except for Keith's good luck and quick eyesight and quick hands to eliminate the enemy, no one has achieved a result. 14 killed. Keith's expression is quite wonderful, and everyone on the black front is full of spirits. After winning a victory, the people of the black front seemed to be completely resurrected, and their entire mental outlook was different. When they were rescued by the Murray army before, they were like walking dead, with the appearance of losing their souls. Only one body that would automatically answer remained in the world, but now a victory has allowed them to regain their souls and the whole person is alive. Your Excellency Shades, do you need us to change clothes and have another one? You can call a few more people, we don't mind. Anderson took the initiative to speak to Keith, with a defiant face. Come again. Keith gritted his teeth. He didn't intend to give up like that, but since he can become the head of the investigation corps, he is not stupid. He naturally knows the current situation of his own people, let alone another one. It is estimated that it is impossible to win 1 in 10 games, unless he can hire a strong helper. Keith's gaze scanned the surrounding people watching the battle, and finally fixed his gaze on me, and then stepped towards me. Anderson stopped and watched with a smile, but he didn't say anything to stop him. His pride was beyond words. Gavin, tell me what to do next. The face inside the wall is up to you. Keith walked up to me and said in a low voice, his bald head is extremely dazzling. If I dare to say a word, it will be a head. The hammer came over and meant, what can I do? Who told you to challenge them? I replied with a wry smile and helplessly, crap. Keith glared at the words, don't test their strength. How can people rest assured? You guys are either not enough or too heavy, so I have to go and try them. You can't tell this kind of thing, but don't think I don't know. Now help me finish. I raised my head and glanced at Anderson and the others, and responded with some embarrassment. What can I do? At most I can tell you a few tips so that you don't lose too ugly. As for the face problem, that's also I was the only one leading the team to win it back. Why did I lose and you win? Keith frowned uncomfortably. Gavin, isn't there any surprising way for you kid to win? You think it's so easy to fight a war? Yes. I will also rely on my own superior combat power when I arrive. I rolled my eyes. You don't have to dream to win. A few visible veins appeared on Keith's forehead. He took a deep breath, and barely suppressed his desire to hit someone, and said, tell me about your skills. The machine gun is shot, and 20 bullets are transferred once. Position, pay attention to the use of trenches, zigzag running, don't foolishly let people be targeted. These 3 are too complicated for you to master for a while. I immediately spoke, and patted Keith on the shoulder. It's okay, it's normal to lose. If we win them easily, then what else do they do? Asshole? That's because you weren't the loser. Keith scolded fiercely. After agreeing on a plan with me and discussing the tactics with everyone in his team, Keith turned to face Anderson and said in a tragic tone, "Mr. Hunter, let's start." Anderson smiled, and closed as soon as he saw it. There was no more ridicule. This time the battle lasted for 12 minutes. 5 people were killed in the Black Front. They were still completely annihilating the Keith team. The Black Front was successful, but everyone in the wall was blank. It's time to shoot. Mr. Shotties, let's stop here for today's battle drill. It is normal for you to lose as a novice, but I believe your combat power will definitely be different after training. Anderson took the initiative to give Keith a step down. Keith nodded with a dark face, and then looked at me. The threat was very obvious. If your kid dares not to appear or lose the chain, wait for bad luck. Your Excellency Anderson, the battle drill just now was very interesting. I don't know if you can compete with my people again, just exercise. I took the initiative to speak. Oh, to my approach, Anderson appeared there were some accidents. I originally thought that Liwei could be over in one go, but I didn't expect me to take the initiative to challenge. If I win, it's okay, but if I lose, the scene will be very ugly. Mr. Ackerman, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to do what you want. My man was physically exhausted in the exercise just now. It is estimated that he will have to rest for a while. Anderson immediately refused. It's okay, you can rest for a while, we can wait. I replied, feeling a little helpless. In order to stimulate confidence in the wall against Murray, the investigation corps and other troops have been promoted as invincible models. Even they themselves gradually think so, and this kind of thinking can be slowly reformed but cannot be destroyed, so I have to win a game anyway, otherwise it will be very troublesome. I actually don't want to have to compete with the other side like a rogue, and I still use my personal strength to lead the whole team to win this shameless foul. It's just that I understand in my heart the twists and turns around Anderson, but I don't understand. After seeing that I have to compare with them no matter what, his face suddenly changed a bit, and he responded with a smile, but a smile. Well, now that your Excellency sincerely wants to have a try, then we have to be respectful instead. I nodded with a wry smile. Gawain, and the team from Keith just now, come with me. 24 people quickly gathered. Anderson's side is also ready. If you want to win the game at an overall disadvantage, you must give full play to my strengths, running fast, powerful, and powerful dynamic vision that can capture the trajectory of bullets. Therefore, our tactics are also very simple. Others guarding the position, I took the machine gun all the way to the opponent's position and then slammed them all the way. After I decided on the plan, I couldn't help sighing. This is what a mess of battle drills. If it wasn't necessary to fight, I would have left directly, so no matter how many times I won, the opponent would not accept it. Bang! A green letter smoke bomb rushed into the sky, announcing the start of the drill to the two parties participating in the war. I curled my lips, picked up the machine gun and rushed out immediately. Bang! Boom! 2 bullets flew quickly, and I changed directions easily. What the hell? The people on the opposite Black Front were surprised and commotion. The machine gunner quickly opened fire, but the trajectory of the bullets had already been completely taken by me. Locking naturally made it easy to dodge, but at this moment, the fire suddenly flashed on our square, and the machine gunner touched his forehead in surprise and stopped shooting. The sudden situation made me stunned for a while, and then immediately seized the opportunity to jump forward more than 10 meters, and then hit the ground with a gun. I was lucky enough to successfully eliminate the two. Damn. Anderson responded quickly, pushing away the eliminated machine gunner and preparing to take over his position and continue to suppress firepower. Bang! Anderson's movements froze in the air. He raised his hand in disbelief and touched his forehead, muttering to himself, when did they have a sniper? The people on the Black Front also looked surprised. I looked back in surprise, and my extraordinary eyesight glanced among the people on the battlefield. Sasha. I cried out somewhat surprised and unexpectedly. In the previous target test, she was within 200 meters. The target has all 10 rings. It's not surprising that such shooting talent can achieve this record. I silently set up the machine gun, and began to provide fire cover for Sasha. The next battle was simple. Anderson and the others were strong, but they couldn't stand it. We have a shooting skill and talented max sharpshooter Sasha and can do the anticipation. Convict and dodge bullets. I am extremely powerful and fast. After a battle, our side successfully wiped out Anderson's team at the cost of 9 people. Overall, there were 2 losses and 1 victory. This performance made everyone barely satisfied. In the next 3 months, I received training from the Black Front and the political commissar team. Relying on the talent of the demon hunter to learn everything very quickly, I completed the training first, and then I devoted myself to handling the affairs of the wall. During this period of time, the army's equipment is constantly being replaced with new weapons, and the captured rifles, machine guns, and artillery have also been successfully imitated. But due to material problems, the performance will be weaker than the original version, but the problem is not big. As a seed force, the teaching battalion has completed preliminary training and can be dispersed for army expansion. The progress is good, and the new army has taken shape. The port is currently stationed by Lance with Aaron. The formation of the naval force has not yet achieved any results. After all, there is a saying, 10 years of the army, 100 years of the navy. There is no navy foundation in the wall before. There are no shipyards and maintenance yards for fishermen who eat the sea by the sea. Except for a few captured warships and a small port, they basically started from scratch. Although the successful formation does not need to be as exaggerated as 100 years, it is impossible for the Eldia Navy to become the world's best fleet in less than 10 or 8 years, and this is still an optimistic estimate, and we can only wait slowly. During the period, the fleet sent by Murray to check the intelligence came twice, once by Erwin and Yanni, and once by Lance and Aaron. A total of 4 destroyers and 4 transport ships were captured. I admired the Murray Navy as an excellent transportation brigade. I really don't know what the commander of the Murray Navy would think if he heard this. Even though I was wondering if I should set off to Murray to inquire about intelligence and have some fun, suddenly there was a new message from the port. They had settled a fleet sent by Murray, but this one there is only 1 transport ship in the fleet, and the Malay soldiers on it are also very unusual. They claim to be Malay volunteers and follow Jike's orders to support Paradis Island. The leader of this team is a woman named Irina, who is said to be a close friend of Jike, and they also brought a message that the Shields of the East will come to visit Paradis after a month. Island, discuss cooperation and alliance matters with us. It is said that Shields was a firm ally of Eldia during the Imperial period. Regarding these news, after a brief discussion inside the wall, it was decided to send a team to the port to deal with the following matters. The arrival of Shields is very important to us and there is no room for relaxation. Therefore, the leader must have a temporary decision wall. The right to all matters internally and externally, and this person is none other than me. After some arrangements, a 30-member team consisting of some members of the Investigation Corps, half of the members of the Black Front and some members of the Teaching Battalion rushed to the port under my leadership, preparing to receive the envoys of the Shields country. As my foreign minister, the identity of receiving them just right. After a brief analysis on the road, I have basically guessed the purpose of the arrival of the Shields country. On the one hand, it should be for energy, the unique ice bursts on Paradis Island and the rich and easy to exploit coal and oil resources presumably any country can only dream of it. On the other hand, it should want us to rise again. As allies of the old Eldia Empire, they must be uncomfortable internationally. Our rise can just share the pressure for them, and they have the technology we urgently need.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.